Oh
Just
my
for this.
god. Oh hell no.
Hell no.
Oh man. No offense to the ladies out there. Oh my god, that's mad funny. Woo! Oh man. Oh boy.
Dude, anybody who's good at mentally picturing things, this is pretty gross.
We need a name
Like,
for that room. I can't think of anything off the top of my head, but we sure can come up with a name for the room. Oh boy.
Yeah, what if we demanded? What if we?
it's just a splatter painted wall, fucking.
Oh my
Like,
god. The
What if we
workshop lot room. Yeah.
What if we demanded? What if we demanded the test that they did on women menstruating before they went to space? Give us a test or give us our money, you dumb bitches. I'm sorry.
Woo, my cheeks hurt. That was a good one. Shout out to Lou.
it's just so bad. I don't need credit for that. I mean, I do, but like not publicly. I'm ashamed of it. But
I was
it's
watching this. Oh, go ahead.
yeah. I mean, I think weird like that. But it's thinking outside the box, so to speak. Giggity.
Oh, nice.
Uh-oh.
Nice. Well done, Lou. He's on
There-
fire tonight.
There's this YouTube, right, that I was watching in one of these YouTube shorts and shit, where the guy is like, well, for the guys who have, or for the people, right, for the people who were born with, the male tool down there, um would you ever prescribe them, I think it was, would you ever prescribe them like or would you ever diagnose them as pregnant or some shit like that? And the guy
Hell
was
no.
like, and the guy, I gotta watch the clip real quick because it's a funny as hell clip, but it's like, this is where the mind virus takes you. It's not, yeah, it's about the earth, but it goes further than that, to the point where people will really try to tell you that, well, up is down and down is up, and I'm a cat, and who's gonna stop me? Like, it's like,
Yeah. That's like straight out of 1984. Like literally just disorienting us from everything that we know to be true. Like telling us that we are wrong, gaslighting us, making us think that like war is peace. Like all these types of things. Like it's like that's what they're doing to us. They're in all aspects of life, not just the whole flat Earth thing. Like that's what they're doing right now with the whole Ukraine and all that shit. Like we have to do this for peace and democracy and the betterment of the world. Like this is you have to create death and devastation in order to make peace.
Hey, Lunatic, did you see Tucker Carlson when he interviewed Mike Pence about that?
I did not.
About
I
the
did
war in
not.
Ukraine?
No, but I might have seen a clip about it. But like I don't really like watch Tucker and all that stuff. But yeah. I mean, I'm not one of these like conservative Republican half woke guys that like even woke. I can't use it. Half red pilled guys.
yeah.
Yeah, like I understand that the Republicans and the Democrats are both involved in the psyop. Okay, like they're
Yeah. Where they, the level of like where they are is like, so 5 years ago. Like that's you know what I mean?
Hey, take a second right now, Lunatic. Watch the video I just posted right now. It's like 50 seconds. It's not even that long. But what he
okay.
says, his response to what Tucker Carlson asked him is crazy. It just shows to show.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I've seen some clips of Tucker. It's not like I go watch Tucker, but like I've seen some clips. Like he says a lot of truth, but it's the stuff that he doesn't say, and it's the stuff that you have to question why the things that he does say, like why is he pushing them?
Oh,
It's all
sorry.
it's all for
Who
the
you?
engineering. It's all for the engineering of people in a new mindset, like something that we're supposed to jump on board with. And I'm
Yo,
always skeptical.
who are you
By the
talking about? Yo, who are you talking about?
way, in this case, we're talking about Tucker Carlson.
Oh,
But
okay. I thought you were talking about
yeah,
Trump.
it would be the same thing for Trump, or same thing for Elon Musk, or the same thing for Kanye West, or the same thing
Yeah.
for Alex Jones, or the same thing like all these people.
But
You
listen.
you have to take it with a grain of salt. They will have mostly truths, things that will catch your attention, but it will be either infiltrated with half truths or part truths, and
Yeah.
also um possibly done in a way that is unbecoming of a person so
It's
that they can smear
yeah.
you and toss away
Yep.
all of your arguments as a
Yep.
basket. So like the baby with the bathwater. They'll say he said a lot of great things, but he appeared crazy, so we can throw all of it out.
Yeah. 100%. But I was gonna say, fucking, I caught some of Trump's speech yesterday, and to be honest, he was speaking a lot of truth. You know what I mean? I know he's a fucking puppet.
That's the
He
whole
was
goal
like
is to
that's
speak mostly truths,
right,
mostly
but isn't
truths.
it doesn't that confuse you? It's
Of
crazy. Like,
course, of course.
how is he
And
a puppet? Like, how are you a puppet but you speak so much truth? Like, it's
well,
crazy. Like he was
it
attacking.
doesn't.
He was going after the transgender agenda. You know, you know what I'm saying? Like he called DeSantis a globalist puppet. He was speaking truth. You know?
Well, how I don't get confused by it is in my estimation, no one has to believe me, but in my experience and wisdom, you have to be paying attention to a narrative
Yeah, you have to understand the overall
that
agenda.
goes on that
You
goes the
But he was
a
speaking a lot of
narrative
truth.
that goes longer than
It
8 years.
confuses.
So
Yeah,
say it. I mean, are you guys not giving a fuck about what I'm trying to the point I'm getting to, or
Yeah,
what?
come on, guys. Let Eli cook for a second.
yeah.
So 4 years. Obviously, somebody may be making a run, to some sort of office. There are going to be people who align themselves with a particular goal. There are only a few of them out there where this side is doing this, or there's this group of Democrats and Republicans doing this, and yada yada yada. But the bottom line is, if you can pay attention to what's happening in real time, they do slip. Meaning, there was a time that there was okay, a lot of people were into the Young Turks until they realized that people weren't just going to listen to them go, oh, we have to do the lesser of two evils and we have to vote for Hillary Clinton. It went from that to, oh, so you guys are saying all the Russian shit is true. Oh, so you guys are just straight up like, everybody does that. I don't care if you're a Republican, Democrat, independent journalist, not independent journalist, mainstream. It doesn't matter. There's only a few people who keep it real. Beyond 2 terms, 8 to 10 years. It's a very very small number,
uh,
and
for,
you begin to be not confused about shit like what Trump said because you realize his song is going to be something else. And that something else may also be true, but it's not really anchored to any real thing. It's just the thing that you would think is true at that time. And I'm going, I need real truths, not these things that are, in a specific vacuum, in a specific context that may or may not be resolved. Because remember, we were talking about Uh, well, e fraud. I can't say it. Like the elect. I can't really say it.
Yeah, we got you. We
And
got you.
he changed it to voter fraud, and everybody focused on that instead. So it's like, no, you got to
Yeah,
pay attention to realize there's nothing to be confused about other than they seem like they're telling the truth, but really you're not talking about nothing. It's like
the
Marvin Gaye
people.
came out with the song "What's Going On," and then Usher, fucking 30 years, came out with the song "What's Going On." Okay, but what's actually going on is you guys keep crying about the same shit, and nobody's doing anything. That's what's going on.
Yeah, the people are easily steered. The people are easily manipulated, and they're using that. Like as long as they have the masses, and like the rest of us don't really count. People like you and me, the rest of us, like we can shout all we want, and nobody really listens. Okay, and especially in a world of censorship, where they keep us corralled into little corners where we could just get to talk in echo chambers to each other about how fucking awful this is. Nobody ever hears it. Nobody hears the points that we're making. Nobody sees the stuff that we're seeing. As long as they can control the vast majority of people, they get their way. And they will continue to control you and me, left versus right, and even still in our own little world, we got plenty of people who buy into this like fake fucking wokeism, whatever, fake fucking truther, like the truther movement is being hijacked as we speak.
Yeah, but you're just playing a different game, right? Like over here we're playing chess, right? And they're over there they're playing checkers, right? It's just a different game going on
No,
in
no,
the
no.
world.
We're playing checkers. They're playing chess because they are stealing this shit from
No,
us,
no, no,
dude.
no. Wait.
They
That's
have
not
this.
what I meant. I meant that the flat earthers, right? We're playing chess against against the Globers, right? And
No, I'm
then
telling
when it
you.
comes to politics, they're playing checkers. So it's just a different game going on in
No,
the
I'm
world.
telling you. With the politics, they're playing chess. They're playing chess at a high level, and we're sitting here playing checkers with the fucking Globers.
Okay, that's fine too.
We're all being played. All of us. Every single person here. No matter how awakened you think you are, no matter how red pilled you think you are, you're still being played. Every single person is being played. It's an animal farm. We are in the truther animal farm. There's also the Democrat animal farm. There's the Republican animal farm. There's the fucking the climate change animal farm.
Let
Right?
me.
Like everybody is in a farm. Everybody. And you are being steered just the same as everybody else is. And you are a part of their plan and a part of their agenda.
Do
They're
you think
using
that?
you.
I thought you were done. Sorry, go.
They're using you the same as they're using anybody else. You are not like somehow special and out of this.
Okay, and let me ask you this: do you think Trump was better off before he ran for president, or now? What 7 years later, 6 years later, whatever it is, that he's basically almost being sent to jail, right, for whatever it is that they're accusing him
It's
of
like
now.
you're not even hearing what Lou and I are saying. We're saying we don't really fucking care. It's all a game.
Well, yeah, I mean, of course, I mean,
Like, do you think Rey Mysterio is really? What do
No,
you?
he really hit the 619. He hit the 619. It's real. No, I'm just
yeah,
kidding.
it's like you're watching your neighborhood burning right from across the street, and you're just watching, and you're like, "Ha, that doesn't matter, right? Because it's not here yet. It's not where I live yet, right?" But then by the time it gets to where you live, oh, it's a little late now. It's a little late, right? The fire is already on top of you. That's the way I
Right.
see it.
So is Trump our savior or not? That's the question. Like, yes, Trump is our savior.
Hell no!
I'm just saying you can avoid politics if you want, but I mean the world's still going to go on, right? And politics is still going to go on whether you
Yeah.
agree to participate or not.
Politics will continue to be a show for
For
the
sure.
for the fodder, for the masses.
I hope you guys
That's
at
who it's for.
least contribute locally. If not nationally, maybe locally at least.
Meh.
Oh, well. I don't know. It's kind of black pill the way some people on here think. Like everyone just seems to be evil, and I agree. A lot of people are, but fuck.
Look, when it comes to even local politics, I would agree. Okay, so to a certain extent, you make a point about like how deep is the corruption? Is it only at a federal level, like when it comes to the presidential elections? Like for sure, it's there. I think we can agree on that. But like, what happens when it comes down to your govern, your state, or even more minute than that, like your extreme locality, like all those elections. Well, I will tell you this, and they don't even hide it if you actually go to look for it. They have people like not they, when I say they, I'm talking about people like the World Economic Forum, people like these New World Order freaking people. They have uh, their own people at every level of government in every government in the world. They're there to quietly whisper in the ear or to pay off people for certain things. Like, no matter what, there is their influence at all levels of government. You will not get around this.
I mean, I think at the end you just got to go with your gut. That's
But
the way I see it.
your gut is likely to side with them because they're really good at their game.
I mean, I just like a lot of things, like Davey said. I like a lot of things that Trump is saying. He's saying a lot of things that
Yeah.
are
If you're telling
are
me that you like Trump and Trump is going to be the fucking guy, like that tells me right away that they will get their way and you will be screwed in the end along with the rest of us.
you make it sound like there's another option.
No, they're.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yeah, he doesn't get
So
it at
so
No,
all.
I understand.
imagine
Yes.
this. Like in when I say imagine this, I mean like you really have to put yourself in the situation. Imagine you're in a
People don't say
cage,
human stuff for no
right?
reason. What happened?
You're in a cage with the rest of us.
No
Okay.
human duty.
And there are people inside of the cage that are playing chess. And they're like, man, if you just win 100 games or something, then
Don't say
we'll
human
have
stuff
like
for no reason.
control of this space. And then I come along and I'm
You don't
like,
say
well, what does that
yes.
matter? Excuse me.
Sorry, just real quick, Davey, you are hot micing a little bit. I sent you a couple messages in the chat, so go ahead and mute up locally, and I'll go ahead and unmute you. Please continue, Elijah.
Yeah. So then I'm like, well, what? Why do you care about the game? Like we're actually imprisoned
Yes. You don't say
in
human
this
stuff.
in this cell. Can we focus on getting out? And you're like, so what's the alternative to watching this chess game? That's how I feel.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Like you're either forced to play chess or you're forced to watch somebody else play chess. So either way, the chess game is gonna go on, right? And so you, you can choose whatever you want to do. That's the way I see it.
This dude's calling chest, like CHEST. Like, what the
Who
fuck?
me?
Did
I
you
didn't
just
hear
not
that.
put a T at the end
Yes.
of it?
You don't
No,
say
no, I
human
said
stuff
I
for
said
no reason.
chess.
What happened?
No, I think you're hearing it wrong.
Are you mad at humans?
It's chess.
Yes.
Why would I say chest? Chest is the
Well,
thing
I'll
that
put
you
some
put
respect
stuff
on
in.
my boy
Literally.
Kel's name.
Anyway, look, I'm just, yeah, it was a low blow, but it literally sounded like you said chest. These, like, they're playing chest. Like, you have no clue what game you're fucking playing.
Nah, come on, don't do my boy Kel dirty like that.
Hey, yeah, I don't
Come
care.
on now.
You know, he can keep playing the black pill. You know, he can think the world's gonna end. You know, he can lock
That's not
himself
what
up
I'm
in the
saying. I
basement
didn't
and
say the world's gonna
ignore what's
end.
going on in the world. But that's fine. You know, that's
No,
his prerogative.
and you know that.
You, when you say that, that's a complete straw man. That's not what we're saying. We're saying we cannot wake up and beat a fucking corrupt system until we realize the game that we're playing. Okay, you can't work it through the system that they have created for you to fail.
Mm. Exactly, and this is where I come in and I talk about like financial literacy and stuff, because there are people who like they're focused on, damn, we don't have anything, and as a group we're poor, and look, we don't own anything, and it's because of these people here, and look at the immigrants, that's why there are no jobs, and da, 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 da. And I'm like, yeah, but you're focusing on immigrants, and actually, like most of them actually become entrepreneurs. Let me not say most of them, but look at what look at what all the immigrants in one particular area that I grew up in, like they all own homes, and I grew up in the projects. And the people in the projects would complain about them owning homes, coming in here, taking up stuff. Like, did you have money to buy it? Why not? Perhaps is when you were thinking about getting a good job, they were thinking about working a job just until they could get a business off the ground. That's not all, though. There are other things to know about the monetary system, like, uh, interest rates being one of the things that you pay attention to the most, because there's going to be an interest rate tied to your debt, just like there's going to be an interest rate tied to your savings account. So it's like, obviously, how do I not have a hole in my pocket? Let's see. The interest on my debt should be as low as possible, and the interest that my money earns should be higher than that. But think people don't think about this at all. Leaving a legacy, none of this stuff is important to people, and then they focus on, well, we can't ever get anywhere, we can't ever get rich because these people are taking this and these people are doing that, and it's like, fam, but you're choosing to play the game, or the part of the game that is going to spell absolute failure, when, look, here's this side of things where you could do this thing different. Oh, that's a lot of work. I just want a good wage and blah. Oh, well, you get what you got, because it's not about the wage. It's not about the good job. It's about the tax benefit or lack thereof on the side that you chose.
Yeah, I'm an immigrant, right? And I did exactly that when I was younger. I sound young, but I'm almost 40.
Mhm. What did you do?
My
Swam the
dad, when my
Rio
dad,
Grande.
what's that?
You swam the Rio Grande? What do you mean by here? No, I'm just sorry.
No, I'm
Ignore
Cuban.
that.
I'm Cuban, so I came from Cuba, but we
Yeah.
came in a visa, so none of that bullshit going on a raft.
So what? So what did you do?
Well,
Did you go on the business side of things, or?
my dad started cutting grass when we came from Cuba, right?
Hmm.
And then after I turned like 16, 17, uh, we opened up business. We started recruiting some family members. We got some clients. We did that. I did that. I cut grass for like 14 years of my life, like crazy.
Landscaping.
Yeah, just
Yeah. Good work. Like, it actually pays pretty decent for if you got the equipment. It's not that hard of work either.
No, we had 3 tractor lawnmowers. We had a bunch of other equipment. We had I think 4 vans at the time. I mean, but
See, that's what I'm saying. It's
it's
not
not hard. But you can't
it's
do
not
that.
the
You
job
can't do that today.
opportunity. It's the way that you look at money is fundamentally different than someone who's born here. Like just fundamentally different from the root.
Well, because people that are born here think that cutting grass is like a shitty job, like or they think it's like below them.
It's not all people who are born here. There's plenty of American born and bred people who work at a landscaping company. Like, uh,
Yeah, but they don't
it's
they don't own it. They like he said, they built a client base, whereas somebody
yeah, no.
else
There's
would,
owners
yeah.
too. There's owners too.
Yeah, we
It's
had
not
we had
all.
over 150 clients, right? Over here where I live in Miami, we used to cut grass in Coral Gables, which is like a very wealthy neighborhood. Most of the houses there are worth like 3-4 million or more, and their property is huge. And so, I mean, we were making a lot of money back then. We made a huge mistake, and we sold all our clients to a bigger company later on. But you make mistakes in your life. But like he said, yeah, like foreigners that come to this country, their mindset is totally different, right? Because over here they teach you how to be a slave.
Yeah, well, and it's not not everybody. So there's still a lot of people in this country who are motivated to become business owners or to, um, make to basically to reach for financial gain. Like, but um, I think the real issue that's being talked about is especially in the inner city, in the ghettos and stuff like that, where people are kind of taught to be victims, and that's the real problem. Like
Lou,
where
you're
they're taught.
attacking me. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Are you
Yeah, it's
talking
like
about a certain breed of people?
it's like, oh, they can afford to go to college and have a good education. Well, yeah, at your baby's birthday shower, all you got was like nipples and infamil and all this shit. Didn't anybody set up like an investment account for your baby? Like $25 a month for 18 years of that child's life. There you go. There's their tuition. That little tiny difference versus buying a quarter of weed or some shit like that once out of the month is the difference between how those two people think.
Yeah, but hey, buy your quarter ounce, but also invest in your fucking baby. Like.
Right, right, right.
Real quick, now that there's a gap, I just want to say goodnight, guys. I got to head out. But it's been a great panel. We'll do this again. I love going around the room and getting the engagement. So shout out to you guys for chiming in. So y'all have a good one. I'll catch you all on the flat side.
Later.
Yeah, man. You too. Check you later.
You just give yourself a round of applause.
No, that was for you guys. Come on now.
CB, ladies and gentlemen.
You get a walkout WWE theme music. I don't think you get a walk
All right,
wave music.
give yourself some walk off music and fucking get out of here.
All right, dude. Hold on. Let me hit the Stone Cold real quick. Y'all have a good one though. I'm gonna head out.
There he goes.
All right, y'all have a good one. Take care.
Creation
Take care,
Bear is leaving. Creation Bear is leaving the building. So I see the sliver moon going down in the west, first time ever, right after the fucking sun. Crazy, man. I tried to get a picture of it there. I can still barely see it through the clouds. It's this tiniest little sliver. It's still going down, and the sun had just gone down, and then I see the moon there going down right after it. I've never seen them that close. Miracles happening every single day. Right? So Eli's right, and never in my old age and wisdom did I think it would be possible to say something like, yeah, let's get it all together. I'll do my part, you do your part, and then we will be able to go sailing to Catalina on the flat earth fucking whatever you want to call the sailboat. I have to think of another name. They can't be a U.S. vessel. It has to be UF, United Flat Earthers. UFE. What's your UFE number? I'll start stopping people on the high seas and asking them for the UFE number. Joking. Jokes galore.
Hilarious.
I'm outside by myself. I got my little tent set up. It gets cold right after sunset, man. That moisture just drops. And if you're not prepared, like with almost like rain gear, that moisture will go right through your clothes.
Are you
Like a
camping out?
bone.
Are you outdoors camping right now?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm
That's
right
cool.
across the river from. They could identify me. They probably could tell exactly where I'm at by triangulation. But
Yeah,
I'm
of
going to
course.
take a picture. I'm right across the river from SeaWorld. Look at this. Now, this Christmas tree thing that I'm going to take a picture of, I've seen the first time I ever sailed in. Actually, the first time I ever saw San Diego was coming sailing in. One of the first times was sailing from open ocean. And you could see this thing from SeaWorld. Hold on. I digress. Let me take a picture of it.
Let me ask you this, Sonny.
This
When
is
you set
it.
up a tent and sleep, like, do you have like a pad, like, or like a blow up mattress or
Oh,
anything like that? Because, like, dude,
I have a yeah, I have a high tech mattress. It's got like a little pillow bit in it. It's got a little hand pump or foot pump it up. It's
yeah,
compartmentalized. And it's
I
like
know.
really super duper, man. It's like you wouldn't even know because if you were laying on the ground, even with a couple layers, you're gonna freeze your ass off and it's gonna hurt your bones. But this little mattress,
No, you're
fucking,
not gonna freeze your ass off
I
in
can put
Southern California. Shut up about that. But
lay on the ground for a while, man. Listen, after
I
dark,
did.
it doesn't matter.
Like, I was just, if you let
After
me
dark,
finish.
go ahead.
I'm in
Okay.
Wisconsin, dude. I'm in Wisconsin, and I just slept in a tent like on Saturday night. Um,
Yeah,
we had a family reunion, and I set up a tent to
that's
stay
cool.
the night, and all I had is like a 1 inch thick like foam pad because I can't stand blow up mattresses because they always
Yeah,
deflate during the night.
a little bit. Yeah, but
Yeah,
the
but
1 inch one is good enough.
the 1 inch thick
Yeah.
foam pad wasn't really very kosher either. You know,
It
like
wasn't comfortable enough, right? You need like 2 or 3 of those. You need,
yeah,
yeah,
no, that's not no bueno.
yeah,
So that's what I was asking. If you do this tenting thing, I was asking like what you're using. So
yeah. I have the air mattress is an Air Expect is the company.
By the way, also when it comes to air mattresses, like you talk about freezing at night, the air mattress doesn't help with that. Like the air actually, like below you, actually cools off to the temperature around you and
Yeah,
accelerates it. So
by your body heat warms it up. That's
no,
actually where the insulation comes from. Yeah, I feel really warm with this thing.
no, dude. Okay,
But
when
see,
you're
look, if
living in
you
a
had the pad,
warm environment,
hold on, hold
it
on.
might be good enough, but
Hold on. If you got the pad that keeps you above the ground and then a sleeping bag too, and you're in shelter, then you have to have all three. Like it depends on how cold, definitely. Like you're saying, it's in the summer here. Like I don't need anything to cover me. I'm
it's
just
still
gonna lay.
summer here. It's
I
just
have
summer
my
here.
mattress and a towel.
Yeah.
I have a mattress and a towel, my air mattress and my towel, and that's warm enough as long as it doesn't get wet. Like if it gets wet, like when the dew comes down and all your shit gets wet, then you put it inside. Now you got
I'm
wet
telling you,
clothes,
when it
so they
actually
have to
gets
be dry.
cold outside, when it actually gets cold outside, so like in the spring and the fall, like around here, where
Yeah,
it gets really cold, at night,
really cold. Yeah,
an air,
exactly.
an air mattress will actually chill you to the bone. Like you do not want to be sleeping on air.
Well, in that kind of cold, definitely. So you have to have special equipment when you're doing that kind of camping, for sure. That's definitely temperature related.
I don't need a tent. I sleep directly on the ground.
Well, yeah, and dude, that I wish, dude, the ground sucks. Like sleeping on the ground is awful.
It is
Like,
true. I
but
can't.
no,
I
that's
can't even
that's
sit on
having
the ground.
kind of
I
solid, some
can.
kind of solid core foam, like or something like that, like a foam roll helps a lot. But yeah, like just a basic like 1 inch thick, like dude, it's still pretty hard. You know, like it's I did that. That's what I used the other night was a 1 inch thick foam roll, and it took me a while to fall asleep, but eventually I did. You know, and I got an all right night's sleep. But yeah, I was kind of wishing I would have brought the air mattress. You know,
Yeah. No shit.
I
So,
was kind
but but look, what's pretty cool is like I pushed my bike across the sand along this trail to get here, and then that trail, when the high tide comes, like it is now, it's all full of water. So there's no way back until morning. so, so anyway, it's pretty cool, but I'll be able to sleep tonight because I got the battery. I got a big hefty battery from my bike. That's inside with me in the tent. I'm outside right now talking to you
of
guys,
your bike in the tent.
but the bike battery, bro, I can watch freaking YouTube videos tonight all night long if I want to and fall asleep. I think I'll be able to fall asleep because I'll be able to
So,
turn on my
dude,
videos. I'll be able to turn on my videos just like at home. Okay, hold on. I
yeah,
digress. I got the
you're in
picture.
Homelessville, California. Like your bike has to go in the tent with you, or it's gonna be gone when you come out of the tent.
What is no fucking way? Yeah, I could hear him a mile away. Fucking no way.
I'm thinking about watching that Witsit debate. 'Cause I don't know when else I'm gonna have like a free 4 hours. Candy went down the wrong pipe. But
So, Sonny, about your camping, are you camp? Is this like urban camping that you're doing, basically? Like you're not out in the woods or anything. You're like where you set up. Like you said, you were outside of SeaWorld.
log in the COD Mobile, Lou. Log in the COD Mobile.
I
Hold
can't.
on a second. Hold
I've
on.
been banned for 10 years, dude.
Hold.
I've got like 7.5 years left or something like that.
I had a jet going over, and I was trying to send this picture. So, on a very popular beach here, but I'm in a secluded area that you have to hike. Probably at this point, a couple of miles to get to my location up the river from the beach. But I'm in plain sight of this town, like, but no one can walk straight as a crow flies. Plus, you can't fucking see that far. If they're looking this way into the dark, they can't see me unless, if
You're
I
in
shine my cell phone at them.
like a public campground, or are you just like staking out somewhere?
Yeah, I'm on a beach in some dunes. Like only like 8 feet, 10 feet above sea level. The water's right there, and the tide came up really fucking fast. It was like 100 feet away, and now it's like 20 feet away. But I'm on this little. Oh, there's fireworks. That's right. Hold on. They have fireworks every weekend. Hold on, you guys are in luck. Hold on, more fireworks. Shit. Okay, how do we get back?
I'm so excited for you.
Okay, wait a second. Here we go. Fireworks. Hold on. Whoa.
Like the 4th of July again.
Oh,
Awesome.
oh. Okay, wait. I'll wait till a big one. Oh, it wasn't big enough. Oh, shit. Okay, come on. I should take a video and send it, but I'd rather just get stills. If I could.
I've seen fireworks before. That's
So
cool.
lucky, like. Oh.
Get in the Wi-Fi.
Wait a second.
Right.
That's astounding. It's a Tuesday night. Every night of the week, I think they do this at SeaWorld. Why won't it go? There we go. Empty file. Okay, here's two more. Bam.
Can you go out into the ocean and pet Flipper?
They're close by. There's some big fucking fish jumping out of the water. Right here. Oh, there. It's never as spectacular as the real thing in life. Real life. Fireworks, that is.
Especially in recording to Discord.
Yeah, I need to go back and that was pretty good.
Yeah.
How's COD Mobile though? What's been going on with it, Eli?
I guess the same. Well, it is vastly different. But for me, it's the same. They got like some new stuff on the isolated map, crash site, some other research facility, stuff like that. They got a ton of new classes. Like there's a quick strike class. There's a what's that other one called? There's a number of different things. And then they have the other map, the new map, the blackout map. They introduced a jet. Um, yeah, a couple of things, new
Yeah,
guns, stuff like
it's a
that.
lot, it sounds like a lot compared to the last time I was on, man. Like I said, I mean, I'm not making a new account. I got banned for using BlueStacks because they wanted you to use their emulator that was Chinese spyware. And well, I'm not doing it. I'm not coming back. I'm not playing on mobile. I had to do it on PC. Otherwise, I'm not doing it at all. I'm not using their stupid spyware. And they banned me for 10 fucking years. So guess what? I banned them for at least fucking 15 or 20 years. Yeah, I lost you. You're all muffled.
Retard, bro. I swear.
You guys, you want to hear about some weird and weird? You might be aware of this stuff. So, did you know on TikTok they got these things called NPC streams? Anybody aware of these?
Yeah, like I was like, what is that about?
Dude, it's the worst thing in your life.
I
Oh
was
my god.
introduced. I just thought it was like a one-off. I mean, there's this there's this girl that I've been following. She's so hot. I'm not gonna fucking lie. She's like,
Oh
gosh.
yeah, it's whoring and porn to a whole new level. Like that's all it is.
I followed this girl from ASMR. I thought like, oh, this is because me like ASMR is like it's a necessity for people, I think. But some people, I guess, they don't get the tingles or whatever, like that feeling you get when somebody brushes like past you. Or it's really supposed to be like stimulating. Like it helps me relieve headaches, helps me get to sleep, helps it with anxiety, stuff like that.
Helps me to release cum so I sleep better. Yeah,
That's the other side. That's what other people say, and I'm like, oh, that kind of
yeah.
sucks. Until one of my favorite ASMR artists, I found out she was on Pornhub, and I just could not resist, man. I was like, unreal. I feel like I've known this girl for a year, and now I'm doing this. Like, oh,
It's the dumbest shit you've ever seen in your life, man. And dude,
And now it's like
it's-
you realize everybody else knows her too. No, just kidding.
dude, oh my god, these NPC streams. Like, all right, for people who are not aware, what this is, the girl, which tends to try to be cute, whatever, like, and they're using all these freaking like filters and shit like that, um, and AIs to like change them, but like, their goal is to act like an NPC, like a sim character. Okay, so they try to pretend like they have no brain, which they already have like no brain, but like they're pretending like they have less of a brain. And
Oh, dude. Wait a second. I gotta stop you. There's a bird
no,
out here that's like 6 fucking feet tall.
don't
Hold on.
care about birds or
There's a
fireworks.
prehistoric. No, there's a prehistoric fucking bird out here. Hold
It's
on.
not.
It's like a heron or something. It's fucking huge.
It's
Hold on.
literally from our time.
It's from our time, but this
I
is
know.
one of
I
the
know.
largest
I know
birds
what a
I've ever
blue. I
seen.
know what a great blue heron is, or anything like that. Like I
This is a
see them all the
wild.
time.
This is a wild one here. This is a wild one.
Yeah, we see them wild all the time in Wisconsin.
Okay, hold up.
Anyway,
How do I lost my way? There we are. Didn't take off yet. I better not get any closer.
all right. So the NPC stream, like, so their goal is to act like they are an NPC in a video game, like a sim character, where
Oh,
they have like no mind other than like to do what you tell them to do. So whoring at its finest. And what you do is you react with
hold up.
emojis. Like you say like GG or give a muscle or like show a hot dog or a pop or a ice cream cone, and they pretend to eat it. You just keep feeding the NPC,
you
and they
just keep
pretend to
feeding
eat
them money, like
it.
they're, they're like yum yum, and they're bouncing the titties, bouncing up
Yeah.
and down, like you know, just moving. Yum, spicy.
Nom nom, ice cream cone, so good. Nom nom, hot dog, oh, so good. Like
And
it's the most
I
ridiculous,
mean, I
stupid,
like
fucking
that.
retarded shit you've ever seen in your life. But it sort of turns you on. Like honestly, a little bit.
That's really weird. This fucking big fucking bird just like fucking disappeared.
Just turned you on.
Didn't hear him take off. No wing flapping. These are big birds. Went underwater, man. has a neck about 3 feet long and stands about 4 feet tall. I've seen them. They usually like hunt for fish. I've seen them nab fucking baby squirrels right out of their holes. Those
Hot dog. You
baby,
so hungry.
they slam their heads with these big beaks, bam, and just grab it in their mouth and their beaks. Their beaks about 3 inches long, 4 inches long. They're huge birds, man. You wouldn't want to get like be chased by one of those motherfuckers. Excuse the language. It's a family show.
Yeah, we're talking about porn here. Just shut the fuck up.
Porn and herons and porn.
Yeah.
Popcorn, heron, and porn. Okay, good. Oh shit. Okay.
Anyway, yeah.
I'm determined.
These NPC streams, like it is the epitome of ridiculousness. Like, like this is the only the beginning. Like this is like anime culture, video game culture, uh, TikTok culture, whatever. It's the whole Chinese influence, like of like anime and video game and TikTok and like people literally like they're way ahead of us. Like this is new to Western culture. Like, but this is only the beginning of where this is all going. Wait till the metaverse takes hold. Wait till people are wearing VR goggles or AR goggles like everywhere that they go. Like, it's gonna get just fucking dumber. But we already have this. Ice cream cone, so good. Nom nom nom. Uh, anyway, also about that, like Elijah, since you are aware and nobody else seems to be, um, I was talking with somebody else about this as well, and the argument that I would like to make is that this is like this NPC TikTok bullshit, which is being filtered to our kids, like young children, is no worse. In fact, it is no better. It is actually worse than OnlyFans. It's more degrading than showing yourself naked on the fucking stream for money. Like, this is literally just whoring out to emojis and reacting only to the emojis that they give, pretending to have no soul otherwise. It is a worse type of whoring than OnlyFans. And we're feeding this to our kids on TikTok. Oh yeah, the TruthStream CBDC thing. There's so much information that's better than what's in that video, but they hit on some pretty good points in that one. Especially the fact that most people have no fucking clue what a CBDC is. Yeah, essentially, with all the stuff we were just talking about, along with what's in the chat there, CBDCs and everything else, it's my personal opinion that we got way bigger things to worry about than the fucking flat Earth. Like, like the flat Earth might be true. It just, I don't think it's the most important thing to teach the people. We got a lot of bigger problems right now. Ice cream, so good.
What's up, man? Hope all's well with you.
Something.
Same with that, man. That falls well with you.
Things going pretty good. Busy, but pretty good. Like, I don't know. I tend to not like things overly busy, but they are. So when I say good, I mean busy is good, but I prefer things to calm down a little bit, honestly.
I like how be busy sometimes and then calm other times. It can just kind of go in waves and give you breaks.
Yeah, eventually it'll calm down, but I got some time. Like with my recent moving and job change, like and joining the carpenters union, I got a bunch of classes I got to take and shit. Like, so I'm gonna be doing like after doing an 8-hour day of work, I'm gonna be doing like 4-hour nights of classes. I'm not looking forward to it.
Yeah.
What's up, people of Flat Earth?
How's it going?
Good. So, in the other day, I was on Google Maps, and then I went to the ball Earth. But before that, it was a glitch, you know? It was not a ball. So, not that shape. Let me see the another one. It's in that link, but you have to click it. Yeah, this one. Save picture. So it was not a ball first, you know. So they wrap flat maps around this shape. I'm gonna just a second. It was like octagonal, you know, 3D.
Yeah.
So let me. I did save the picture. Where is it? Here. So it was like this. I don't know. I don't remember if it was exactly like this, but you know, it was like something like this. So it was in this shape, you know, with you know flat maps around, and then it did pop up into a ball. So that was maybe someone you know, I didn't took a print screen because it was so fast, you know, but it was interesting, you know.
Well, essentially, yeah, like as you know already, like we take our information from the ground, assuming a flat Earth, and then because of their belief, they try to wrap it around a ball. It's easiest to pick a n-sided polygon, like an 8-sided polygon, like this one, and just call that the globe. And as you refine it, you add n sides. So polyhedron or poly, right, like whatever they call it, but poly just meaning many, a many-sided three-dimensional object. But no matter what, they all have to have sides, like flat sides, in order for it to make any sense mathematically.
Like a octahedron.
An octahedron would be an 8-sided um, three-dimensional object, but a polyhedron would be the same thing with whatever n, meaning whatever number of sides you want to give it. So, like, let's say you want it to have 256 sides. That's a polyhedron.
Yeah, so you know, it was interesting because I was watching that, before it pops up out to a ball Earth. So it was interesting. So it was a glitch, but actually they are using that in their inside their.
Well, that's the only way that you could ever program it into anything. So, like, even though, like, let's assume that the Earth is a ball. The only way you could represent it in a program of any type would be to make it a polygon.
Yeah. So. Don't know if someone did print screen that glitch, but yeah, it was interesting. They don't start with a ball; they start with wrapping around flat Earth maps into this shape and then into a ball.
Well, the thing is like what they're claiming is that they're taking it from a ball and turning it into this shape, not the other way around, in order to enter it into a computer. Because a computer can't recognize it as an actual sphere. They have to represent it as a polygon. Now, you could give it a number of sides. The more number of sides, the closer it becomes to being a sphere, but it's not actually a sphere.
Yeah, but what I saw, it was like almost like this. It didn't have so many sides, but it was amazing. It was my first time I did saw that. So they are faking into a ball with flat Earth maps. Of course, those guys from Google are in the same side, as the U.S. government. And then they have to change. They did change the algorithm of YouTube to the first search you search about flat Earth, the top 20 like that. It's bullshit.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you look, we already know it doesn't matter just about flat Earth. It has to do with anything you look up. Literally anything you look up. All you get is authoritative, so to speak, sources, which are all like their first like 5 pages are all coming from one or two or three sources. It's the whole dead internet theory, essentially. If you don't know, if you're not aware of that, you should look that up. But yeah, we're being completely restricted on our sources of information to only the governmental, like ordained friggin' gatekeepers of society. If you want to get a real search result in Google, you have to go at least 5 pages down.
Yeah. And they at the YouTube they did start to demonetize many flat Earth content, and and they do monetize, like the other side, the anti-flat Earth videos, like Professor Dave and so on. And I did sometimes I did put some likes in some videos, but when I return back into that same video, the like is not there, so they they are controlling that too.
Oh yeah, just like I've done this too. When you go into the comment section on YouTube and start talking shit on, say, like a NASA live stream, when they decide to shadow ban you, you get to still post, and it looks like to you like your comment went up, but nobody responds to it. If you go and use a different account to look, your post is not being posted to anybody. Only
Yeah,
you see it.
it's the censorship at full level.
They use an AI to make it happen in real time too, in order to trigger certain negative responses or positive responses, depending on what the algorithm determines will have the most interaction with the server.
And now there are some NASA YouTube channels. People only can post if they are how you say, if you pay to subscribe that, So only people that did pay that channel can post.
Yeah, this is 1984 for sure. Like Newspeak fully enacted, like 100%. Like literally everything warned about in Orwell's 1984 is already happening. Not this, not that that's what's going to happen. That's going to be the future.
It's,
That's what's already happening.
yeah, it's already done.
They sue, companies like Microsoft for a lot of stuff, but they don't sue YouTube for that censorship and the algorithm censorship.
And now that with the AI, they're using the AI to pretend to be people, and they've been doing this for quite a while too, long before we had access to the AI bots. But yeah, they they pad results, and they make it look like real people are viewing them or liking them or whatever else, and they repost them, and it makes people in social media read it and think that it's legitimate because they have results, and they start to actually, this is how they socially engineer people. They get people to get on board with things that they never would artificially. I mean, they literally have branches of the military who this is their job, or even more rudimentarily, you got like click farms, like for people like Fight the Flat Earth or frickin' McToon, where they can like pay people to just like fake click shit and pretend they're watching it to gain their algorithm. Like that's the most like rudimentary form of it. What about the military and the government and AI and how they're able to sway results, censor people, and so on and so forth?
They even have a disinformation department.
They don't even hide it. They literally recruit people to do this shit. With advertisements saying, like, we need you.
And then we have CNN faking a lot of things, worse scenarios.
Well, I'd like to say, lucky for us, nobody watches CNN or Fox or MSNBC or ABC or any of these companies because, like, literally, like, if you look at their numbers, all of those so-called mainstream news organizations, they're dead in the water. They get beat every day and night by freaking live streamers and shit like that. They like not just by a little bit, by a lot. Uh, Hardly anybody watches mainstream news anymore, but that's why they are putting so much effort into hijacking the alternative media, um, and to influencing people through those channels.
Yeah, and I saw a few videos. They are all those channels, news channel. They are saying the same phrases. This is dangerous to our democracy, like things like that. And someone did, collect all those phrases, the same phrase, along these news channels.
Well, the channels I'm talking about are not the channels on TV like you're talking about. Those are all TV channels. Like, literally, it's next to nobody who's watching them. It's all of the alternative media, so like YouTube or Instagram, Snapchat, friggin' Twitter. These are the big ones, but all the others included as well. Um, all of the propagandists are utilizing those platforms and censoring them and pushing their algorithm in order to put them higher in the feed to influence people there instead of on CNN, Fox, MSN, ABC, NBC, like they're BBC, whatever, like, because nobody's watching those things and they are aware of that. But their job still, as in the media, is still to propagandize and control the people. And that's why we're seeing so much censorship, is because nobody wanted to hear them. They were going to Joe Schmo recording in a basement or a garage, and they were like, this is unacceptable. They have to listen to us. And so now they're pushing Joe Schmo down in the algorithm while boosting themselves in all of these platforms online. So what you were able to go to the internet and say, I can find some, instead of listening to these schmucks over here, I'm going to go and search up some real information. Now, no longer can you actually find real information online either. They control that completely as well.
Yeah, that's true. If today, if I want to search about flat Earth, Portuguese navigators, people talking about flat Earth, I found nothing on Google. I did use the chat GPT, to find some information, and I did, it gave me some names, so that's the beginning. But I have to go or to a library, old library, with old books talking about it. Donato is a silver guy from here too. I did talk to him in the other day about this, and yeah, in the at Brazil, they did learn the same thing that I did learn here in Portugal. That 500 years ago, to the Portuguese and Spanish sailors, the world was flat. So, but nowadays, that if I want to search that on Google, of course, it does. It didn't give me one name, one single name. Yeah, and there are new, text books. They did change, a lot of things.
Yeah, well, now that, and why do you think they want to make everything electronic and digital too? That way they can change and censor, like soft censor, like they can, instead of removing the book completely, they pretend like they're presenting it, but with their edits. They get to change the book, change the history, so to speak. It's completely 1984 newspeak right there.
So if for example, some old books, textbooks, were talking flat Earth, now they did change to globe, just like that. So I did so in the, on a library next to me. But I did found the word firmament. So it says dome, celestial dome, translated to English. So at that time, it was a meaning, and these times they are, trying to change it.
It reminds me of the Rage Against the Machine song where they say they don't got to burn the books, they just remove them.
Yeah, exactly. In this library, some old books they just to go to a dead archive. So yeah, because they say it's not. How you say? They don't have they are not upgraded, So yeah. Yeah, so I was thinking, so at school they talk about Magellan, Fernão de Magalhães in Portuguese, Ferdinand Magellan in English. So they teach to us that he was like a great hero, But in the reality, he was like a traitor because at that time, Spain, we are at that time, we were not good friends with Spain. So, but we did sign a treaty at France, Tordesillas Treaty. So it was like you can go to discovery land on this way, and we are going to that way. So this was sailing the oceans, navigate. But Magellan, he was a traitor because So a Portuguese navigator that goes to work to Spain, our enemy at that time. So, but they don't tell us that reality on the school. So they talk to us that Magellan did discovery, you know, the Strait of Magellan and so on, and then they say it discovered the world was round, but round doesn't mean a shape ball or spherical. So it's around like you can go around and do circumnavigation. So,
Oh,
but yeah, yeah. So
That is a funny distinction. Yeah, like they do say that's when we discovered the Earth was round.
round like, but you can, round as you can circumnavigate. But they even today they use this word round, don't to say the Earth, but yeah,
Yeah,
it found that it
a
could
pizza,
circumnavigate.
a pizza is round. A coin is round. A
Yeah,
pancake is round. Yeah.
it's not spherical.
Yeah.
So, but then the power of the search. Sorry, search. I sometimes I miss with the search and the search. Yeah, so the search, the power of the search, the popes of that
the church.
church. Yeah. So they did control this, and not only them, but even the Royal Society from UK, to hide what's is beyond this, these continents, Antarctica and the North Pole. So yeah. Anyway, and here we are today.
Yeah, it seems like a funny distinction, or perhaps like a small picking on the words, like is the way that the Glover would put it. But the way that you phrased it was good. Like that distinction between spherical and round. Like they said it was round. They didn't say anything more.
Yeah.
Uh, that's actually pretty profound if you're willing to listen.
Yeah, some heliocentric, Ocepic. So yeah, actually there is a graphic that's it's showing that Kansas is more flat than a pancake.
Yeah, we've seen that. Yeah, I've seen that article where they say that. Yeah, more flat than a pancake. Like, well, interesting. I don't trust most articles, especially stupid clickbaity articles like that, but it's still funny.
So if they didn't choose to hide the truth from us, this place that we are living, we are not talking about flat Earth because it was known everybody to everybody. So, but here we are. But every day, even at Brazil, they are waking up. I did hear that at there, many people, are waking up to flat Earth.
Well, I've heard years ago that, especially in like Brazil, Argentina, like you're part of the world there, or maybe not Argentina. I don't know, like Brazil, Portugal. No,
And even Spain, I did post them the other day.
yeah.
Let me see the link.
They're not. Portugal's totally different. What's another big country near Brazil? Like what? Like
That speaks.
that region of the world in South America.
Peru,
There's a
Mexico. Uh,
large population of people that do, like, when polled, that did believe in the flat Earth. This is already at least 4 years old. where like there's a high percentage of people, one that Globers here in America don't believe, but when polled, yeah, like people in your part of the world, we're a lot more open to flat Earth than what people are here.
Yeah, in the other day, a few days ago, I did post this. This is from the Naov channel. It's from Spain, and they are talking about the ICOR observations. So this Naov, they did their own research, even with lasers too, and they did found no flatness on water in this his YouTube channel. They have more information. So, but even there's a football, soccer team that belongs to Athletic of Madrid, and it's a flat Earth team.
You're talking about the flat Earth soccer team, where that's literally their name as a team is like flat Earth.
Yeah, I have the photo of the president. Let me see.
They're not fully professional though. They're like kind of like a AA type thing. Like they're like
yeah, second division.
Yeah.
Flat Earth FC.
Well, there was also there was a pitcher that was on in the booth, the announcer booth, talking with the announcers of a Major League Baseball game from the St. Louis Cardinals, who he was saying in the booth, he said that half of his team was flat earthers.
Wow.
He was saying that he didn't agree with them, but he said that half of his team was flat earthers. And that's Major League Baseball. That's Major League Baseball, which a lot of the players in baseball, Major League Baseball, are like of a like Spanish or like Latin descent, right?
Yeah.
So it totally fits with what I was just saying, and also what you're saying about like in the Latin world, like this whole idea of flat Earth is widely accepted. Maybe not by all, but it's not shunned like it is here.
Yeah, I was remember in Spain they did a flatcom event, like even at Brazil. I hope someday I can join with other guys here in Portugal and do a flatcon Portugal. So, of course, in these days, if you want to drive your car between we call it regions, but it's like Portugal is a complete country, but at the United States you have states, but here we have like regions, So, but if you want to go travel to another city along far away, so you pay. How you say when you are driving and you have to pay tax for that road.
The toll, a toll, is what we have. Because like we still have in between states, we have different laws, but like we have different regions as well. Like the Midwest, the Northwest, the Southwest. Like the South, the East, the West. Like so we have regions, but some states have toll roads and others don't, and when you have to pay tax on a road, we call that a toll.
Okay, thanks. So yeah, it's a lot of expensive, like traveling. I did travel like almost 500 kilometers. So it was like go and back, going back. It was like $120, just like that, to go and go back. So yeah, it's a lot of money. Just not accounting the gasoline, the gas I did spend. So it's
Wow, that's a lot of tolls. I got to tell you, 120 in tolls.
no. I did pay like $120 bucks, dollars, something
Yeah,
like that, to go.
$120 to for the right to drive on the road.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's expensive.
So it's more expensive these days. So the cheapest way it's more traveling by train, bus. Yeah, I was working, so I had to do it. But now I'm working at my local zone, so yeah. There was internet radio station from the north, like in Porto City, Um, so they did invite me to go to an interview, there, but you have to have the time and the money to go. It's expensive, So they were trying to find close by flat earth next to the city. I did tell to them, but they weren't available to. but maybe one day I can go there. It's a conspiracy, a lot of conspiracies. A program radio, So yeah, they did already talk about flat Earth and other things, but of course they always do mistakes, because they are not full in to know all the knowledge that we know today. So always there are a few errors, mistakes they do. I have seen some journalists, they did post an article at some page at the internet, but it's full of bullshit because they don't know how all things that we say, that is working. What we observe, they don't account for example perspective. They don't know. They don't talk a single word about that. So it's just in their minds they are just repeating all they have learned and nothing.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's most people everywhere. Um, Even though, like, when you go to school, you are. If you took any art classes, even in high school, you didn't have to go take like college classes for it. If you took high school art class, you were taught perspective. You just choose to refuse this knowledge. You choose to ignore it,
Yeah,
and
exactly.
it's yeah, like everybody was given at least a rudimentary understanding of perspective. They just never either absorbed it or never understood it or never like took it with them. They didn't read into it. They didn't think about it when given this other bullshit information about globes.
And I was remember I did a lot of calculations, and it was it was always according to sea level, but I never stopped to think about it. How can we have a sea level without a curve, and the curve at the same time? But anyway, so but one day, I was, of course, I did saw a few information from some Brazilians, 2015, 16, something like that. And so I saw the ice around, and yeah, so the flatness of waters and the continents there. Of course, I then went to do my normal life. But one day when I was, of course, that was in my mind, but the possibility, but one day, like half a year uh, after, or like 1 year after that, I was traveling by train from Lisbon to Porto cities, between these two cities by train. So there's a coastline that you can see almost like 1 minute or two, the ocean far away. And that time, when I was looking to the window, man, I saw perfect flatness, on the horizon. And then, man, it was so perfect. It's better when you see with your two eyes instead of looking a photo or on the television. It's so perfect. Um, so at that moment, it was the big wake up. So I know they construct these railways uh, to make it perfect level. So at that moment, so this is level, and I'm watching the ocean far away. Where is the curvature, left and right? There is not curvature, so it is flat. So yeah, many things that was one thing, to wake up. Some Globers they spend like they went to like 100 things, and they didn't
Yeah,
get it,
only need one, like for you, one personal one, like that makes like it. They're only asking for 100 because they're saying that is their burden of proof. Like they're trying to make their burden of proof impossible. So like, convince me. Like it's not my job to convince you. Go and convince yourself. All you need is one.
Of course, some they are, instead of Globers, they become anti-flat Earths, just like that, because they don't think, they don't want to think, first by themselves. They just are aggressive and dishonest, when they go grab something to defend their position. I mean, of course they do many bullshit, like Zanuck. I did post that before. He was posting this thing. Let me see. So to see the designers how they are,
We all know that Zanuck is full of many bullshit.
So I was watching this guy posting, and it was him. Now he's Zanuck 4.0, but he was Zanuck 3.0. So he was posting this, and you see, he did post that at the Earth Awakens Discord channel. And then he did post this like 10 or 20 times in the chat. And I was just looking at then I did my research, and I found out that he was just lying, because he didn't even try to do the research to find out. So let me see. So I did research these mountains, So it's the same point of view, the Mont St. Helens at first, and the background Mont St. Renier. So, at this height, you can see there is no curve, and the mountain behind it, it's not down. But what he was posting, it didn't account perspective, But he did put in this graphic a flat baseline. So yeah, and it was so it doesn't match with the reality, and I did found that. Let me see, and there's more, there's this one too. So instead of the ground, the photo take from the ground. Yeah, so you see there is no curve, and then I did went to the live stream, and someone says, "Oh, that's perspective." So I did said, "So it's perspective and not curvature." And then Zanik was in silence. But then, a few minutes ago, he did open his mic, and he was saying, "Oh, that's the curvature." And I said, "So if it is curvature, what we were posting and what I'm posting, from a high position, almost level to the first mountain, to the top of the first mountain." So when he said it's curvature, then I said to him, "So the curvature is going up." So he was debunked just like that. So he was being dishonest, I don't know if he did that graphic, but he was posting this a lot, and it was a total failure. Even there's a video you can see from an airplane. I'm gonna post the link. Let me see a second. Actually, there's three mountains there, extinct volcanoes, and that's the video. You can see it. So anyway, they are just showing to us that they don't care about reality. They just care about being honest. Like from a lower position, I can hide a mountain with my hand. So anyway, man, these guys are so dishonest. Of course, we have McDoon. Is another anti-flat earth guy, and the professor, not a professor, Dave. I did post many things in some of his videos, and he just deleted the comments. So he did ask 10 challenge to flat earths, but then people are answering, but he's deleting because he doesn't care about it. But why he did ask these 10 challenges if he doesn't want to hear the answers? I mean, just a clown. He did delete a lot. I did post some comments, but he just deleted, and I saw another people posting, and he just don't care. He's a troll guy, and of course, YouTube is paying to him because his videos is being monetized. After that interview that he gave to Dave Weiss, in the other day, I was doing a normal search, nothing to do related to flat Earth, but on the top, they the Google they did put on the top a link to that interview. I mean, the censorship is so big that they cannot hide anymore. And I saw. I don't know if it was just Jesse Gordon. I think is it name. So it was. I think he did post there a photo. It was. I think he did use a tail light from a high position, but to the water, and it was so fake. When you are looking through that lens of the tail light, I don't know. It was just bullshit. I mean, we have more high altitude photos, and there's no curvature at the water, so they try to show us curvature, but they are always failing. Of course, these days some Globers came here and they just say one word and they think they win the debate. Just saying gravity or refraction. Sometimes I said to those guys, so if you think that you are seeing refraction on the front on the water, what did happen to that refraction? When you are looking to the left and right, because at long distance, when you are looking at right and left, I don't see any curvature there. So what happened? Is the Earth a hollow paper shape or what? Their logic are so dumb. And that so when I did learn the heliocentric modeling, it was on a flat, level, on space. But nowadays they show us, oh, it's traveling in a spy, say in a vortex. I mean, and they forget to put the North Star. It doesn't work. But the when I was watching, the ESS live streams, on television, I saw those panels, solar panels. I know they are flat, straight, but at that time it was curving. Guess why? Using a fisheye lens to make it curve, and they don't have 360 degrees filming, there in space. California, Team Flat Earth. Hey, Team. And 1 month ago, I think it was Rufin, or what is his name? So he did post a link to a water level experiment. Some guy did in 1 kilometer. But when I went to watch that, so a water level use hose and inside just water. But so we had 3 points. One at first, one at middle, and one at end. So we did a 3-point water level, and what was curious, it's that the water in those vessels, at those 3 points, it was dark. I mean, so of course, when you do a water level, you cannot change the viscosity of the water, the liquid, because it will change the results, and so it was he can he did then I in that YouTube channel that YouTube video I did post a comment, and he did said, I just put dark water, that dark liquid in those 3 points, so he's fooling himself, because he was changing everything when he
But
did.
water's always level, but except for when you look at it on a larger scale around the globe, then it curves. But that we can't explain that. It's just what's happening, mate. Understand that?
Yeah,
you can do all the experiments you want with water on Earth. You will find it's level, but if you look at it on a larger scale around the globe, it has to curve.
Yeah,
Understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but in reality, it doesn't. Yeah. Yeah, and I was thinking, I don't know if he was being dishonest when he did said that guy, he did said, I just put that dark liquid in those 3 vessels, 3 points. So I was asking to myself, but why it doesn't mix with water? So and you can fill these vessels with more liquid than between them. So he's being dishonest. So one of these days, I can. First, I have to. And how did he found that road was perfect level? There, imagine that it has some declination, inclination, so it will change that observation. But one of these days I will do that. First, I have to find like one or 500 meters or 1 kilometer. Do it. I think 500 meters, one half of kilometer, it's enough. and with a laser too. And that guy Jesse Gordon, he was doing it was raining that day, so many humidity in the air. He was doing observation through the water, with the tail light. So man, with so much humidity, I mean, there are guys that are doing observations that are doing to be on the low with low humidity in there, and this guy doesn't care about that. It was I just saw that video from him. It was raining, so many humidity in there, and he didn't account for that. And then he did show his they say fishbowl tank, filming going up and down with the camera, but he did forget that he's filming through a glass container, and even glass has index refraction. Yeah.
What's happening? What are we doing?
Just talking.
Yeah?
Is that your car?
About what? What are you talking about?
That one that you did post, the license plate.
I found that. I saw that tonight, man. I was walking through a parking lot, and my wife goes, "Team FE." I'm like, "What?" I'm like, "What? Team FE?" There's a license plate. I'm like, "Oh shit! I gotta get. Hold on. I gotta get a picture of that." Anyway, thought I would share that with you guys, man. Where the hell is everybody? Shout out to shout outs. Who's out the shit. Anything fun going on today, man? I missed a lot of it, man. Working.
A few hours ago, Elijah was
Yeah.
Elijah was talking a funny moment, talking about a tall woman.
Okay. Right on.
It was a fun moment.
Elijah can talk. He's really good at it.
Yeah.
He should do more of that. Should do more of it. Shout out to Chris M, Secret Asian Man, in the YouTube chat.
Hey, who needs the biggest shout out right now? Even though there's a lot of people watching at the moment.
Besides you, bro, I can't think of anybody else.
Well, the person that made this live stream possible, because it's not coming from my computer anymore.
Oh, really?
It's coming from a virtual machine now. I've been working with you remember Republicus?
Okay.
Yeah, I've been working with him for several days now, trying to get a new. Because I'm like I've talked about before. I'm moving.
Right.
Yeah. So I can't take my computer with me. So I contacted him and I was like, can we set up a virtual machine where I can do the live stream from? And this is the first stream from that VM right now.
This is fantastic. Good job.
Awesome.
Thank you so much, Republicus.
Republicus, shout
out to that dude. He needs the biggest shout out because I'll be able to access that VM, from anywhere, and keep the live stream alive.
That's fantastic. Yeah. Shout out. Hey, if you guys haven't kicked into the Helio I'm Moving Fund, I haven't yet, for sure. but I will.
Dude, if you can, that'd be great.
I'll
I mean,
be hitting you.
there's been some very generous donations that have come in, but you know, just do what you can if you know.
Yeah, like I
the
said,
links
man,
there.
shout it out, man. You know, you do a lot of work to keep this thing going, man. And
Yeah, once I get started at that new job, after a couple weeks, when I start getting my
yeah,
paychecks, I won't even have to worry about money anymore.
exactly.
But I do right now because I'm moving and
Oh yeah, it's
haven't
all
worked in a couple weeks, you know. So
right.
I actually kind of need some right now to help me get there.
You got to get some beers. Fuck's sake, man. People, come on,
Oh,
take some
sure.
beer money in.
Well, it's just like I already booked a Motel 6, which is right next to where I work, and so I can. I mean, it's a weekly rental, but it's $300 a week.
That's not bad.
It's not too bad, you know. So whatever, but it's right. I can call an Uber and it'll take me to work, you know, whatever. But anyway, I won't get
You
into
don't
all
have
the
a car?
details of that. No, I don't. No, I don't.
What? You don't have a car right now?
I don't have a driver's license, you know, either. So.
Oh, okay.
I mean, that's a bigger issue and another story for another time.
Gotcha.
And that's why I want to go make this money so I can fix all that. Anyway. And for the most part, it's not because I drink a lot. That's some other issues in the past. I haven't had a driver's license in freaking a long time, 10 years.
Wow.
Well, we don't have to talk about it.
Yeah. No, man, I just want to help
but
you.
Yeah, I just happened to find this Motel 6, and I'm like, hey, $300. All I gotta do is show up, pay, and then I can. And you know what's really cool? You know, I might have to Uber there, but a lot of people. I used to where that exit where the Motel 6 is. That's the way people. That's the way people that I'll be working with go to work. So I probably won't even have after I talk to a couple of people. I probably won't even have to pay for an Uber. Yeah, they'll just pick me up. At the exit.
Exactly, man. I always loved that, man. When I didn't have a ride, man, and I was working with some guys, and they're like, "Oh, I'll pick you up." And I'm like,
well, it's just like I worked for this company for 9 years. I've already talked to several people that are still working there. So I have friends there. So it's not like I'm going to be like, out in the wind or anything.
Yeah, it's going to be great. It's a great move. I'm going to send you some money here.
I'm still freaked out though. It's like, what the hell's gonna? Yeah,
well,
still freaked out, but yeah.
Anytime
I mean, the generous donations that people have already given me, that's really going to help me through the next few weeks, and I won't ask for any more money ever again.
Well, you never know, but dude, the
PayPal link is still going to be there if you want to donate. I'm never going to deny anybody to donate some money.
Right. But that's it's not what we do around here. But when our media host has been running live streams for fucking years, says, "Hey man, help me out." Everybody needs to fucking kick in a little something. That's
and when I was like the platform we're streaming on now is not the one that I've been streaming from the entire time. It took me time to contact Republicans and get all this shit worked out, and it's not perfect yet, but I was listening to you guys on YouTube, everybody on, so it's pretty much almost as smooth as it was, when we were streaming from my desktop PC that we usually stream from. So
sounds absolutely. I thought it. I don't know. I was listening right before I came.
You didn't even notice the difference, did you?
No, not at all.
yeah. That's coming from Ohio.
It's awesome. Well,
So
good job.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, shout out to Republicans, man, who helped me with this, and he's going to continue to help me with it. And so we're working together to keep this live stream going.
Yeah, man. The live stream needs to keep going, man. Without that, man, it's hard to get new people in here, man. But is it going
No,
to?
I mean, it's a live stream brings a lot of new people in
Are
here,
you
but
still,
I mean,
are you,
but
are you
whatever.
still going to be able to do the Rumble at the same time?
It's happening right now.
I see that it's happening right now.
Okay, yeah, that's from the VM too.
Oh,
dude,
shit.
I already know how to do this shit. That's what
Fucking awesome, man.
I told you.
Shit.
So anyway,
That's
and
fantastic.
we're on D Live and Odyssey as well. So
Oh.
and Twitter. So
dude,
yeah, it's the same. It's pretty much. It's not the same stream. It's not like a clone of my old computer. That's what I was asking. You know, when I contacted Tom, I was like, bro, can you help me? You know, with a virtual machine. And I was like, just give me a naked new install, because he has like a, I guess I don't know if you would call it a server farm. I don't even know what his system looks like, but basically a server farm. So he hosts virtual machines that people can use from anywhere or whatever, however he does it. I don't really
That's incredible, man.
know about all that, but he's still a member here, but he doesn't join very often. But we've talked privately a lot before, even before I asked him about this. I hadn't contacted him in a long time. You know, once I got this job, I was like, man, I can't take this freaking computer with me to the hotel and try to live stream over Wi-Fi. It's just not going to happen. So I contacted him. And I was like, man, can we? Because he'd done it before I got that PC that everybody's been listening to for the past few years. Before I got that one, there was an intermittent period where he did it was essentially the same thing. He created a virtual machine, and then it was like limping along through that. So yeah, this is our first video from the new virtual machine that Republics and I created. So
it looks the same, man.
But it took me all freaking day to get that to almost look exactly like it.
It almost looks. It's a little.
It's a little different, but yeah, that's all right.
The aspect ratio is off a little, but it looks the same.
Well, and we're streaming. You know, it was max 720p, so now we can go 1080p if you want to watch it on your TV. It's going to look better on your television if you want to watch it.
Yeah, I probably need it. Yeah, I can stretch it out. Yeah, it looks good, man. Good job. That's a lot of work, man. Fuck. It's a shitload of work.
Anyway, I just wanted to let everybody know that so once I get to Little Rock, live stream's still going, and it's not going to, it's all because of Republic he's we're working on this as a collaborative effort. So I mean, he doesn't come in here very often, but he supports what we're doing. So awesome.
It's fantastic. All right, man. Nobody new in here. Watch it.
Yeah, I didn't let anybody know because I didn't know if it was going to work until it finally did today. I was just like, after I worked on it for a while, and we were working together, and I was like, all right, so yeah, just I was like, give me a naked Windows install, and I'll figure out the rest. And he was like, can you do that? I was like, hell yeah, I can. And so he did that for me, and I signed it on my Google accounts and OBS and everything that I needed to do, to make it almost exactly the same as it's already been happening. And that's pretty much what people are listening to now. So this is the first run, and I might have to make a little more adjustments, but it's pretty much we're just gonna continue.
Working, man, on 5 platforms, for fuck's sake. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's working.
That's some bandwidth.
Well, it's just like what I told him about it. He was like, I don't know if it's gonna work. It's like, bro, just give me naked Windows and I can make it work.
All right.
Just give me a brand new install of Windows and I can make it work. He just messaged me. He said, glad it's working as you need. He probably doesn't even know that we're talking about him right now, but he just sent me a message. He said it's glad it's working.
He's in the chat. He's clapping.
Oh, is he? Awesome. Yeah. Shout out to Republicus. Everybody.
Yeah, make sure all the
him a shout out.
Everything seems Rumble's working and YouTube. That's the only 2 I'm on. I don't know anything else about the rest of that shit, but Shout out to those people too, man. D-livers, get your ass in here. If you're listening, hit that link, man. Come on in here, man. Tell us about the Earth. Come on, talk to us. Talk to me, baby. It's a slow night. If you're one of those people, man, that's like, I don't want to jump in. It's too busy. I don't know what's going on. Tonight's the night, man. Jump in, hit that button, join the VC. Let's hear your voice. And then you just hang out for a little bit, man. No pressure.
Yeah, I just wanted to come in and say that, and a lot of people didn't know, that we're actually streaming from a different, and there's no reason you should, because I didn't mention it until, it was gonna work, and it's working. So, boom. But I do have to go.
All right, man.
Other shit to do. Thanks, everyone that participates. I produced the live stream, but y'all motherfuckers make it happen. Like I say all the time.
All you motherfuckers make it happen. Get your ass in here and make it happen, people. Come on.
Oh, yeah.
Don't be shy. Shout out.
Yeah.
Shout out to the making it work, man. Make it work. Fuck's sake, man. Let's make it work. All right. I probably took a little while to put all that shit together. Nothing's easy, man. Nothing's easy. Flat Earth Discord, 24/7, man. Join the VC, man. Join the VC. Or don't. Whatever. We'll just keep rolling along here, man. The 13 people out there on the YouTubes. And there's 9 people out there in Rumble. 9 rumblers. 9 rumblers, man. Excellent. So, yeah, I haven't heard much about this TikTok shit that's been going on that everybody was real hot on, man. I just can't do TikTok, man. I'm a TikTok cuck, man. Ain't happening. It's just it's like Facebook it just drives me nuts. It's like, if I look at Facebook more than like 5 minutes, man, my head starts to hurt. There's something in there, screen refreshing or something. I don't know what it is, man, but it screws me up, man.
Stop the cap.
Stop the freaking cap. But yeah, it's a wicked platform, man. And TikTok's super wicked weird, man. It's great, man. You get out there, you want to get some more people. You guys kick ass. I'll support you. I haven't seen a lot of TikTokers coming in here. So proof is in the pudding. It's all about driving people to here, from what I understand. You're out there promoting whatever and talking to people, and then you need to be pointing them here so we can interview them properly, see what's up. That's the whole reason for this server, man. That's why, you want to take a deep dive into Flat Earth, you want to debate, you go over to Geos, man. Or, one of those guys. But if you're new to this shit, this is the place to go, man. And so if you're out there listening, you're new, talk about Earth, pick up the phone line, give us a call, man.
Oh my.
Give us a call, man. Call in on the 800 hotline, man. Cost you nothing to click on that link, man. Cost you nothing. Isn't that cool, man? Yeah, I mean, at some point, man, they'll start, just like with Google Hangouts in the beginning, man. I knew it was too good. I'm like, this is too fucking good, man. We gotta get rid of this shit. It's too fucking good, man. We get 10 people on a panel. We're all sharing screens and playing videos. It was just like wicked cool, man. New people coming and going. And We were running 24/7 hangouts, live streams on YouTube for years. It was all through Hangouts, and it was all free. And one day, man, it's no longer free. And that was kind of a bummer, man. This place will not be free forever as well. At some point, man, somebody's gonna buy this thing and fucking charge everybody $10 a month to use it or some shit, right? Yeah. Or there'll be ads everywhere you go, like Facebook. Like when Facebook first started, there was hardly any ads, man. Now you can't go like, 2 posts and there's an ad, and 2 posts and there's an ad, and there's an ad, and there's another ad. It's a shit show, man. And they'll turn this into a shit show at some point, man. Like Discord's going to shit. But it's still good for now, so enjoy it while you got it. Because every good thing that's free, man, they always find a way to charge you for it, man. Always. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, in the beginning of the internet, man, there was all these companies coming out. Free internet, you can get free internet. You just have to deal with the ads. It's free with ads. So yeah, that's a shit show. Yeah, eventually find a way to charge us. Yeah. Advertising. Just buy a bunch of shit you don't need, man. Occasionally you buy some shit you need, but it's good. But on the mainstream shit, most of it's crap. There's some good herb companies. Different people make good shit like guitars and stuff like that. But if it's a good guitar, it kind of sells itself, man. Work too hard to sell them. Just let somebody play it. Don't buy it. The way it works. So yeah, good luck with the TikTok thing, man. I won't be joining in on that fun. Uh, you guys are great. I haven't seen all the effort that people are putting out on TikTok, man. I ain't seen a whole shitload of people coming in from TikTok, but maybe I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. I want to see some more people coming in here. That's all. So bring it on, man. Ring it. Ring the bell, man. Click the link.
Bruh.
Click the link, bro.
That's the guitar from Music Guru.
It's a Guru's guitar. Yeah. That's
Yeah.
great, man. That's absolutely fantastic, man. That is one hell of a beautiful looking thing right there, man. Yeah. That ain't cheap either, man. It's like $3,000.
Wow.
So I could build you one of those, but it's $3,000. Take it or leave it.
What matters is it's the sound, right?
Yeah, it's just beautiful. It's the Les Paul body it's got like the Telecaster pickup on the bridge. It's got the Bigsby bridge. It's totally sweet. Then it's got that beautiful humbucker there. right by the neck. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh my. I love the color too. It's just beautiful color, man. That very nice.
At the background, the back side, flattered man.
Yeah, it's Alex's little studio, man. He does a lot of music in that studio. He's been doing some kick ass shit, man. Fantastic.
Secret Asian man is asking, "Were you a guitar tech?"
Luthier. Yeah, I'm a luthier. Luthier. Yeah, man. I built all this shit, man. Yep. I've done it all. Anyway, yeah, that's cool. Good stuff there, man. Good stuff. Yeah, I work on everything. Violins, cellos, bass, guitar, piano, harpsichord, harps, auto harps.
I love the sound of harps.
I do guitarons. Yeah, I do them all. Yeah, luthier. It's a fancy name, man. Very fancy. Anyway, it's just like anything in life, man. You do it thousands of times, and you really get to know how to do it. Yeah, whatever you go out set out to do in life, man, you just do it a bunch of times, and you'll have it down. Whatever it is, it's a repetition of learning. You just go through it. You go through it, and you learn, and you make mistakes, and you learn, and then it's just keep learning, and then you learn not to make mistakes.
I was reading that Chris did post. How you say in English, gargles. They put these gargles statues in
Yes.
castles. So actually, I did hear in the television the other day it was a television from Spain. Actually, they said the term that word comes from the French, and it is not related to the statue shape. It is related to the sound that is coming through those holes. The noise of the sound, the wind that passes through those noise. So it was the term gargles.
Gargles.
It comes from the noise of that comes from that holes.
They probably put that shit in there intentionally, man, when they built it. So when the wind blows, gargles, right? Gargoyles.
Yeah, something like that. So to fight to fight the enemy, make fear.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
that's what they say, man. Yeah, that shit's everywhere too, man. It's crazy. Anyway, Earth is bitching. Hey, do you guys watch John Levy? Anybody?
John Levy.
He's like a
guitar guy.
No, he's a
John Levy.
He's a flat earther, but he focuses mostly on them.
Yeah,
we call it Tartaria shit, I guess.
I think I did make this.
He said,
yeah,
melted bricks. Yeah, he's Tartaria guy. Yeah.
I didn't
he's
know.
Also he's a Starfort guy, man. He's got fucking Starforts. There's so many fucking Starforts, man.
I did hear him. He's a drummer, right? No.
I don't think so. I don't know. Maybe.
I think I have a friendship with him in a Facebook, but it was like 1 year or two ago, and
he just did last week. He did a thing on star forts, and he's like, "Hey, check out this little island called Malta."
Malta. Yeah.
The whole fucking thing's a giant star fort, and then there's a bunch of star forts inside the star fort. Like, I'm like, oh fuck me, man! The whole fucking island is a star fort. It's crazy, man. It is. Whoa! What blew me away, man. But he put the list of all the star forts. He was just scrolling for like 5 minutes, man. Going here's a list of all the star forts, and by each country. It was hilarious. Anyway, Secret Agent, man, give him the link to that, man. There's the link to his YouTube channel if nobody's checked him out. But his last one was pretty funny, man. But he's a rare, cool breed out there, man. In the midst of a lot of confusion out there, man. Is he adding to it? I don't think so, man. He goes out, he gets his boots on the ground, he's looking at stuff. Is he speculating? Sure, sometimes. He'll admit that. He just says, this is what it looks like to me, man. He likes to take those old buildings and go, let's see who built this building, and it's some dude, and he built the thing in 1 year. And you're like, what? That whole fucking giant building was built in 1 year? All our super killer architecture, and you're like, fuck off. He's like, nah. And there's, and the whole thing's done, and then it's just dirt roads everywhere around it, right? Like, let me get this straight, man. You built this kick-ass building, but you didn't want to do the road? What's wrong with the road, man?
I did post this, let me see, day 26 of October last year. No, 2021. I did post these two links. Let me see. This one and this one. It's the same city.
There you go. Yeah. Isn't that stupid? What the hell, man? There's star forts inside that star fort. It's pretty wild.
There was water, but nowadays they don't have water around.
Right. It would have been like a little channel of water going around, right?
Yeah. Maybe they did this to avoid, some mosquitoes. But anyway, they can put water. And
if the water's moving, you don't get mosquitoes. The water has to move.
Okay.
You don't get as many mosquitoes, man. Anyway, that would be cool. Wow, look at that, huh? That's insane, dude. That's fucking insane, man.
This was here to, it was.
Holy shit, that thing's huge, man.
There's this one, and there's other castles.
That's as big as like downtown Los Angeles, man. Look at that shit, man. It's fucking crazy.
It's like a little village, something like that. But now it's a city.
It's a fucking city, man, with farmland on the outside.
Yeah, many vines. They have many vines. Yeah, vineyards. Yeah, to wine.
Look at that. This is a nice little drone flyover, man. It's pretty sweet.
This was to defend from the Spanish.
Defend. Okay.
There are other ancient old castles along the border, through.
Look at that shit, man.
Between Portugal and Spain.
That's cool.
And every year they do a historic recreation. People came from Scotland and UK. Those uniforms, old military uniforms. They came here and then
They do
Portuguese.
they
Yeah,
do a recreation of like the war or some shit.
yeah.
Oh, fuck off!
And yeah, so people
Hate that
they came
shit.
here, and even Portuguese they go there to do when they do recreation in the UK
That's
and so on.
hilarious. Yeah, yeah. They do that same shit here with like the Civil War. You know, in America, they recreate the war with actors and shit. It's like, so they're using catapults and heaving fucking cows up over the wall there, man. Dead cow.
In the old times, yeah. But there was a
Dead, rotting
side.
cows.
There
Let's
was a
fling a couple of those at them. Okay, that sounds good.
there was one side that they couldn't get in, but I don't know if it was someone did pay to someone, but because it was the biggest explosion did happen on where the ammo, the
Holy shit, man.
the pulver, the all, how you say, the ammo, the munitions. So that location, it did happen a big explosion. So I don't know if it was inside job or something. Someone did pay, and that was the only way that they went in at that time.
Fascinating.
Of course, last year I did a job like a watchtower, looking for wildfire forest fires.
Yeah.
So and these towers, they can see the location I am now. The tower here through to this location is 40 kilometers.
Yeah.
40 kilometers, something like that. And there are other towers, and I can see 40 kilometers to one side and 40 kilometers. So it's like almost like 100 kilometers I can see to sideways. At least half sorry 50 kilometers at one side and
Yeah.
other side I can see. So yeah. And these towers, there are a few towers that are in the top of the mountains, but mostly they are at ground level.
That's awesome, man.
The one I was, it was like not so tall, just 3-4 meters maximum.
Oh, wow.
So it was I think it was the lowest tower, but I could see far away, many kilometers, and even through Spain, mountains that belong to beyond the border of Portugal. So there were times that there were in hot days, the summer.
Yeah.
Just because it was a blue sky, blue sky day, but
Right.
because of the hot, there were times that I couldn't see those mountains. It was like
Right.
a white haze,
Yeah.
something like that.
There's too
So
much disruption. Yeah.
yeah, so
I
yeah,
get it.
when there's a lot of hot days, the visibility,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
yeah,
It becomes
it
limited.
changes.
What's up, Timbo?
Timbo,
Hey, bro.
Timbo, how are you?
Yo,
How's it
Yeah.
hanging upside down, man? How's that feel? What's that like, man? Talk to
yeah,
me.
good man, good man. I don't know it any other way. So
Oh, that's true.
upside down is normal to me.
That's weird, man. That's so weird.
Yeah, it's
I get it.
everything's relative. Don't you know that?
Reality. So it can be and not can be.
I wrote that in the song. I wrote that in the song one time.
The same level of existence, right?
Yep. It was E equals MC squared. It's all relative. I think I wrote in my song or something like that. What a fucking idiot I am.
I've been at school this week, so today we're doing scratch, just brushing up on some laser leveling and stuff, and
Yeah.
yeah, going off a datum point, which is called the Australian datum height, which is average sea level around Australia. Which is, if you know, we have thousands and thousands of kilometres of coastline. So sea level is exactly the same, apparently, the whole
At
way around.
all,
Who would
at
have
all of
thought?
them.
Fuck.
No shit. That's weird, man. What a weird thing
It
to
works
know.
there.
Hilarious.
We live on a ball, but we have the same datum height all the way across the country.
According to sea
Yeah.
level.
So
Yes.
that's your 0 point, man, right there, man. That's 0.
Yeah, I'm just curious.
Market.
Good evening, everybody. I just got home from work, so I'm checking in a little late. But what is the highest elevation that's recorded in Australia? I don't know. I can look it up, I'm sure, but I'm just kind of curious.
10,000
Mount
feet?
Kosciuszko. So, no, it wouldn't be anywhere near that.
I thought it was 10.
Mount
1,000
Kosciuszko.
feet.
Oh, feet. Oh, okay,
Feet.
maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, you going? I know you going the meters thing, man. Go for it.
Yeah. I'll have a look because the name of the mountain's hard to spell. So.
And also, what I heard you were saying that you're living upside down. I just saw something pretty terrible online. I'm not going to go into all the details of it, but I have to a little bit to explain it. There was a guy that was going spelunking, and he got trapped in a particular part of a cave, and he was trapped upside down for a while at a certain angle, and apparently there was like cardiologists that had to come in because they were saying that like the blood was going to rush to his head for a certain amount of time, and then after like 10 hours, humans cannot survive after that. You just go into like cardiac arrest and something terrible like that.
Really?
Yeah,
that's interesting. So all those guys floating around in the ISS, they should be dead. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not going to make any claims, but you can look it up online on different kinds of like the American Heart Association and things like that. You cannot stay upside down for very long because your body cannot handle it.
Oh wow, 0G would be a problem. I'm just saying. I'm just thinking that out loud. Hey, we got 7,300 feet tall. This is the tallest mountain in Mount Kosciuszko. Anyway, get a little bit of snow up there, man. You can go skiing a little bit, right? Be nice. 7,300 feet. It's not bad. It's pretty high up.
And something else I've been waiting for someone to do in Australia, and I know Australia is like what? It's like 2/3 the size of the U.S., roughly, something like that, is for them to actually do a north-south like drive and actually document every single mile that they're driving, and then do an east and a west. Because I'm also waiting for someone in the U.S. to do that properly, but I think we've done that a lot over here, so it's a little more accurate.
Okay. Timbo's gone east-west. I know that. Oh, here you go. Oh, he's back.
You there?
There you go.
The reason I'm saying that is because obviously on the FE map, it's not completely accurate. Australia is very different from what they're showing us on like other maps, like the Mercator map and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
So the problem with those going east, west, and north, south is there's no direct route.
Right.
Right. So over here in the U.S., we have two highways that go from east to west.
10 and
no, it's the northern one is Highway 80 that goes from like San Francisco through Reno and then all the way over to like Pennsylvania and that kind of area. And then we have Highway 40, which goes from like the Los Angeles-ish area, and then goes all the way across like New Mexico, Texas, and Arkansas, and then
Chicago.
No, that's Highway 40. That's in the southern part.
You
It
said-
avoids a lot of the Rockies. And I've driven across the country 3 times, and I've been on both routes. But I don't know any north-south route that goes from like Canada all the way down to like southern Texas, for example. I've never done that.
No, they're all fucking all over the place. Diagonal shit.
I just posted the highway system.
Yeah.
Yeah, just now.
Dude, I cannot believe there's not a single road going right through the middle, man. What the hell's wrong with these people?
Oh, because it's there's big deserts across there, so
Yeah. So what?
or you can't build a road on the.
We build them out here in the fucking desert all the time, man. What's the problem?
Yeah.
We got the Southwest out here, man. It's big, man.
Yeah. So that's your most direct route from Darwin to Melbourne. So you got your top point straight through the guts of Alice Spring.
Yeah.
Goes straight down to Adelaide, and then Adelaide to Melbourne. So that's your best north-south route.
Right.
And then your east-west is probably the one that goes from Sydney
to Perth,
Sydney,
right?
Adelaide, and then up to Port Augusta, and then across to Perth. So there's no direct routes.
So what's in the very center of that where there's really no main roads? Is it just all like outback and stuff like that?
Yeah, you know when they say with the Big Bang that something came from nothing?
Okay.
Yeah.
That's where it came from.
That's hilarious.
Right. Yeah, because I've heard like really a lot of people in Australia, because there's only like 25 million people or something like that in the entire country. It's like a real small population.
Yeah.
And a lot of people have like really, really large yards, like huge amounts of property, because there's like so much of it that's not being occupied.
Yeah, a lot of people own cattle. Kind of, we call them like cattle ranches. Yeah. So, but these things could be like 5 million square kilometers or something. You know, like ridiculous like that. But
huge, right?
Yeah, in the cities, it's everyone's just got normal sized blocks, I suppose, and there's people live in apartments. Yeah. So
just normal size, 10, 20, 10, 20,000 square foot property with, 3-bedroom house on it.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, I get it. That's where I live. Smash them all together, I call it, man. Fucking.
I'd say like
I'm in the McDonald's house, man. A lot of people in these cities live in McDonald's houses, man. No yard. They smash them in. Fucking 10 stories high.
See that bottom right hand corner? You've got Melbourne and Sydney.
Yeah.
That's probably between Melbourne, Sydney, Newcastle, and Brisbane. So that bottom right hand corner, that's probably 80-90% of the population live there.
Which still isn't very much. There's more people here in Silicon Valley than that.
Exactly. I mean, there's more people in San Francisco than.
Well, actually, San Francisco is not as populated as a lot of people think it is. San Francisco is part of the greater Bay Area, which is like Oakland, San Jose, and
same with Los Angeles. We got, people say, we got 15 million people in Los Angeles. I'm like, no, dude, it's kind of spread out, bro.
Yeah, I mean, San Jose down and Oakland have more people than San Francisco, but San Francisco is way more disgusting.
But people just when you just tell people San Francisco,
all right, I got a question for all the people in Australia. Why the fuck haven't you guys invaded New Zealand yet and just taken over the island? It's a joke. I'm sorry.
Well, they had they had a really fun president or PM during the Coco era. She was great and really just for the people, man. She was really for the people. It's
Yeah,
really
she deserves to be
Wait, you're
hung.
talking
And
about like Horsemouth? That lady?
Horsemouth, yeah, Horsemouth was and Dingle Dong she had. But
Yeah,
anyway,
she's got a dick.
that she was just like every day I was like, what is coming out of her mouth, man? What the hell is that? It was weird, man. It just was so weird, dude. Anyway, not that, Australia's PM was any better. That guy was a fucking
he's a
cuck.
dude.
That guy was a fucking doofus cock too, man. It's
He
so
didn't have
all of them
have a
are doofus cocks, man. I mean, you
yeah.
can go back to any
How,
one of these.
Well,
how
look
guys,
at who we have right now. We had
how
a
are they?
fucking geriatric guy that's like on borderline dementia running
Exactly.
the country.
The rest of the world's like going, what the hell is going on in America? What the fuck? I thought these
This is
people were
senior abuse. What we're doing to this guy. We should just let him just live his life and like
senior abuse.
Yeah.
That's the second time I've heard that term today, man. Yeah, that's what it's called.
They should have
Yes.
never put him into office, but they're doing it for some sort of political, like espionage or something
Yeah.
weird is happening.
Fucking deep fake shit. I don't know, man. It's weird. Anyway, enough of that. So traveling across our lands that we all can travel across, they make it. It's not easy, It's not. There's no straight lines, like dead ball straight. But they did a good
Yeah.
job. They did a good job laying all the roads here in America, man. I thought they did pretty good.
Yeah,
I
and
don't know about-
this kind of goes into like the whole like 15-minute city thing with electric cars because of what's
Mhm.
going on around here. I mean, I see so many Teslas now, and I mean, I live down the street from the main Tesla factory in Fremont,
Exactly. Yeah. I mean,
and
yep.
there was someone that was just talking about this. It was on a Strange World, with Mark Sargent and Karen B.
Oh, did you catch that tonight?
Well, sort of. I mean, I was at work, so I kind of have
Okay.
to, play catch up to it. But, anyways, they
I'll
were
catch
saying
you
that it was
later.
only a 4-hour drive according to like the directions, like for Google Earth or whatever the fuck.
Mm-hmm.
4 hours, but it took them 11 hours
Yeah,
because they
right.
had to constantly stop for like refuel or to
Yeah.
recharge and stuff. And there's like
Yeah.
a line at the recharging station, which takes
Oh,
like
I've
3 hours just to recharge.
Yep. Yeah. Oh, dude, I have a friend that's Tesla. She went to Vegas. It's 260 miles from her house or whatever. Took her 8 hours. If I leave my house, at 10 in the morning, man, I'm in Vegas and, 4.5, 5 tops.
You're down in LA?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I was stationed in Ventura a long time
Okay.
ago, and one day I decided to get my buddies together, and we're like, "Yeah, we're going to Vegas," and then we got on the
Yep.
405 at the wrong time. It was just like
Uh,
a 50-mile parking lot for
yeah.
yeah,
That you
terrible.
gotta pick your times. You're going to Vegas, man. You got to pick the right time.
But as soon as you get on the
On
15,
a
you're good to go.
Tuesday,
Yeah.
morning, or it probably took you longer to get through the 405 than it did to get you all the way to Vegas.
Oh yeah. Oh, and this is kind of a sad thing, but it did strike my family in a very bad way. My younger cousin Julia, who would probably be in her early 30s right now, she
Yeah.
passed away from a brain tumor. So we had a whole bunch of family, and she was only 12 at the time. But anyways, we had a whole bunch of family come from all around, like the country, to come to the
Right.
funeral and all that. And then my cousin Mandy and her husband and her 2 young boys were driving back down to Death Valley at the time.
Oh boy.
And yeah, they had to get on on I-15 for just a short little while. And some psychopath that lost all his money in Vegas decided to get on a head-on collision with them, killing
fuck.
all of them instantly.
Holy shit, man.
Oh yeah, there's a memorial out there that we went out there and did for her and everything. And so you got to be careful when you're on I-15 because there's some people that'll lose all their money and they don't give a
Yeah,
shit.
they get all fucking stupid and they want to kill themselves and
And they
don't
take
give a
out
fuck.
other people with them.
That makes sense. Be careful on the roads, man.
I'm not trying to be all morbid about it because I got lots of flat Earth stuff to talk about, and I can add to it. I've done all my own tests too, so.
The American Southwest is an amazing place, man. When we talk about Death Valley, we talk about Vegas, Utah, Mexico, and Arizona. And a lot of that shit's pretty damn fucking flat, man. I'll tell you that, man. There's a lot of mountains too, but down in the valleys, man, this shit's flat for hundreds of miles. It's crazy.
Yeah, in which state do they say it is? Is it Kansas? They say it's flatter than a pancake. I can't remember if it's
Right, but
Kansas.
it's like the third flattest state. Apparently, Florida's flatter. I don't know. There's some other ones, maybe Louisiana's flatter. Yeah,
Well,
there's
if someone's never been to Utah before, to go out to the Great Salt Lake, Salt Lake City, to go
sure.
out to the Salt Flats, that's a really weird, interesting place to go to.
Yeah,
If you're arachnophobic, don't go there in the summertime. There is a shitload of spiders out there for some weird reason.
yeah, I wouldn't be doing that. No, it doesn't look like a fun place to be in the summer, man. Maybe the spring, not so
But
much.
that's where, Ben from Taboo Conspiracy, he's gone out there during the winter quite a bit.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And he's done a lot of tests in different lakes and stuff.
Oh yeah. A lot
And
of
yeah,
yep
very, very flat.
lasers and lights and yep. Did you see his latest one, man? His last
I watched
one?
about half of it and then I had to get going. But yeah, it's very, very good.
Very good, dude.
Like 18 minutes long or something, right?
Yeah. 19.
Yeah.
And yeah, I just sat down, clicked it, went, oh fuck, here we go. I'll watch this. And man, I was sucked in, and yeah, there should be a huge shadow on the clouds from the Earth curve. Isn't that interesting? Fascinating shit, man. Something you can test on your kitchen table. Don't trust us. Whatever you do. Right on. Speaking of taboo, we got taboos in the
Yeah, the thing I like about Taboo Conspiracy, Ben from Taboo Conspiracy, even
Yep.
though I'm not considering myself Mormon anymore or even religious,
right.
But he is, which means he has a certain level of like honor he's holding to himself, his family, his community, and the public when he's doing these kind of videos. And he also has a PhD in law. So
right.
He's putting himself out there. So there's no reason I would ever think that he's being dishonest. Even if he's wrong a little bit here and there, he's at least being honest to himself and everyone else he's doing videos for and about.
Yeah, he's extremely honorable. I had a friend who did a radio show with him years ago, and he just said that dude is so crazy awesome. I'm like, right on. So yeah, anything he puts out, I'll go watch the whole thing, even if it's like 2 hours or whatever.
Yeah, I think I heard a rumor he might be coming to Flattoberfest in October, which I'm going to be at.
Which I think I would suspect him to be there. It's not that far of a drive, you know.
Oh yeah, from Salt Lake City to Vegas, that's probably only like from San Jose to Vegas, it's probably not that bad.
5,
8
6
hours maybe.
8 hours tops. Not that far. It's not far. It's less than a day's drive.
But it is more difficult for people. I think
he's got
being
family.
Mormon. I think he has like 5 or 6 kids, so it might be a little more of a challenge. So
yeah, he's got the whole family and everything. He might not make it, but he's not on the list of people who are coming. But there's a great amount of list people coming, man, that I would love to just say hi to, man. Say thanks, Jason Lindgren.
There's a bunch of people that are coming from Europe already.
There's UKers coming, a bunch of people that I'll probably never get a chance to meet again. So I'm not.
I was very lucky. I was on the Melodome a couple months ago. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with that with with Austin. Yeah, awesome Flat Earth channel. Lots of puff kind of discussion. But anyways, there was this young couple, probably in their early 30s or so, that are from the Netherlands, and they said that they were coming out, and I think Karen said they were like the first people to buy their tickets, and they're coming all the way from the Netherlands.
Yeah, I mean, Vegas is a destination city, man, like none other. I lived there 4 years. I really kind of got a vibe for it. That how people come and go to Vegas, man. When it's like no other place you can go, man. It is absolutely wild, man. And it looks good on video, it looks good on paper, and it really is impressive when you actually are there. You're like, holy shit, I can go see like some Rembrandt painting over here, or I can go catch a roller
Or rent a
coaster over
doom
there.
buggy, or go to a shooting
Super.
range and rent a machine
Yeah, I mean,
gun, or
it's a million things to do, man. And it's 24/7. It's not like any other place that I've ever lived.
and
Or
you're allowed to drink like open alcohol on the
oh
strip.
yeah, I mean they'll sell you a beer right on the street, and you're just like, yeah, man, okay, here we go. And yeah, they got it figured out, man, and they know how to party people up there. It is Sin City, it's called. So enjoy yourselves. And
Who sang that song? Sin City? I can't remember who it was.
oh shoot, you're pulling my brain cells.
A
Stop.
bunch of bands have done a cover for that song since. Oh my god, it's gonna bug me until I find out. But yeah, it's a great song. It says like my father was a gambling man. My mother was a tailor or something like that, and he sold his soul to Sin City. I don't know, the lyrics or something like that. But yeah, I mean, it's also if people have never been there, like, oh, I have kids, I can't bring them there. Bullshit. Yes, you can.
I mean, they went full Kid City. Yeah, I mean, it's crazy, man. Find that Sin Cities.
Yeah, the band I was talking about that I like quite a bit, it's like a metal band, Five Finger Death Punch. They did a cover of that song.
Okay.
Yeah, they do it really, really well. And for people that have never been to Vegas before, I haven't been there in a long time.
Yeah.
Like about 20 years now. Oh my god, it's been a long time. But
oh, you ain't gonna recognize the place, dude. I guarantee you that.
Well, they were still trying to build out into the desert, like around the mountain areas.
Oh, it's
and
all
I've heard.
built out,
Oh yeah, it's completely filled in now. Apparently,
it's completely filled in. I used to go out Red Rock Canyon hiking, man, and once we got on like 93 and got past Decatur, I mean, it was the end of the freeway basically. We would get off, and it would just be like a little road going for like 10 or 20 miles. But now that 10 or 20 miles is just filled full fucking houses. Crazy.
Yeah, and I do remember when I was there, just being at like Sam's Town, where we're gonna be, where the festival's gonna be, or certain areas like that. That was like on the edge of Vegas, when you can like see all the way out to the mountain line.
Yeah,
and I can still remember that, and it was flat. You could see fucking for miles and see the bottom of the mountain line.
All the way over to like Nellis Air Force Base, way out there, man. It's all flat.
Well, there's is it Travis Air Force Base, or there's another one, right?
Nellis?
I think there's two of them, isn't there? Something like that.
I only went to the one, so I don't even know. Nellis.
I don't know, but I mean, I can go there. Damn, I should have thought about that. I can go there and get a fucking cheap ass hotel. So if you got like active military friends or retired military, something like that, and you want to go on vacation, just hit them up. If they're near a military base, like in Vegas, you can get like a really nice room there for like $30 or $40 a night. If you put it in like reserve ahead of time. And it's just like a luxury hotel room in Vegas, but it's on a military base.
Yeah, it's out of town a little bit. No problem. Hey, yeah, it should be a good time, man. I'll definitely be coming out and checking it out. I'm trying to work all that out, but I'll be there.
Yeah, and I talked to Karen about it. I called into one of her streams and was like, "Hey, how are the ticket sales going?" And she's like, "Oh, very good, but I think she still needs to sell some more because what she does for all the presenters is she pays for their travel and for their hotel rooms and stuff.
Yep.
So that can be a little expensive in some cases. Plus, I think the venue costs like $5,000 or $6,000 to rent.
Oh, at least.
Oh yeah.
My wife used to be an event planner. I mean, we would rent out all kinds of crazy shit, and she would send me out there to help set it up and tear it down.
Yeah, I had a girlfriend that was she had an associate's degree in event planning, and then my cousin has almost a master's degree in it, and it's crazy how much money you can make if you're doing it right.
Well, you can make money, but just the amount of work that goes into putting it together is it's unseen work, man. There's 42 phone calls, there's 10, 20, 200 emails. There's you know.
Yeah, but if you're making $50,000 for 6 months of work, that's not too bad.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
like what engineers make, and they're kind of behind the scenes too.
But my wife never made the 50 grand, but the people that put together the thing made 50 grand. Yeah, sure.
Oh, and Karen B, by the way, a lot of people are like, "Oh, she's making so much money." Nah, she's not making as much as you think she is. And I don't give a fuck if Karen makes $1 million off of it. She deserves it.
Yeah, absolutely. Anytime you want to put together this kind of an adventure, and yeah, she won't make anywhere near $1 million, but she might make 50 grand. I hope she
No,
makes
I
it.
think she makes like 10 to 15 at most.
I think she
Because
might do a little better on
well,
this
I mean,
one.
she might make. It depends how many tickets are sold, but
Exactly.
either way, I don't care.
But I think it's gonna oversell, man. That's my prediction. What do you think of that?
Yeah, well, the first
think
100 tickets were on sale for like $100 off,
Right.
and I bought mine the very first day, or like for a day and a half or something. So I got mine a little bit cheaper, but either way, I've heard that she's got like I can't say for certain because she doesn't really disclose this stuff, but she has over 300 tickets sold already, and
Yeah.
she's trying to get up to like 500 to 600 or
Dude,
so.
think of, a lot of people do shit last minute, and yeah, I think it's gonna sell to the point where she's gonna have to close the doors, man, and say, "Sorry, man, you guys can go hang in the parking lot or whatever." Man.
No, I think she said the venue can hold like over 1,000 people because it's like the largest one that
We'll
like
see, man.
auditorium that they have.
You got to remember, man, LA is close, man. It's easy. There'll be a lot of LAers, man, coming in for sure.
Oh yeah, I'm coming with like our Bay Area Flat Earth crew.
Yeah.
And, there's like 6 or 7 of us coming.
Yeah,
together.
I probably know right here.
Those are just the ones that I know of.
I know at least 27 people that are going.
Oh wow!
From here, from SoCal. Yeah, fuck yeah. There's a shitload of people coming.
And which city are you in down there?
I'm near Disneyland.
Oh, Anaheim area. Okay.
Mhm. Yeah, and then, but I know all the LA people, man, and they're all going. I asked every one of them, like,
Well,
I'm going.
if you're not familiar with it, Karen has the Flat Earth Festival Telegram group that's like for carpooling and stuff, and a lot of people are in there that are in SoCal from like the LA area that are looking to carpool there. So you might want to. I'll drop a link for it in Telegram if you are not aware.
Yeah, I'm not on Telegram. I tried it a while back, like 2 years ago, and it wouldn't fucking load. I downloaded everything, and then I don't know. I just had a problem, and I just gave up. But
Oh, okay. Well, I'm just saying that there's a lot of people in the LA area, LA-ish area that are looking to carpool.
Cool, man. I know I'm going with at least one buddy, and then a new perspective. You guys may know that guy, but
Has to be here Sunday.
Probably get Sonny up here, man, to hop a ride with us too, as well. So there'll be maybe 3 of us going. We'll see.
Yeah, with as expensive as gas is right now, it's probably a good idea.
Yeah, man. It is super crazy expensive here in California. I had my nephew just came back from where Helio lives over there in Arkansas, and the highest price he saw was $2.99. It was the highest price he saw. I was like, damn, I could go for some of that $2.99 shit. It's like half
Yeah, I
price.
just filled up my tank yesterday, and it was $4.79 a gallon. That was the cheapest I could find.
Yeah, it's like $5. I remember growing up and meeting people from the UK, and they would be like, "Your gas is so cheap here, man. We're paying like, back then they were paying $5 a gallon. It's equivalent." I was like,
Yeah,
"Damn."
well, they pay it by the liter instead.
Right. But I mean, now they're paying like, I don't know. I think it works out to like $10 a gallon what they're paying over in the UK.
Yeah,
Right
it's
now.
something like that. Yeah.
It's fucking stupid, crazy expensive.
Yeah, I heard something else London has is they have something called a what's it called? A congestion tax. So like if you're
Yeah.
driving your car from outside of London into London, like you have
Yeah.
to pay an extra tax, just sort of like if we're driving across like a bridge or something around here.
Toll
And-
road or some shit. Yeah.
Yeah, like a toll road, yeah, but it's just called a congestion tax.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, they figure any way to get you when they get you. Um, there's, at some point, man, they'll charging us for Discord, man. Believe me, I was saying that earlier.
Well, there's
Some
premium
point.
Discord, isn't there? Where you can pay for it?
Maybe there's
Yeah, I don't know.
premium YouTube. I know that.
Yeah, fuck all that.
I hate commercials, so I pay my $11 a month, and just fucking pay that bitch.
I can show you how to get around that and never
I
have
know
to pay.
people. They're working a backdoor thing right now that will. Yeah, that's gonna come to an end. The backdoor thing, man. They're working it out. They're close.
All right, well, I mean,
We'll see. Yeah, I just
for
hate
now, it
commercials.
works.
It definitely works. Yeah.
And the fucked up thing is that Google owns YouTube, and you just
Right.
get the extension off of Google for it's called a YouTube ad blocker, and it works perfect. I've never had a problem with it. So it's
Yeah.
like I don't know. I know how to read the code and stuff for it, and it seems to work just fine.
I use that too. Ad
Yeah.
blocker.
Well, I have like 6 ad blockers, so I never see pop-ups or anything.
It sucks we have to have ad blockers, man. It's fucking sucks, man. That they want to advertise that much shit, man, constantly. They don't give a fuck what it is. Well, they'll take your money, man, and most of it's crap,
Yeah, that's why I quit my cable subscription like 5 or 6 years ago. I was just tired of watching commercials.
Yeah. 1995, man. I think 94. I just was living in this house. Wife left me. I'm like, it's like hanging out with my bros, enjoying the freedom. And I just got so sick of the television, man. I just had him. Literally had the guy come out and cut the fucking line. I go, cut it. He goes, dude, if I cut it, man, we have to come back out. I'm like, just fucking cut that shit. I was so pissed at the mainstream media. It was ridiculous, even back then. The commercials and everything, man. Television's such a shit show, man.
Yeah, and if you listen to some of the really early like radio broadcasts and like when TV first came around, commercials were still there, like right when it came around.
Oh yeah, they knew this shit. They gotta
like when they did like the War of the Worlds presentation by was it Orson Welles or
Orson Welles, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think they still even had little pauses in between that for like, and by the way, brought to you by
Fuck off.
Trojan condoms or some shit, whatever. I don't know.
Whatever they're selling. Yeah.
Brought to you by the Globe.
The Globe, yeah.
Even though that was before NASA.
That was a big space reinforcement kind of a psyop for sure. I mean, it was I think it was a litmus test, is what I thought it was. looking back on it now, I mean, I remember growing up as a kid, all of my parents and their friends would always talk about it. You remember that? That was really creepy. And,
Oh, absolutely. I mean, because people,
and
I
they
mean,
all
they made a
bought
movie
in.
about it afterward, and some people killed themselves because of it.
Yeah, but it was like a litmus test to see how much shit could they throw out there and people would buy.
Well, that's what the last 3 years I think was going on too. Is they were just trying to
That was the culmination of War of the Worlds and all the other shit we went through for the last fucking 70 years or whatever. Yeah.
Well, I mean, if I was in control of the entire world, running a massive government or something, I would probably be doing the same thing. I'm going to see how fucking dumb people are and what I can get away with.
Yep.
Just how far I can take it.
I've said it in here 100 times, man. I'm like, if I was an evil fucking psychopath, that's how I would have done it. They're fucking geniuses, man. Yeah. That was amazing, man. We all lived through it in the last 3 years, man. Like, what the fuck is going on?
And my dad has a really successful friend, because both my dad and him own a lot of real estate, like for rental properties and stuff.
Right
My
on.
dad's buddy Pat was telling my dad, he's like, yeah, just keep increasing the rent until people start moving out. Then you know when the rent is too high, and that's when you need to freeze it. So it's the same thing with the government. You push it to that certain level, and then as soon as people start to like revolt, that's when you know to back off a little bit.
Right. Do you think that's what happened? Do you think they're backing off right now?
I think they're changing directions, but yeah, I think they're backing off. Yeah.
They call it the Overton window, man. Where let me ask you this, Andrew, man. If I went to a party tomorrow and walked in and I didn't know anybody there, and I stood up and said, "Hey, man, the Earth is flat," or I said, "Hey, man, that whole thing you guys were worried about for the last 3 years was completely fake," which one would get more flack?
Oh, well, I think the Overton window. I think you'd probably have to explain that to people versus the last thing that we just experienced was completely fake.
Can I bring up, hey man, the last 3 years have been a complete fucking fraud. I got 100% proof. And by the way, the Earth's flat. Which one, they would just call me nutter, or would they? How many people would you think would go, fucking, you're right on, bro? Like you guys.
I think more people are on board with the fraud of the last 3 years than they're on board. But everyone that's on board with flat Earth, I'm pretty sure, is aware that the last 3 years was complete fraud.
Yeah.
So
that, I don't know. I even asked Mark Sargent that question when he was out here. I was like, dude, man, which one, And he's like, dude, yeah, if you bring up that last 3 year shit, they're probably going to jump you more than.
Oh yeah, Mark Sargent. He just said on Strange World he's going to do something a little bit different this time. At Flattoberfest, he said after he does he's opening for the presentation, the first day,
right on.
And he said he's going to be just setting up a table underneath, with a umbrella over him, and he's just going to sit out there and just talk to anybody that wants to come by and talk to him for like every single day he's there. That's what his goal is.
Wow, yeah, that's smart. I mean, I've been to two meetups with him. Three meetups. Anyway, yeah, he gets bombarded with just people coming up to him. It's just, might as well just fucking put up a fucking booth and, yeah, I'm right here, man. What do you guys want to talk about?
Yeah, I'll walk up to him, shake his hand. I mean, I've spoken with him. I've sent him emails and stuff like that, so I'm not going to do that. But I'll walk up to him and shake his hand and maybe give him a fucking a joint or something.
I've had a couple meals with him, and what an interesting cat, man. Is he right about everything? Of course not. Nobody is. But man, he's fun to talk to about, especially when we can talk about shit that we can't talk about online. That's
he was the first person. I mean, the first time I came into this Discord channel, I was being asked like my history of it, and I had to explain over the course of like about a 20-minute, explanation that in I heard in 2015, Mark Sargent, he was on Coast to Coast AM late at night and talking about how there's no real pictures of Earth and how gravity can never be proven and all that kind of stuff.
Right.
And until I had heard him, and I didn't know who he was,
Right.
but until I had heard that, I don't remember hearing anything about flat Earth until I was
No.
like in elementary school. Like when they were showing these pictures of Columbus, like trying to sail off the edge of the Earth or
Of
something.
course. Yeah, the Kansas album. Yeah, that one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was all that kind of stuff. So when I heard flat Earth, and I was like, but Mark was so eloquent and well spoken about it that I had to. It didn't leave my mind. And then from that point, I had one of my students come up to me. Oh yeah, the Earth is flat. Then I had another student like 6 months later tell me that. Oh yeah, the Earth is flat. And I was like, oh, what the fuck? Finally, I just had to look into it, and it's the thing that keeps me on board with it is all the nonsense that I've heard from everyone that goes against it.
Yeah.
They're just fucking lying, or they're
Yeah.
stupid.
Yeah, well, we've seen a shitload of that in this place, man. Oh my goodness. It's been a fucking Niagara
Yeah,
Falls.
and as I've always said, even if someone did show me a real picture or proof that the Earth is indeed spherical, it still
Right.
wouldn't prove to me that people went to the moon, that satellites are real,
Right.
dinosaurs ever existed, and
Right.
that there is no God.
And star forts were for defending your property.
Yeah, and all that kind of stuff. It's like, okay, the Earth is a sphere. You guys were right, but guess what? You're still wrong about everything else you're talking about.
I don't know. I mean, the whole star fort thing, man. That's a great subject to bring up at a normie party. If you go to your sister's kid's birthday party and you're hanging out in the back and you're like, "Hey, what's up, man? You ever heard of this thing's called star forts, man?" Just hit them with that or Tartaria. Those are pretty safe. But star forts are an interesting phenomenon. The other interesting phenomenon I find is ghost cities. Oh my goodness.
We have one down here in Southern California, or sorry, in the Southern Bay Area. We call it the Sunken City. I mean, we actually have. We also have the Winchester Mystery House over here too, which I've driven by many. I've never been to it though. I need to go.
Oh, dude, you gotta go, man. You gotta go.
Yeah.
Anyway, ghost cities is always like a fun one. I bring up, man. My buddy, he's like a big salesman for Caterpillar. I'm like, hey, what's up with these ghost cities, bro? Why are they building all these fucking cities? Nobody's living in, man. I mean, they're huge cities. I mean, they recreated the entire city of Paris with the Eiffel Tower, and nobody's living there. What's up with that? And that makes people snap out of it, a little bit. They're like, "You're kidding me, right?" And I'll bring it up on my phone. I'll go, "Dude, there's the whole goddamn city. Nobody's living there. Weird, huh? Don't you think?"
Yeah, I wonder if some of that. You remember, like when when Obama was a president and Detroit, like all of the car manufacturing areas were just like going out of business, having
They're
to
all
be bailed
gone.
out.
Yeah, they're all
Yeah, and then
bailing.
all these neighborhoods were just basically becoming abandoned.
But
I wonder if
that's a
yeah.
different story, man. Than
Well, I mean,
actually,
maybe they became ghost cities, though. I mean, I don't know.
no, these cities. Well, it could be. It's a good question. But I mean, they look brand new. I mean, the construction. I mean, in some of the buildings is still going on. But yeah, I don't know, man. Weird, interesting stuff, man. Ghost cities, bro, man. Are you
Yeah, I
kidding
don't
me?
know who's doing that because I've worked in construction for a very long time as an electrician, and I've done every form of construction you can think of,
Mhm.
and I've never worked on or heard of anyone that's worked on in one of these ghost cities. And I did
Yeah.
that in the military, and I've done it on the civilian side as well.
Well,
So
most of them are in China. I think I saw some that were in Turkey, but the big ones, all the big giant ones, were in China. So cool stuff. Anyway,
yeah,
gets people to think, man. Whatever gets people to think outside of their box that they're in. Yeah, man.
all right. Well, I got to go AFK and use the restroom and all that kind of stuff for a little bit.
All right,
So
man. We got
I'll be
some.
around. Yeah, someone else hop in.
We got a newbie. No rolls. It's a repeater. Repeater. It's the repeater. I can't undo them, man. So Chris can help me out, maybe. I think he can unmute them, but I don't know if we do that right here in the live stream. Don't know if we actually. Some people do. Some moderators don't. I always loved the VC check-in. Thought that was safe. I got burned a couple times. It's all right. But the idea was to check them in. All right, you have control of your mic now there, repeater. It's the rep eater. You there. Can you unmute your microphone? That would be great. That would be great. If you could give me those TPS reports, that would be great. That would be great. No? No reports coming from. Thanks, Chris, for doing it. All right. Conspiracy's the only one that's unmuted. Conspiracy. All right. It's just the dude show for a few more, man. Then I got to go to bed. So you guys can talk about all this great stuff that we talk about around here. Star Force to curvature, man. Damn.
Yeah, and I'll be back in maybe 20 minutes or so. So if no one else is hopping in and wants to just shoot the shit about something, any weird type of topic, flat Earth, or as long as we're not going to go into like, you know,
medical or
stuff that's off limits.
Medical or political, stay away from that shit. With a 10-foot pole, man. Stay away from that shit.
Oh yeah, I gave up on politics a long time ago, and I used to be like hardcore into I'm a conservative and all that. Fuck all that.
Yeah.
I gave up. It's like I don't give a shit anymore. It's pointless.
I left that shit in the 90s, man. Nah, you guys work that out, man. I'm gonna go over here and hang out with these people.
Well, I started. I'll give you a little background on that real quick because I was in the service in the early 2000s, you know, for the Iraq invasion and all that kind of stuff. And
wow,
one of we were in the chow hall, and one of our master chiefs was he was looking up at the TV, and it was something like on, I don't know what news channel it was, and it was just talking about like the news that was going on in Iraq at the time, and we were there in Iraq in Ramadi, and everyone was just looking at it like, what the fuck, they're lying to the public. That's not happening here right now.
Right.
And that's when the master chief, he was just shaking his head. He's like, when I retire, I'm never watching TV again. I was like, I didn't know what that meant at the time, but now I totally understand.
Yeah. I'm like, oh, fuck, I can't watch that shit again. Yeah, man. You've seen the movie, the documentary called Wag the Dog.
I have I have it downloaded, but I've never watched it.
With Dustin.
Everyone tells me I have to watch it though.
Yeah, it's a documentary, man. You check it out.
Well, I mean, it's a movie that's a documentary, right? So it's
I know it's a movie, but it might as well be a documentary. Same with Idiocracy. That's a documentary for sure.
Oh, that one is. Oh my goodness, it's happening.
Mm-hmm.
It's stupid.
Happening, dude.
How good it is.
It's happening for the last 3 years, man. I've watched it twice, I think, just to remember, hey, this is where we're fucking headed. How can we stop this, man? Please.
Oh, I bought a Brondo t-shirt.
A Brondo t-shirt?
Yeah.
It's got electric lights.
It's what plants crave.
Oh, man. Yeah, that was something else, man. When I first saw it, man, I'm like, nah. I mean, it was a long time ago, and then watching it in the last 3 years, I was like, oh shit, we're getting really close. It's like
And
one
don't forget,
store to shop at. There's a
yeah, Mike Judge is the one that made that video, and he's the one that created Beavis and Butthead.
oh, there you go. Just make them fucking stupid. Let's see how stupid we can make them.
Yeah.
Let's take it over the top, stupid, man. Yeah, and it's like, whoa, man. The shit we saw was so stupid over the last 3 years. It's just like, what the hell happened, man? My goodness.
Yeah. Speaking of all the stuff over the last 3 years, you have to go to theendofcovid.com. It's coming out, I think, what is today, the 18th? I think it's coming out in like 3 days or something.
Yeah?
Yeah, and
Yeah.
it's got like,
Yeah. I think I've seen it on a couple threads here or there, man. Somebody was talking about it. So.
yeah, Jaron actually had them on for one of his streams. It was like a short little, like 1 hour stream.
That's probably where I saw like a headline.
Yeah, it's two guys that are hosting it, but they have like 100 doctors that are going to be just coming out. I mean, and you know about a lot of them already. I don't have to know them.
Yeah.
But
most of them.
It's going to be 21 days long. And yeah, it's total. I'm going to buy it. They're only asking for $77 to own it permanently, but for the first 21 days, you can watch it for free. But I'll probably drop them a couple $100 just because of the amount of effort they're putting into this.
Yeah, I'll watch it and decide. I don't know if I'll go 200, but I might 50 or 100.
Well, I mean, you don't even have to give them any money. You can give them like $10 if you want.
Exactly.
They're asking for 77. There's probably a very specific reason behind that number, but either way, I'm not wealthy, but I'm also not poor, and I give out over $1,000 in tips to different streams like every year. So, I mean, where I can help out, I do.
Yeah, I probably give like 300 for depends.
Right, and some people can't afford it, so they don't give anything. But,
yeah, it all works out.
It is what it is.
Oh, it'll all work out. Man, any chance anybody's going to go out of their way and try to wake people up to different topics and say, hey, man, this is another way of looking at this topic. And if you're not a virologist, man, good luck. But I had to become one, and it was really, really something I didn't really want to do, man. But I went out of my way and I learned and I studied and
Oh, you're a virologist?
Well, no, I had to do the online classes. It's not accredited exactly, but I did the online classes for fucking 3 years. And I was like, is that how it works? Okay.
Oh, okay.
I see. And I just had to learn everything there was to know about where that particular profession came from and how it all became about. And what's it all about, man? Just like Earth, man, no different. We figured out Earth is this. They told us it was that. And we're like, hey, man, wait a minute, time out. What? So, yeah, there's some stuff with the Earth that's not true that they taught us in school. And there's a bunch of other stuff when it comes to, other things on Earth that are not true as well. Isn't that interesting? I call it to the micro to the macro, man, because it's on both scales, man. Because legitimately, we see lights in the sky, but we can't really do a whole lot with that. We can put a telescope on it. It looks cool. Okay. Same with a microscope too, man. You look under there, man. It turns out you can't see certain shit that supposedly exists. Same with outer space. There's a bunch of shit out there that exists that we can't see, like black holes and black matter, and all kinds of crazy, kooky shit, man. Black gravity. Yeah, they got shit coming out of their asses over there, man, with the sky. And it turns out they also have shit coming out of their asses under the microscope. Yeah, isn't that something?
Yeah, and something I learned about like microscopes and electron microscopy and all that. There's the other thing called spectroscopy, which is just the red shift, blue
Red
shift of light.
shift.
And that was around way before anything was being discussed about how far away it was in the sky, because spectroscopy was originally used in chemistry in like the 1850s or something like that for really, really small things. And even today, I got a buddy who's got a master's degree in chemical engineering. He's like, yeah, we still can't prove that. It's a theory, but so this nonsense of how they're going to be using parallax and stuff in the sky. Oh yeah, because of spectroscopy, the red shift, blue shift, because of Edwin Hubble, and it's just a bunch of nonsense people are believing in because they love Star Trek and Star Wars and Battleship Galactica, and they're stuck in this nonstop like paradigm trap of fantasy.
Battleship Galactica. Boy,
I've never seen that. I'm just using it as an example because that was something on TV.
I never saw it either, man. But Richard Hatch was one of the stars in it, and my wife was doing some events and shit. Anyway, he was one of the speakers. I got to go to lunch with him, and this is long after this show had ended, many years after, and he would still go to like Star Wars conferences and set up a booth and charge people to get his autograph or whatever. Thought that was interesting. Anyway, Battleship
That's
Galactica.
such a huge scam. How people just get famous and then all of a sudden they just show up somewhere and be like, "Give me $100 before you can even see me."
$50, I'll sign your whatever. $100, yeah.
Well, I mean, don't forget, like William Shatner claims that. Oh no, was it William Shatner? It was Buzz Aldrin claimed that he brought like some coins,
all
like
this
nickels and
coins
pennies,
and like
he was selling them for like $1 million a piece or something like that.
Yeah, some shit. Yeah. Remember that? Oh fuck yeah.
Oh, the biggest scam. I mean, I would, if I actually went to space and I knew people were going to be buying that kind of stuff, I would sell I would sell my hair.
Right.
That hair was in space.
My hair was in space, dude.
I'm blowing my nose on a napkin and be like, yeah, that was in space.
Yeah. my DNA is on the moon. I left my poo-poo there.
99 bags of it.
I'm gonna sell some of my poo-poo. That's how ridiculous it could get, right? Hey, you know what? I shit on the moon, and you want some of my shit? Because my shit's the same shit that's on the moon.
Okay, well, something else to consider with this, and I know a lot of people have heard this already, but in case people haven't gone through the technical stuff. Okay, so from the time that they put on these spacesuits, allegedly, they had to eat and drink something, right? Then they get into this alleged rocket that's going to launch up, and then it goes through all this rigmarole, and then they get onto the moon, and they're still in the same spacesuit, and they haven't eaten anything. What, in 2 days? Or drinking anything in 2 days? Because I don't know if they actually had any water bottles inside of those spacesuits. But yet they still have to shit and piss from the previous meals that they've eaten and drinking. And then they have to get back into it after that in some sort of remarkable, impossible feat of engineering. And what do they just come back and they're just like completely disgusting, like dehydrated and starving? Like,
no, I don't know what the fuck they ate. They had they had Tang. They drank Tang. Fuck. Everybody knows that. They had Tang.
They were drinking that in the meth tweaker shelter that they were allegedly.
Yeah. The fucking homeless tweaker shelter.
Yeah.
Of course. Shout out to Flat Earth Asshole. That was an excellent one. Anyway.
They had a meth lab in that thing for certain.
It was a meth lab. Tweaker shelter. There you go. So yeah, the whole poop thing and the piss thing. I guess they had diapers. They had this plastic bags, man, that they would tape to their asses so they could take a dump. And then as far as in the suit itself, I think they were wearing diapers of some sort. I'm not sure. I remember a video years ago going into all the pissing and the pooping on the moon landings.
Okay, so I've fasted for like 3 days,
Mhm.
and I still had to go through like bowel movements and stuff like that, even though I wasn't eating
Right.
anything.
Yep. Yeah, my
So
buddy would do it all the time. He said, "Yeah, I'm shitting out the inner, skin of my intestines right now." I'm like, "Oh, that's wicked, bro."
yeah, it hurts for the first couple days.
Yeah.
I've never gone more than 3 days, but apparently when you get to like day 5, you start feeling really, really good. But
Yeah, there's a hump, man. You got to get over for sure. All the
so the
big lines.
astronauts, I'm sure, were just training with all of these like
Yeah, we're training on
these Buddhist monks that were fasting for years and stuff, and or they're complete fucking liars.
That's the other option.
Yep, and I'm gonna go with that one.
I go with that. And when you were talking about somebody hanging upside down for a couple days and how everything was going to be fucked up in their system, yeah, yeah, that would be the same thing as floating. I think you would.
And by the way, I don't want to bring it out because I don't really like watching this stuff very much. I don't like horror movies, and I actually I don't even watch war movies anymore. I'm done with all that just because I've been to war. I've seen what happens when someone gets blown in half.
Right.
And it was a documentary. It's not too long. It's called Buried Alive, about this cave in Utah somewhere where a whole bunch of spelunkers went down, and this one guy who considered himself an expert, he got
Yeah.
stuck in between this like really tight crevice, but he was at like a 45-degree angle or something, and they tried to rescue him for like many, many hours, sending down professionals, and eventually they said that there was just no way he was going to live. So what they ended up doing was considering the cave to be an unsafe spelunking area for the public, and they already considered him dead, and they sealed it off with concrete, and
Yeah.
now he's down there. So I mean,
I'm
it's
thinking
a pretty horrible thing to even consider, but
it's pretty wicked, man.
yeah, and they were talking about if you're upside down for a certain amount of time, like all the blood like moves from your legs through your heart, like into other parts of your body where it's not supposed to be for extended periods of time,
Right.
and you just go into like all these different kinds of like cardiac arrest and strokes and seizures and
That
things like
makes sense. That
Yeah.
makes sense. Yeah. If you understand the circulatory system, it makes sense.
I'm not a doctor. I'm just kind of repeating what they were saying, but it does make sense because a lot of other people that are professional, like rock climbers and stuff, will say the same thing. You can only stay upside down for so long, and
Yeah. Get lightheaded.
yep,
And then blood's going in places it shouldn't be going. So yeah, man, it's interesting to do the comparison with that and this supposed floating around in space capsules. Yeah, that would. Yeah, I think there would be a big problem with that. Big
well, when you live
problem.
in Narnia, you can just do anything you want. It's like, oh yeah, well, blood just goes anywhere you want it to.
We can go
Because
anywhere
Harry
we
Potter's up
want.
here with us.
Shout out to Jana, Alarctic, 87. One Big Pond. Two Hitties out there. All right. There's people out there on the YouTubes. Nope. Nobody's out there. Shit. God, zillion years. Flat Plains Drifter, RH. SGT Rock. All right. That's it. There's 19 people out on the YouTube hanging out. I like to shout out the YouTubes because a lot of them don't come in here. So, but they're always out there.
Yeah, some people just like for me, right before I got home from work, because I work like 12-hour shifts, afternoon to late evening, and I was gonna go on my evening walk, and I was like, I'm gonna go ahead and hop into the Discord for a little bit and shoot the shit. But otherwise, I would just put in my earbuds and have my phone with me and just listen to whatever's available, whether it's live or not. And I think a lot of people are like that. They're just kind of in the background, or some people are just not even paying attention at all. And it happens.
And they just got it on and they're working or whatever. I do it all the time, man. I'm cutting wood or whatever I'm doing, man.
Yeah, and one of the cool things I like about stuff like this, even though I'm speaking a hell of a lot at the moment, is that other people are actually just being active and having a conversation that's intelligent and respectful. And that's what I think a lot of people want to listen to, rather than, this turning on like FM or AM radio and like every 5 minutes having to hear like a mortgage commercial or a fucking like here's your new type of Viagra you need to buy or something.
Some lawyer or Viagra or something. Yeah, some stupid shit.
Some just nonsense bullshit. That's why I haven't turned my radio on in my car for 5 or 6 years. It's just, I turned it on one time because I was in gridlock traffic and I was trying to find out what the fuck was going on.
Yeah.
So I turned on like the traffic report and I couldn't find anything out, and I turned it off in like a couple minutes. So.
Tanayan?
Yeah, my favorite commercials are the commercials for the lawyers that you need because the Viagra had bad side effects.
Yep, that's it. There you go.
They always give you different ones too, based on what state you're in and all that. It's just like, were you in Hurricane Katrina 20 years ago? Well, by the way, you might have mesothelioma. Call our phone number now.
Right. My best man died of mesothelioma, and his widowed wife got $250,000 because he died from asbestos. He worked in an asbestos factory.
Oof. That's too bad too, because I was exposed to extremely high levels of asbestos.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if I have it, but I don't think I do.
Dig this, man. My friend, my best man, he's like, the nickname for the factory that made the asbestos was called the Dust House. That's what all the workers called it. The Dust House. And it was a dust fucking everywhere all the time. And back then, man, when he was working there, they didn't give you fuck all for protection. So.
Yeah, and something to take into consideration, if people have worked in construction, different states banned it in different times, but it was back in like the late 70s.
Yeah.
They were using asbestos as the insulation inside of attics and for insulation around pipes. Which
my house is built in 74. They say there's some asbestos in there, but I don't know. I don't know if I believe it.
If you're going to be going into a house to, like, as an electrician, if I go into a house to do like some wiring up in the attic and there's asbestos up there, I tell them that I'm going to charge them like 10 times the price.
Yeah, that's a scam.
Or they have to do something called an abatement, where they have to bring like a hazmat team to actually remove it all. Because I will not do that anymore. It's pain. If people have never had a sinus infection before, going inside like a really dusty, dirty attic or a crawl space or something, it's the most painful thing I've ever had to experience. Like to the point where like the very first time I contemplated like suicide because of how the headache that I had was like beyond. Oh yeah, wow. I wanted to put a fucking bullet in my fucking brain.
Damn.
It was that bad.
Damn, dude. Fuck.
Sinus infections. Anyone that's ever had one, ask them. They'll tell you probably the same thing.
Yeah, I've been fortunate to. I build instruments or whatever. I'm doing a lot of sawing, sanding, shit. I try to wear like a N95 mask or.
Yeah, but when you go inside attics like that, where there's very little oxygen supply, and you're trying to breathe something
sucking on an N95
oxygen supply,
Yeah, it's not fun, man. It's 100 and fuck all in there, and you're like, fuck, I can't. I don't know. I wear glasses, so my shit would be steaming up. Fuck,
Yeah,
I get it. You know. So yeah,
but
you gotta choose your dangerous occupations, man. And
well, I mean, electricians, we make pretty damn good money, especially when we're doing side work. But when someone
absolutely,
says, "Oh yeah, by the way, it's June or July, can you come in my attic and do a little job?" I'm like, "Yeah, do you know how hot it is in your attic right now? It's like 195 degrees up there."
I'll book you for January. How's that sound?
Yeah, and then they're like, "Oh yeah, why are you charging me $200 an hour?" I'm like, "Because you go up there and fucking do it, asshole."
Exactly.
Fucking
It's $200 an hour, man. Get over it, people. I'll crawl around in there at 140 degrees. Yeah, okay. Where's my water bottle? Fuck. Here we go.
Yeah, the other thing about asbestos is it's actually a really, really interesting material because
Oh
it's
yeah.
extremely flame retardant and flame resistant.
Yeah.
And it's a really good insulator, but like for electricity and for like heat, but it's extremely caustic for our health.
Yeah. But it's just like anything, man. People go, "Hey, man, you shouldn't smoke," and I'm like, "Well, you shouldn't stand next to a fucking diesel truck that's pouring out fucking shit, fucking tons of diesel every day." You know, I work at the docks. You know, like, it's around these diesel trucks all day, but you know, we shouldn't do a lot of things, but we do things because you know we have to, and we got to get. You know, this is the way it is, man. I mean,
Or they're just fun. It's like
I had this instrument come in. It's like from 1930. It was full of rat shit, and I was fucking, you know, I just had to be the guy that put the and suck all that rat shit out of there, man. I'm the guy, you know. But that, you know,
that kind of reminds me of Mike Rowe in Dirty Jobs.
yeah, yeah, exactly, same thing. You just got to do what you got to do, and you go out there and you have to stand in, you know, knee deep shit to get it done. That's what we do when you're in the,
Yeah.
you know, the
Oh,
trade
and by the way,
business.
I got to meet Mike Rowe a little tiny bit when I was I grew up pretty much in a bowling alley since I was like 7 or 8 years old until I went
Wow,
into the military. And yeah, Cloverleaf Bowl, Fremont, California. And then
sweet.
one day, Dirty Jobs contacted the bowling alley because it was like a super popular like bowling alley. And before and they Dirty Jobs contacted the bowling alley, and they were like, "Yeah, come on by." And the bowling alley made sure that we were cleaning everything like to the best way we possibly could. It's like,
Yeah,
no, they want to see some nasty, dirty shit in a bowling alley, but they didn't want
right.
to show that on the fucking like Cloverleaf. So it was like really fucking clean. It was like, what's the point of this episode even? So
I heard that Mike Rowe's a fucking opera singer. Did you know him?
I do not know anything about that, but
I swear
yeah.
somebody told me that like years ago. I was like, get the fuck. And I think I looked it up and it was like, oh no shit, man. Yeah, it's like a fucking opera singer. I was like, that's strange. Anyway,
But yeah, I mean, there are some legitimate parts of Dirty Jobs where they definitely were not trying to be clean about it. Like
right.
the worst one that I think I've ever seen, and obviously everyone has their different opinions about it. There was these people that were going through like forensic studies for like how quickly like bodies decay in certain types of temperatures and stuff, and they were taking pigs and they were like burying them in certain like tarps and blankets and
Yeah.
soil in like dumpsters, and then looking
Mhm.
at them after like a week, 2 weeks, a month, and I was just like, and then they have to go through them and like
Yeah.
literally like tear through the flesh and the bones and see how they're decaying. I was like, oh my goodness. I mean, I could do a
Yeah.
lot of shit, but that one, nope. Sorry, I'm out.
Yeah, I seen where they did investigative studies using human bodies in a field in Florida, man, where they throw them around in the field and watch the different decay rates and stuff. And I was like, damn, okay, that sounds like a fun job. No, I'm sure it pays well, but
Not
nasty,
enough.
nasty shit, man.
I mean, as an electrician working on like high voltage lines and things like that, the maximum that most electricians will probably ever get paid, even under like the most extreme conditions is like $300 an hour.
Right. That's mad.
And most people like would say, "Fuck that! All it takes is one small mistake, and you're not even going to notice that you died. It's just going
Right.
to happen."
Yeah.
Yep. And that's okay. That's one thing. But working around dead like cadavers and shit, and you're making half as much, but you do it all the time. Okay, that got morbid real quick. I'm gonna shut the fuck up on that one.
No, we're fine. All this shit happens on Earth, and we can check it out, man. It's no different than like, you know, if you're a guy who really wants to study how the bodies decay, okay, well then go for it, man. That's your thing. If you want to check out, you know, how the Earth doesn't curve, yeah, if that's your thing, check it out.
Okay, so if the Earth was in fact spherical, rotating, and all that kind of stuff, would you be willing to get into a rocket and go up and experience that, or would you pay for it, or would you be willing to be paid for it, or what's your opinion?
Well, going back to my younger days, I'd be like, let's go out outer space, bro. Yeah, that's cool. Knowing that it probably violates several laws, you know. But I would, I don't know, this, let's say the, like, was it the Orion? Is it the Jeff Bezos rocket? The, where they had like some celebrities like Shatner and
Yeah,
some
I don't
people
remember
that,
which one Shatner was part of, but I think it might have been the Jeff Bezos one, which was
it was a
part of Blue.
Bezos one, right?
Yeah, I
And
think it was Blue Origin.
they got shot up and basically did a big giant zero G plane kind of maneuver, right? Where you
Yeah,
go up and you
and he's
just
what,
go.
90 something years old. I'll tell you what, if I can see William Shatner go on one of like the really extreme roller coasters that they have, like
Right.
multiple times in a row, and be
Yeah.
just fine, I might start to believe that he would be willing to go into a rocket, because the amount of G force that you experience when accelerating upwards,
Yeah. I mean,
most people can't, like healthy people can't go above like 2 Gs before you pass out.
yeah, it's wicked, man. It's a lot of G force. So that Jeff Bezos dick and balls rocket, call it, and they shoot. What was that Michael Strahan? Like an ex football player. He was another famous guy that went up in that thing, and um, William Shatner. They made a big deal about that because, you know, Mr. Star Trek.
And then there was Branson from the
And then you have
UK.
Branson. You got Mr. Billionaire record producer, airline guy, who went ahead and for 20 years he was trying to get people to go up in his little floaty rocket thing, and he's only sent up like 5 people in 20 years, something like that.
Yeah, and I think it was on Globebusters when they broke down how ridiculous that was.
Yeah,
It's
ridiculous.
Just, yeah, you got to slow it down in like slow motion and watch all that kind of stuff, because if you're accelerating upward like that, you would need to have certain things happening to your body.
Yeah.
Like, and none of those are happening because they're accelerating at the same rate upwards as all these alleged astronauts, but they're not wearing, they're like in t-shirts and shorts.
Right.
Like, get the fuck out of here.
So we went from like helmets, spacesuits, gloves, you know, to t-shirts and shorts. What? Wow, man. I don't know. Space Odyssey 2001. The guy was running around, jogging around the circle there in his shorts there. That's pretty cool.
I am very proud to say this. I've never actually seen that movie.
Oh, fuck off! Now you're done. Shit.
No, I've seen parts of it. I know who like the characters
No.
are in it, but
Dude, you got to watch it, man. Oh shit. Yeah, I watched it maybe like I rewatched it again like 2018, somewhere in there.
Oh no.
I was like, oh shit, this is
Yeah, I've just
This-
heard it's like so painful to watch. It's just not even.
It's
Yeah.
beautiful. I mean, they did a great job. I mean, but think about it. 1968.
Well, don't forget who made that movie too.
It was mind fucking blowing, man. Yeah, it's Kubrick, man.
Mm-hmm.
And it was mind blowing. And the reason it was mind blowing is because Kubrick borrowed $1 million camera lens from NASA.
Oh, did he really?
Yeah.
Holy shit, okay.
Yeah, I asked some fucking globehead one night at a party, man. Like, I go, okay, so let me get this straight, man. NASA's really spending, $8 billion, they want $10 billion. They want to go to the moon. They're busy. They want to, get this decade thing done. They really wanted to push, push, push. We're going to the moon. We're going to the moon. And in the middle of all that, this Hollywood movie director comes to him and says, "Hey, man, I'm making a movie about space, bro. Can I borrow your $1 million camera lens that you guys got?" And they're like, "Okay, that sounds good. Sure, go ahead. Make your movie. And it'll come out in 1968 and it'll look amazing. And when we land on the moon, it's going to look like shit. Fuck off." What the hell is wrong with this picture? You know what I'm saying?
And don't forget that a lot of people are not aware of this. I've done my own research on it. That the moon has no atmosphere, right? Or damn near, allegedly,
Right.
like no
Nothing,
atmosphere. So the moon is rotating at around 10.2 miles per hour.
Right.
So if you're going to try and land something that has a meth lab inside of it onto a moving surface that's made out of construction paper and like
Right.
whatever, the legs on that would probably get ripped off as soon as it tried. And they just happen to land in an area that is just really nice with no actual like foreground to it.
Dude, they did it 6 times in a row without a hitch. Come on, they nailed it. They nailed it. They won the Super Bowl 6 years in a row, man. I mean, 6 times in a row. Yeah.
And they live streamed it to everybody. The
live
first
streamed
one,
it. Fucking
yeah,
live
everyone
streamed
got the day off of school. Like, oh yeah, no problem. We're gonna let all the kids see it.
Dude, they
yeah.
invented live streaming, of course. Everybody.
And it was all being broadcast, from what I've heard, from Australia. It was not being broadcast from the US.
Yeah,
and Buzz Aldrin is on camera, I think, 2 or 3 times saying, "Nope, we didn't go there."
Yeah, I know.
Another fun fact about 2001 is that HAL AI was not in the book that it was based off of. So they just totally chose to throw in the concept of AI into that movie.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that movie is one of those mind shifting movies throughout what we call the social engineering program.
Yeah. And so I've been writing a lot of trivia questions and stuff for different streams along for Dave's app. And one of the questions I was looking up was all about 2001: A Space Odyssey. And I found out, even though I've never seen the movie, that there's actually a sequel to it. I think there's another, I think it might be 2 sequels. I know there's at least one. Do you guys know what the name of the sequel is?
Well, Aliens? What the fuck?
2010.
It's 2010, but what's the rest of it?
A Space Conundrum? What the fuck was it called? I have
It's
no
called
idea.
2010, The Year We Make Contact.
Contact.
Yeah, basically, we met aliens this time.
Contact. I never heard of this.
Well, there's something where Jupiter turns into another sun for some reason.
Oh, is that what it's all about?
Yeah. It's something about it ends with some sort of weird Bible passage about God's light now is no longer parted. New generations of people will live with 2 suns. Like the light of God will never set on earth again. And it shows people like going for a jog and it gets kind of dark, and then instantly another sun rises.
Huh. Okay.
Nothing to see here, folks. Move along. Move along, man.
Well, no, literally for me, there's nothing to see there because I'm not going to watch it. No offense to people that have, but thank you very much for enlightening me on that.
Yeah,
Hey, you're
it's
gonna
something
watch.
to do with like the way they activated all the different obelisks. Like all the obelisks, that was the alien technology that was left behind. I'm not really remember all the details, but the gist of it is that that's what happened.
Huh. All right.
Do you guys know about the Millennial Hotel and Ground Zero for the Twin Towers? It's right next to it. It's owned by the Hilton Company.
I've heard about it, but I was at Ground Zero. I
It was
can tell you a story
actually
about that too.
it was okay. The Ground Zero Hilton. It was called the Millennial Hotel. It was right next to the 9/11 towers, and it was the same exactly modeled after the obelisk in Odyssey 2001, Space Odyssey 2001.
That's like
That's literally,
truth in plain sight kind of stuff. They're just showing
it
it
was
to you.
literally the same thing. Now, when they dug out, after the towers went down, they dug out a trench to go, kind of dig out the rest of the material that came from the building. If you look at that ramp that all the trucks and shit went into, it looks exactly like the ramp they had on the fucking in Space Odyssey 2000. It looks exactly the fucking same, man.
I'm gonna have to look that up.
It's fucking trippy, man. I was like, balls out going, no. Oh, that's just too obvious, man. It was just too obvious. It was weird, man. Anyway.
So speaking of that, my buddy, since you're down in LA, my
Mhm.
buddy was doing like some deep research on like just looking at like maps and stuff. And there's this place down in LA called the Creative Arts Center. It's like this huge plaza that looks a little bit like you know how the World Trade Center, like the whole plaza was just like a whole bunch of buildings together.
Okay.
This looks a little bit like that. It's still there. And you would never really notice it unless you had like a drone or a helicopter or something looking down. And it is the square and compass symbol of the Freemasons. And it is,
Yeah.
it is plain as day.
Oh, it's we called it back in the day when we were looking at that building. I think we were calling it the headquarters for the Illuminati.
Yeah, I'll drop a link for it in the
Yeah, it's
chat here.
wicked, man. I was like, oh shit, that's like. I even brought it up to a couple people. I'm like, you got to look at this area right here, man. This is weird. Yeah, we run across that kind of stuff constantly, man. When you're looking for it, and that's.
It's the Creative Artist Agency, and
Yes.
it's okay. I'll just go ahead and drop this in case. I'm going to copy the image.
I think it has an all-seeing eye there.
It's got the square and compass with all-seeing eye.
Yeah. Oh fuck yeah, right there in LA, baby.
It's just like the truth in plain sight, like what they're doing in Washington D.C. with the pentagram and all that kind of stuff too, and how like everything in Washington D.C. is laid out a very specific way.
Our whole history and existence has been hijacked. It's all right, man.
All right, there it is. You can see it right in the center of the picture.
That's it.
Square
That's
and
the
compass
place,
with the
man.
all-seeing eye.
Yeah. We were looking at this back in 2018. Somebody brought it up. Said, "Hey, man, you got to see this building." Oh, fuck off, man. Right there, yeah. Pretty wicked.
Y'all seen that picture of how the MTV headquarters was out of a Mason lodge for like the longest time?
Right. Yep.
Oh, okay.
No, I've never heard of that.
Yeah, I heard that one.
They've since like it's not like that anymore, but it was like that for like 20 years. It was literally an MTV logo right on top of something that said Masonic Lodge. I'm sure you can still find the picture.
Oh yeah, there's a few people have done videos on that stuff over the years on the old MTV building. Yeah. Wicked. But yeah, this one, man, it's right here in LA, and there's a lot to that whole structure there, man.
And those are just the ones that people have noticed. I mean, I mean, there could be hundreds and hundreds of them around here. And by the way, if you're not familiar with this, just go on and look how many Masonic lodges are within like walking distance of your house. Like here in San Jose, we've got a population of about 1 million people or so, and there's over 100 Masonic lodges here.
Really?
Yeah, they're everywhere.
I mean, I know two where I live, for sure. I drive by them all the time, and I'm down here in Orange County, man. Doesn't seem to be as many out here.
Dude, I grew up in a small town in Texas that probably only had about 250 people, and we were like 30 miles from like a Walmart or a highway or anything, and my
Right.
town still had a Masonic lodge.
Yeah, it's weird how that shit works. Apparently, if you want to become a Mason and you have like a felony, they will not let you in. Even though I know someone that has a felony and is like a first degree Mason or something like that. And he's like, yeah, it's fine. He's not like conspiratorial or anything. He's like, yeah, all we do is just do like picnics and like fundraisers for like the Boy Scouts and stuff. And it's like, okay, well.
At the bottom, yeah.
At the bottom, yeah.
Yeah, at the bottom, yeah.
Yeah, handing out cookies at the Sunday picnic breakfast. Yeah, fuck. Yeah, come on.
Yeah, it's just a farmer's market where we're going to, yeah.
But yeah, when you don't know, you don't know. But yeah, I've never known anybody. I did know a guy that had a Mason ring. And I was talking to him one time, and I just happened to notice it, and I was like, damn, dude. I didn't ask him about it, didn't bring it up, but I just noticed it. This older guy. And from what I understand, man, the Masons are really, really having a hard time bringing in younger people.
Big time, yeah. I'm a member of their subreddit, and I'd say that's about 30 or 40% of their posts are like what they need to do to get young men in.
Yeah, they're trying to re up their congregation, whatever you want to call it.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but the Masons are very particular about letting females in, right? It's supposed to be.
There are sects of masonry called co-masonry. Universal co-masonry now allows women in, and they've had Eastern Star forever, but now they have co-mingling. They have co-ed masonry now.
Wow, I did not know this. That's new. Interesting.
It's called Universal co-masonry.
I would actually join the Masons just to be like an infiltrator and just to try and find out what the fuck is actually going on.
Well, you could do
part of the oath is
Andrew.
Yeah.
Whatever electronic business you want to start, I guarantee you we can fund it because we know guys that can fund it. What do you want to do? Tell me what you want to do, Andrew. All you got to do is sign here on this piece of paper, bro.
Yeah.
My buddy got the same offer, dude. He's like super fucking audio tech guy, man. He knew shit. Fucking, he was live streaming before live streaming was live streaming, man. This guy was fucking sick, right? And the Masons came to him and said, man, whatever you want, man. You just got to join this little club over here. We'll hook you up. I swear to God.
Sign your name in blood.
Same exact thing happened to this black dude out, and he's like the biggest record label out there in the country now. All these Texas wannabe rappers that are not going anywhere, but he's got Mason symbols all in the studio.
Right?
Who, Kanye?
No, it's some dude.
His name is Sergeant V. I'm gonna look him up. I haven't looked him up in a while.
But yeah, man, once you join the club, man, they're gonna hit you up, man, because you're a tradesman, man.
Well, I mean, it's sort of.
They're gonna hit you up, bro.
21 years in the trade. I teach now.
Right, but they'll say, "What do you want to do? You want to get a whole school going? Whatever." Yeah, they got endless money, man. Dude, their money just to the fiat system, man. It's just digits, man.
It's just a tool.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's a tool. It doesn't even have a value anymore. It's just
it doesn't have a real value or anything. But if you can create digits out of fucking thin air, man, and get people to do shit, yeah, that's an amazing power, dude. Fuck, that's it's wicked.
I mean, think about how much it costs to buy a politician to pass one stupid law. What, $10 million?
Hell no.
If that,
not even $1 million.
$1 million, maybe. tops,
Well,
million.
I'm just saying that if
Might
you
be
have
100 grand,
an
right?
unlimited amount of money, you can just manipulate the political system and the
Yeah, exactly.
and it doesn't even matter if you're a Freemason. You can just be like Facebook, like, all right, well, fuck off to the government because we have more money than you can even comprehend, and we're gonna just buy you off.
Yeah,
exactly what
but
it
Facebook didn't make it without, obviously, DARPA and some other
Yeah,
things.
as a
It's like,
CIA operation.
yeah,
Anything Peter Thiel touches is a CIA operation.
it's all funded from some fucking digital code somewhere.
Yeah, and don't forget what William H. Casey said, who was the director of the CIA back in the 80s.
All the people
We
will.
will know our campaign is complete when everything is
Disinformation
good.
campaign.
Yeah.
When everything that the American public believes is false. And I think we're on the verge of that if we haven't already surpassed it.
Dude,
Oh, we're definitely already there.
we're
Everything
in
is a lie.
We are in the midst of the full fucking soup at
Did y'all
this point.
see that? Did y'all see that Neil deGrasse Tyson went on Joe Rogan and said that nuclear bombs actually don't have residual radiation?
Oh,
I
they're
did
backtracking now?
not catch
They're
that.
hugely backtracking. Like he instantly, Joe Rogan was like, "Wait, what the fuck did you just say?" And he was like, "Did you just say that nukes don't leave radiation?" He was like, yeah, that's what I'm saying." And he's like, "Wait a fucking minute."
Wait a minute. I thought that was like the 10,000 year half life shit.
No, bro, Chernobyl. That's what they
Come on.
said. But they made
Fuck
up all that nuclear bomb shit because nuclear energy is the most efficient thing you can
Here's
do.
the easiest way I prove it to anybody. And it's like, dude, you guys remember the Hiroshima bomb, right?
Well,
Have you looked at the city of Hiroshima today? You take a good look at
Fine. It was fine 2 weeks later, basically.
it.
And
It was
Chernobyl is a wildlife refuge now. Like literally, it's full of animals and plants, and everything's cool. It's a tourist
Yeah,
attraction.
I
So
did see
where's
some,
this long-standing radiation at?
yeah. And I'm sure Nagasaki's looking pretty bitchin' these days, but Hiroshima looks like Los Angeles now. It's fucking huge. And like, where's the fucking 10,000 half-life shit? The nuke? Yeah, it's not there. Okay.
Yeah, and I do have to clarify something a little bit here because a lot of people get a little bit of a misconception in regards to this subject. Radiation is real.
Yeah,
However,
it's just not
Oh
harmful.
yeah. I can put my hand over a fire and
Right.
Well, no. I mean, but there's three different types: there's alpha, beta, and gamma. Like a microwave, you can test it with a radiation detector, and all that radiation really is just microwaves, essentially.
Right.
But they have different types of frequencies and pulses and things like that. But nuclear bombs, saying that, well, they're not real. It's sort of like saying, like, Smog from the Lord of the Rings. Like, yeah, Smog doesn't really covet gold and doesn't breathe fire, but you're making a false statement from the beginning because Smog isn't real.
Right.
So it's just a false equivalency to something that is just tricking people.
Yep.
Did you just say that smog isn't real?
Yeah. Take that. Take that, Timbo. It's not real. It's not real.
Yeah, it's smoke and fog.
I apologize.
Smoke and fog.
Smaug, S-M-A-U-G, I think is how it's pronounced or spelled. Smaug.
Smoke.
We're
Is that? I'm confused.
okay. In the story Lord of the Rings, or in the Hobbit.
I thought you meant smog, like in the city.
Oh no, like from cars and stuff. No, that's real. I'm talking about Smaug from the J.R.R. Tolkien books, the dragon.
No wonder you were laughing, saying that I
Well,
think
I'm
that
just using a
smog is
false
real.
equivalency, like saying that, Harry Potter doesn't actually ride on brooms. Well, of course he doesn't, because Harry Potter is false. It's not really real. So when you say nuclear bombs don't create radiation, it's like, no, fuck! I mean...
But are we saying that nuclear bombs are real or not real?
No, not real at all.
Not real.
I agree with you.
Not a real thing. Hey, if they were, man, Hiroshima wouldn't look like fucking L.A. right now. It's ridiculous.
Somebody would have used one by now.
Yeah, it would have been 10,000 half-life. You know, you can't go near there for 10,000 years, Timbo.
It
What
was,
do you mean?
yeah, I know it's a funny story, isn't it? But like, they say I've heard Dave say a few things a few times, like, there was people opening up their shops the next day and stuff like that. I go,
Yeah.
How do
Which
we know
Dave?
that? How do we know that?
My wife's Japanese, and that is very much like what they are told whenever nukes get brought up. They start like an old Japanese guy will start laughing and say, that's funny. They'd say, imagine if New York City had gotten shut down. It's like the equivalent to them. It's one of their biggest, like 2 of their top 6 biggest cities or something at the time. And they were back
So
open in like a week or 2.
are they taught to laugh at it as in like, they haven't done it, they couldn't do anything to us, or they're laughing at
Just
it because
whenever,
it wasn't a nuclear bomb?
if a propagandized American goes over there and says, "Well, wait a minute, I thought it was going to be radiated forever, and I thought y'all had all these kids that had like 4 arms and 3 eyes," that's when they start laughing and shit, and they're like, "What?" And yeah, like they're like, "No, that never happened, and we opened the city back up as quick as we can a week or 2 later, and it's perfectly fine now," and that's when they start
Okay,
laughing.
I like that. I like that information.
I feel like everybody, just whenever natives hear their propaganda about their country, they always laugh.
And I've also heard that people from Russia are told this. I've never been to Russia, but I've been to Okinawa, Japan, Thailand, Korea, all over the Asia. But anyways, apparently in Russia, it's a very popular thing for them to just laugh at a lot of stuff that NASA claims is actually real.
Yeah, I've heard that as
See
well.
that, yeah.
Mm. I've also heard that Australians ride to school on kangaroos. So that's definitely not true.
Hey, I'll tell you this. If I had a kangaroo that I could ride, I would be doing it.
There's a new voice I'm hearing at the moment.
Sounds a little dangerous, though.
Decent or descent. What is it? Which one is it?
Decent. Descent has an S.
That's another problem with Australians. We can't spell. I'm only
Okay,
joking, by the
so
way.
in
Just talking about
Australia, I've
myself.
heard most people pronounce it different than most of the rest of the world. So what like beer cans and soda cans and things are made out of, what is that type of metal called?
Aluminium.
Where do you
It's
park
not.
your car?
It's not aluminum.
Where do you park your car inside your house? Like if you have...
Oh, it's a garage.
Okay, not a garage.
No, a garage. It's a garage.
What is the thing that you put your groceries in? Like you push around a grocery store and put your food in?
Oh, a trolley.
A trolley.
If you go to the grocery store and you have your car and you have to stop your car somewhere in front of the grocery store, what is that area called?
Car park.
Weird. I mean, it's pretty cut and dry, I guess.
Yeah.
Hey, it's all good. And I'll say this. I have always liked Australian accents, and women that do it, it's kind of sexy. But that's just me personally. Like some people like Southern accents or Boston accents or Irish accents or German, whatever. I think Australian women have very sexy accents.
Yeah, I like British and Australian. I think it's just in my blood, though.
Yeah, some that are well spoken and others who are speak like bogans. So
That's the word I was trying to beat you to it.
bogan.
Bogan is like a Australian redneck.
Yeah, pretty much. Oh, we got bogans and we got
That's what
your
my
mate.
Australian friend used to call me. They say, "You're a fucking bogan, mate."
So, are you new here? Decent?
Oh no, I've been here for. I mean, I come in and out over the years, but no, I've been here for. I was in 1.0
Oh, okay.
before the Karen drama.
And then you rejoined this server July 19.
Literally like 20 minutes ago. Every now and then I'll purge all my discords, and
Yeah.
then I'll leave all of them except for like 2 personal ones, and then just kind of as it comes back into my life. And I always find myself, I'm bipolar, and I always find myself on a depressive swing of bipolar coming back to Flat Earth Discord for some reason. I don't know. It's just a pattern that I've recognized. But just conspiracy, I start researching hardcore in general when I get depressed.
Yeah, I've got a friend like that. He's I would call him severe bipolar. Is when he takes his medication, he starts to go good. We shouldn't be talking about this actually. And then what he does, I'm just going to finish my sentence. And then what he does is he comes off it because he feels good, and he goes back down into a spiral.
Super common, yeah.
Yeah. And then he goes off the rails. I have to pick up the pieces sometimes. I came to a stage last year, and I said, I'm not doing this anymore, man. Like, I got a family and shit, and I got to pick up your pieces every 6 months. Like, I said, I'm not doing it. I said, if you're going to be like that, don't call me anymore. I said, I had
Timbo,
to do it, man.
you're in the States right now?
What? Who, me?
Well, you said you came to the States. Is that where you're at right now?
Mental states.
Yeah, no,
Oh.
I was talking about my bipolar, mate. Goes into these states of,
State of
highs and
mind.
lows. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I got a cousin that's bipolar, but she's like manic depressant bipolar, and she keeps getting herself arrested every single time she stops taking whatever medication.
Yeah, it's
that
the
she's
same
supposed to
thing.
take.
Yeah, same problem. Yeah.
Damn. I don't take any prescription medications. I smoke a lot of weed, and that's my like self medication. But damn, that's crazy to hear. I just it's been a lot of years of just pattern recognition. I know whenever I'm getting manic, and I just kind of like insulate myself. I don't go shopping. I don't go out in public. I don't like because I'll just make really bad impulsive decisions or like scream at people in public. And I've started microdosing shrooms, and that brings the mania down a lot. And so if I just do that for 2 or 3 days during the peak, I'm pretty good.
Yeah,
And then,
psilocybin seems to, if you're doing it in small doses, I've heard a lot of health
oh, dude,
benefits
it's
that people have
crazy.
been able to.
3 days on, 1 week off. Try that.
I
there
was
was
full blown manic episode the other day, and I just microdosed shrooms, and I'm like 30 minutes later, I was a totally different person, and I was like that for the rest of the day. I was totally chill and just present.
So
It
when
was
you
awesome.
say
Try
microdose,
every
like
now and
what
again to do
level of dose
a
are you
high
taking?
dose as well.
Like
I actually
half a
still
gram or
have.
something?
Let me see. I have the container still. I'll go look.
So I know some people will just take them and they'll grind them up into like a fine powder, and they'll put them into like a capsule you get from like the doctor or something, and then you can just buy them like that. Like in Canada, apparently you can just buy those like on the internet for like microdosing.
So these are this is some edibles called Fun Guy Delights, and it's an eighth of shrooms in the whole thing, and I took an eighth of that, so not even like half a gram, which I guess is that's a microdose. Half a gram of shrooms, or maybe a gram. No, it couldn't have been a gram. So yeah, about half a
No,
gram.
an
I
eighth of
was
an
chilling.
eighth is a 64th of 3.5 grams.
If you spit 35 into 8.
Well, no, an eighth of an eighth
eighth
is
of an eighth.
1/64th.
I thought it would be a 16th.
I like
No,
this
that'd be a
topic, but we're going to have to not talk about it on the live stream.
Oh yeah, that's probably a good idea.
True, I forgot we're live.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys. I like the topic, but
I mean,
yeah,
we
there
were
is a
talking
room.
about the
You can
tweaker
jump in.
shelter that NASA built, though.
Yeah. You can jump into chill chat if you want. Keep going with the conversation. There's no
that's okay.
stopping it. It's just a live stream. Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot. I forget that we're live. So, what connection do you guys draw between for Buzz Aldrin being like the main talking guy of Apollo, and he's a Freemason, and then leading up to that is the Admiral Byrd, and he's like a hugely touted Freemason. It's almost like they were tasked with the exploration, not just the exploration, but also like the cover up. I don't know what to make of it. Like in the bigger picture, it's a clear pattern.
Well, Buzz Aldrin he's still alive. Admiral Byrd obviously has been dead for quite a long time, along with Admiral.
And I think there's a conspiracy around his death. Like he was about to say some shit. I'd have to look that up.
Yeah, there could be, because he was going on television, and then doing all those presentations, and then obviously he passed away. But then you can also use that same type of conspiracy theory to go for Wernher von Braun and his tombstone. And we don't know. I mean, Wernher von Braun could have just died, and they just made that tombstone to fuck with people. We don't know.
That's true.
But Buzz Aldrin is still alive, and he's been in many, many interviews. Like even Bart Sibrel. If you guys have never seen like the real interviews that Bart Sibrel did, like,
oh yeah, when he said we're just passengers.
Well, when Bart Sibrel was interviewing him, but he wasn't telling him what the interview was about, and that's when Buzz Aldrin was like semi-sober and got really pissed off and didn't even want to talk anymore.
Yeah.
And even though Bart Sibrel is definitely not, a flat
earther,
yeah, of any sort whatsoever, he at least knows that he's doing some work in regards to exposing some of the falsities that were being told through the government.
So as far as I know, did he ever explain how he got that footage? Because whenever Buzz Aldrin asked him, I remember, I'll never forget the way he said it. He goes, serendipity is what you could call it.
Yeah, I don't know if he ever explained it, but that's also something very suspicious as well.
Right, exactly. See, so the fact that he leaked real information, but then it doesn't go all the way with like flat Earth and stuff is very suspicious to me. And he spends his time, like I've been following him, and he's been spending his time like building a game. Like he built a video game. It's kind of weird.
Well, I mean, all it really takes is for one government agent to come to your door and say, if you ever talk about this again, you're going to be in some big trouble. So it's not too hard to scare the fuck out of someone that's exposing everyone. So I don't know.
But I don't know. He if he was scared, he wouldn't have went to all those astronauts' houses.
No, I'm saying after the fact. After he did all that, then they might have like, all right, well, we got to stop this guy from doing something. But on that same regard, to be my own best opponent, they could do that with a lot of different people.
Yeah, Andrew Tate
is not doing it very much anymore, and a lot of other people have been forced into not doing it. So I don't know.
Elon Musk name dropped flat Earth, or not Elon Musk, Tucker Carlson. He said,
"Yeah, I heard
like,
about that." Yeah,
like, and he said he's not closed off to it. He said I'm open minded, and so he had a lot of people tweeting at him like, let me interview you, let me debate you about it.
Well, there's Salt Lake Stacy posting some stuff.
Who's that?
Yeah, just got some research on some of the Freemason astronaut stuff I did ages ago. For anyone who's interested.
Oh, I'm interested.
Hey, Stacey, how are you?
I'm good. I made some kangaroo stew yesterday because some German friends came over to Australia, so I thought I'd give them the full-on Australian experience.
Ooh, how long did you cook it for? 4 hours?
Yeah, slow cooked at least 4 hours. I think it may have been 5 or 6.
Delicious.
Yeah, it was good. And they really got the full-on, at least the Stacey experience, where we went down to Perth and I just get disorientated at the sight of Perth because I have no idea where anything is. So I was just walking them in circles saying, I'm looking for the blue cat bus, I'm looking for it, I can't find it. Just getting everyone...
them, did ya?
Oh, no. Their English isn't so good, so I guess even if I did, they might not have caught on.
So how popular is kangaroo to actually eat?
Oh, I guess it depends on who you ask. In the country, it's probably more popular. than in the city. And also, I
Yeah.
guess it's less preservatives than what you'd get from beef and cows and stuff, so it's probably healthier.
It's just full protein. Hardly any fat on that sucker.
Okay.
It's not
'Cause,
as
yeah,
popular as you think it is. It's like
over here, like there, we have lots of animals that are running wild out in areas where hunters go out, like deer, for example. Very
would be in
popular for.
comparison in flavour to venison.
Okay, I was going to ask that because they
Yeah.
oddly look the same, but kangaroos are a lot more dangerous. It looks like.
Deers are pretty dangerous.
No, deer are stupid as fuck.
So are kangaroos.
Well, yeah, kangaroos look like they're pretty intelligent and know how to fight. Deers
at
will just
least-
stand in front of your car and wait to get hit.
So do kangaroos.
Yeah, kangaroos
Oh, really?
are really
Okay.
dumb. My brother says that they have like square eyes and they can only see in 2D, but then I say, hey brother, how do you actually know this? And he never gives me any actual response
Yeah.
to it, so I'm not sure if
You
it's
should-
just hearsay.
Should tell them there's no such thing as 2D.
Yeah, true.
So, Salt Lake, Stacy, I thought you were from Salt Lake City
No,
in the
no,
U.S.
I'm not.
Okay.
I'm just very misleading like that.
Gotcha. Okay, no problem.
We have lots of salt lakes here.
Yeah, I should become like Salt Flat Stacy, then I'll stop confusing everyone.
Well, is there any such thing as a Salt Lake anywhere in Australia?
We've got one of the biggest one in the world, I think.
Lake
Really?
Eyre.
Yeah.
Where is that? I gotta look it up.
If you look, Lake Eyre, South Australia.
Air, A-I-R-E?
A-Y-R-E.
A-Y-R-E, okay.
It's on my list of places to visit if I ever go
Yeah,
on
I've
a
been
long
there
road
during the
trip.
wet season. It was amazing.
Was it boggy?
Yeah, we went across the Simpson Desert that year and almost got stuck on the Birdsville track due to wet weather, and then it dried up, and then we got to see some of the water running into the salt lake. So we didn't actually go on it. We just drove around it.
Yeah, I think that's all you need to do. Just have a look at it from afar. Saves you getting
Hey,
bogged.
Huge.
All right, I'm looking this up right now. I've never heard of this word before, so please correct me, or actually enlighten me. It's an endorheic lake? What the fuck does endorheic or heic mean?
But that's the first I've heard of that term. How do you spell it?
Me too.
Endorheic. Okay, so
Adjective of a basin or lake, having no outflow to an external body of water such as a river or an ocean, and only losing water through evaporation or seepage into the ground.
okay, yeah, I'm looking that up right now too. That's kind of weird. I've never heard of that. That's a new word for me.
No, one way in, no way out.
Yeah, no thanks. It's like a lot of places in the U.S., like swamplands. All right, interesting. Okay.
Yeah,
Cool.
I'll add that to my vocabulary.
I'm not even sure if I'm pronouncing it correctly.
I couldn't repeat it if you asked me to.
Endorheic, I think.
And here's a fun fact about, I don't speak for all the salt lakes in Western Australia, but at least some of them. There's a lot of these bush tucker plants which are called beaded samphire, and they just grow along the outskirts of the salt lake. And so if you're really hungry, you can eat some of it, but it's so salty. Oh.
Is that like a salt bush?
It's not really a salt bush. It's more of like just a stringy beaded plant. It is like a small ground covering.
Yeah.
And a cool fun fact about these plants is that there's some sort of like, I don't know, planty thing it's doing where most plants won't be able to survive there because it's just so salty and nothingness. But what these plants do is they have the oxygen go down through their roots into the ground and put oxygen down into the ground, which is the opposite of what plants do, or something like this. I should really refresh
Puts
my
oxygen
fun
in the
facts.
ground. Would that be maybe to make the ground moist? Like to just because if you put oxygen, then it attracts moisture. Maybe that's its way of getting moisture out of the ground.
Could
Maybe.
be. I don't know.
Wow.
Try and pull up a little more information just so I sound a bit smarter.
I
did
actually
some
bought
research.
I bought a book with about Aboriginal food and stuff like that. So a bush tucker book. I wasn't going to say bush tucker because only two of us would have understood what that is. But I bought it and I still haven't read it. So but it's done into areas as well. So there's one southeast Victoria, northeast Victoria, northern Victoria, New South Wales. All these different regions have different edible plants. So you can just go to the section and you can just walk through the bush and you can find all these plants that are edible and actually antiseptic and stuff as well. So there's a lot of them.
Yeah,
To make
there's so
some
much
good teas
medicinal
out.
stuff.
Yeah.
Well, I know
Yeah,
what a
well,
bush tucker is now. Thank you, the internet.
A bush tucker?
I'll just read it. Bush tucker, also called bush food, is any food native to Australia and used as subsistence by Indigenous Australians, the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples, but it can also describe any native flora or fauna used for culinary or medicinal purposes, regardless of the continent or culture. Is that right?
yeah,
It's
basically
just
anything
food
edible
you
or
can find
medicinal.
in the
I like
wild.
that word, bush tucker.
Bush tucker. Don't use your R, mate. You got to get rid of that R.
Yeah,
It's
tucker.
bush tucker.
Tucker. All right. I can actually do an Australian accent fairly well. So
I bet you can't.
what? You said you bet I can't?
Yeah.
Oh, come on. I try to do accents as well as I can. I know I'll butcher certain words, but I've
That's
listened
right. Go
to a
for it.
lot of Australians enough to the point where I think I can do it fairly well. But I'm not going to try.
Are you preparing yourself?
Hey, it's late for me. I've been up for like 16 hours straight, and I smoked a bowl a little bit ago and had a couple of beers. So I'm not going to do that at the moment.
Here's my least favorite thing about Australia is my dad comes from like this family where they have like this really weird Australian slang thing, which I think is more like British where they got it from, but they just rhyme words with different words to say the word they want to say. So instead of saying beers, my brother might be like, "Oh, hey dad, want to get some pig's ears?" It's like, why would you say pig's ears? Just say beers. It's so annoying. And then like people come from like, you know, overseas and visit us, and then they're like using their fun Australian facts. Oh yeah, instead of beers we say pig's ears, and instead of saying hit the road we say hit the frog and toad. And I'm just, no, that's not what we say. That's just what you say, and I don't like it.
I got another question. Okay, about the history of Australia, and I've heard some people say yes, but lately I'm hearing a lot of people say no about this. How Australia was used as a a prison island from the UK to drop off all the prisoners and basically say fuck off and try and survive. Is that like known widely around in Australia, or is it just complete
Correct.
misconception?
I'm not sure that story is completely correct.
That's what I was told
I
when I was in elementary school, like over here in the United States.
it is a convict. It was a convict place, but I'm not sure how much of that is really that true.
Like I don't think the Swan Valley area, which is now Perth, I don't think that was actually for convicts. I think it was probably more the eastern states where they were shipped. But I don't know. I wasn't there. I'm just speculating.
Because it's always seemed very far fetched, where it's like you get off a ship and you're a convict. You've probably been, starved and beaten on the ship, and it's like, oh, get off the ship and try and survive. And now all of a sudden, there's a bunch of people living in Australia and thriving, building cities. I don't know. It just seems like a far-fetched idea when people actually brought up that point. So I don't know. Just wondering what you guys have always been told about it.
Can't say I learnt that much in school about my Australian history. They weren't very good at teaching.
All right,
It was
no problem.
something about Eureka and the gold mines. And then I probably fell asleep.
Something else I found out about Australia, and I'm just curious. I think this actually might be true. That apparently Australia has more like species of insects and animals than like the entire continent of Africa. Like more variety. Like Australia is like the most diverse when it comes to like the wildlife.
Yeah, we have heaps of different species of things.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing. And how are the floods and the fires going over there so far for you guys?
I don't really pay much attention to what's going on outside of my own little bubble, but there's not really any floods or fires where I am. Maybe Timbo can talk a bit more on the rest of Australia.
Yeah, it's just because I heard a lot of people online that were from Australia that were posting all these different videos of, the same thing that was going on over here in Northern California, where we were experiencing fires that were, I mean, this was like worldwide news. It was really, really bad. And it's going to continue to be bad. And Australia was dealing with something at the same time. So it's really unfortunate what they're doing to us right now.
Yeah, I tend to turn my TV off, so I'm a bit ignorant.
Oh yeah, me too. I mean,
Yeah.
my TV has been unplugged for 5 years, but I listen to podcasts and streams and stuff where people are talking about it. That's kind of where I get my news. So I'm just asking. That's all.
Yeah, fair enough. I'm just not the person to ask.
But I think that's actually important because right now we're in Discord and you're over there across the pond and I can ask you questions
I think it's a bit more than a pond.
Okay, well, you understand the...
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I think it's more than a pond, too. I think it's... Well, I'm not going to get into all the semantics about it or the nomenclature, but, I can ask you questions over there that I can listen to the news about, and I wouldn't necessarily know if it was actually true, but I can ask you because you're actually there, and I don't think you're a dishonest person by any means at all, and you're not trying to be like you're not trying to
Spreading
deceive me.
misinformation or anything.
Yeah, you're not trying to. Yeah, we're just having a friendly, polite conversation. So.
Yeah, I think there's a lot more merit to just asking people in different countries how things are in different countries instead of just seeing what the TV screen tells us.
Yeah, I completely agree, and I'm loving this Bush Tucker word. I'm gonna have to use that in. I'm gonna have to figure out a different way to use it aside from what it's actually used for, what it means, just like as a slang term or something.
I guess if you just go out foraging and find some edible plants and stuff, then you can call it your own version of bush tucker.
All right. Yeah, because I mean, over here in the U.S., I'm not from like the South area, but like, if you go down to like Texas or Mississippi, Arkansas, Alabama, kind of an area, you're going to hear people use the term "over yonder."
Mhm.
You guys know what that means?
No, I don't know what it means, but I've heard it.
Yeah, over yonder. It just means like over there.
Like far away, or over there. Yeah.
Yeah, they'll just point to something. Like, yeah, like I forgot where I left my bicycle. It's like, oh, it's over yonder, and they'll just point somewhere. This means like over there.
Okay. Yeah, I added some bush tucker from my local area. There's like a river, and there's a lot of sort of salty and like a spinach sort of stuff I can get from that river walk. So I harvested or gathered some of that and put it in my kangaroo stew yesterday for the Germans who came over. So they had some bush tucker.
All right. I'm actually very curious. If I ever go to Australia, I wanna eat some kangaroo. I'm very curious about that now.
The Aboriginals I've talked to, they say that the best kangaroo is when you just have the tail because it tastes really tender, and that's just their favorite type of kangaroo part is when it's the tail, or at least from the people I've talked to
Interesting.
about it.
Because I've seen kangaroos and they can basically like stand up on their tail. Those tails are strong.
Yeah, when I was little, there was my family took me on a farm stay, and we stayed at a farm, and there was this kangaroo which just sort of, it was pretty tame. It would approach you and just hang out, and then that kangaroo, it got a bit too close to me, and I was little, so I thought, oh wow, it's being my friend, and then it stroked its claw right down my neck. I had like a kangaroo scratch on my neck for the next week or so. But as a little kid, I thought, oh yeah, that's just because the kangaroo wanted to be my friend and it accidentally forgot its claws were that sharp, but it was just trying to pat me. But then my parents were like, no, Stacy, don't let that kangaroo go near you.
Yeah, it was like yesterday or the day before. I was talking to someone else. I forget who it was that was from Australia, and I was asking like how violent some of the kangaroos can be, and they said that yeah, like they can like leap forward really quickly because like they can like balance on their tail a little bit and use that to leap them forward with their legs, which have like really sharp like claws, and they can just rip you open really quick.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be near that kangaroo. And I was also talking to someone the other day, and they were saying they were on their motorbike just going down a highway, and then for some reason they stopped or something, and then these kangaroos, no, not kangaroos, these emus started chasing him, and so he got back on the motorbike and just kept going because those emus were like, he thought
Okay,
they were
you
going to
just
like
used another term. You said like motorbike or murder bike.
Oh, motorbike.
Oh, okay.
No, not a motorbike.
I mean, it kind of makes sense because a lot of people die on those things.
Yeah. And a fun fact about emus is the male emus tend to look after the eggs and the little baby emus. And for like the Aboriginals, when they would track the animal tracks, they could tell when they're near an emu nest with the eggs. Is that so? The emus have free, like, I guess, free fingers, when like a footprint of free fingers, and it's all like you can see long lines. But as they get closer to the emu eggs or the young emus, the long lines start to get smaller and smaller, like they're on their tiptoes. And that's because the emus want to be on their tiptoes to try not to disturb the eggs with, I don't know, vibrations or whatnot. So that's a fun fact about emus.
Okay, I should probably just look it up and I can ask you. So an emu is like a bird or something, right?
Yeah, it's a big bird which doesn't fly.
All right. Oh yeah, okay, I got it now. The emu is the second tallest living bird after its rarite relative, the ostrich. Okay, yeah, that's it.
Yeah, and they always have grumpy looking faces. At least the ones I see, they always look like a grumpy old man.
And oh fuck, they're ugly as shit. I mean, kind of cute in a way, but yeah, they don't look nice. And do you eat those too?
I can't really think of many people eating emu meat, but people do have emu eggs. I don't know. I don't think it's as available.
Okay.
I mean, definitely the Aboriginals would have.
So how does that work too with all the Aboriginals? Like, do they kind of stick to themselves outside of the cities, or are they starting to like migrate into like normal society in the cities and towns and stuff?
Well, it probably depends on the tribe, but they've definitely, a whole bunch of them have been infiltrated with our Western culture, and also they call it the stolen generation, where the government would steal the children and make the children have to be raised in like these schools and like
Wait,
taken away from their culture.
You're making it sound like we discovered Australia like yesterday. Last week.
I'm just asking questions. I've never been there. I mean, I've been all around the world, but I've never been beyond the equator. I'll just say that. All right.
It's very interwoven now. I don't think that there's any like real native Australians running around, not having seen a white man or a car or.
Well, it
Well, yeah, I'm
might
not asking
depend
like,
on,
hey, do
on
you guys
where
know how
they
to
are.
drive, or like, do you guys
Like
know what
if-
electricity is? Or I'm not asking like stupid questions
Yeah.
like that.
No, like you might have some like way out in the desert who are less cultured in like the white man, just by lack of exposure.
They're still gonna be wearing checkered shirts.
I mean, it really just depends on the tribe itself.
Well, I mean, you got to come to the
further-
U.S. sometime and see some of the people we have here. I mean, you guys know who the Amish are?
Oh yeah, I've heard of the Amish.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of them, like the really hardcore ones, they don't use any electricity and they stay away from everything that has to do with any technology and
What
like
about
public
mechanics?
services or medical science or anything like that.
Do they use mechanical stuff?
Well, if it's from 150 years ago, they do.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean,
If
they
it's manually
blacksmith
operated,
and-
yeah.
yeah, they build their own farms and they raise their own food and they're very
People has
healthy.
tools.
Yeah, they make their own tools and they just stay away from society for the most part.
Yeah, well,
Depending
it's
on
a
the
good
area,
practice,
like-
I guess.
Oh, I completely
Depending on
agree.
the
And they're
area
very
in
healthy people.
Australia, Aboriginals will like some areas. Those people have maintained like more of their culture, like saved more of their culture really than other areas.
Yeah, because other parts of the world, like if you go to the Philippines, they have like the pygmies, right? And I'm not sure if that's like a derogatory term because actually I'm pretty sure it isn't. So I have like Filipino friends that are from like Manila and things, and they're what we call them the pygmies because they just live off in the jungle and forage for their own food, and they're nomads essentially, hunter gatherer style, and they do very well. They stay away from society. So there's a lot of people like that. I mean, in lots of different places in the world.
I've just noticed Repeater is in the live stream and he's been muted. Is he like VC verified? New to the server?
I think he was unmuted earlier. I don't know. No, I don't think he's got roles. He was unmuted earlier. I think, and because he may not have spoken. Just as a cautionary measure, they've just muted him.
Okay. Just wondering.
Yeah, so I forget who it was that actually unmuted me. Because I think like the rule generally for this is you have to have your own Discord channel before you're allowed to be unmuted. but after like 5 times coming in, someone unmuted me and asked me a question a couple days ago, hoping I wasn't a troll. And I was like, yeah,
Usually
I'm definitely not a troll. And so now I'm here. So
No, usually you have to go through the VC check, one of the VC channels, and have a short with some of our staff about why you're here and just for us to gauge your intentions and your character a bit before we allow you voice access. Yeah, sometimes it happens in the live stream.
right, and
Discretion of
that's what
some of
happened
the
with me.
people.
And
We try and discourage it, but it still happens. Do it sometimes. I unmute people and just do the VC check in live stream.
right on. Yeah, and I completely respect that. Hopefully, I have not been trollish in any way, shape, or form, and that I'm inspiring intellectual conversation. Just asking questions because I think Australia is a wonderful place that I've never been able to visit. So I'm definitely asking a lot of questions about that area.
No, you're cool, man. That's cool. All right.
Because I live in a very
It's like,
different place as well that most people have never been to. And trust me, you're not missing very much, but everybody knows about Silicon Valley, where basically the technology boom of the world happened and is still happening. And that's where I live. I can tell you all kinds of stories and nonsense bullshit in this type of environment.
yeah, it's kind of weird because I grew up in Australia learning more about American culture and like modern culture than like what you guys would have asked. Like the US has been revered by the lesser Western nations. It's like point they're the role model kind of thing. I don't know, it's weird. TV impact on me growing up, and like
Yeah, I know what you're talking about
portion
because
of it was
I forget
American.
who was asking it, but it was someone from the US was asking someone from like the UK or Australia or something like that. And they were saying, like, how do you know so much about what's going on over here in the US, but we barely know anything that's going on over there? And I knew the answer to it because I've been in many different countries where they constantly talk about the US. But it's very rare if we hear anything in other countries in regards to their voting politics or wars or any of that nonsense. But everybody knows about what's going on over here in the US.
Yeah.
And trust me, I wish it wasn't like that. I wish I was in some I want to go off grid pretty soon if I can, but I need to save up several $100,000 more before I can do that. And I think I'll probably have to buy some emus and some kangaroos and some alpacas and all that kind of stuff. I kind of want to get an emu just for the fact that, like, I want to see them like do that little smiling face towards me. They're so goofy looking.
Yeah, they look like what you'd see on Sesame Street or something.
Yeah, I mean, how do they even balance? It doesn't look like their equilibrium is correct. Like they're gonna fall forward or something.
It's kind of. I got pecked on the head by one when I was a kid.
So what? I mean, I know ostriches are the largest bird in the world. So this is the second largest bird. So how tall do these things get? Like 4 or 5 feet tall?
I can't think in feet, but I can think of one which was like higher than I was, and I'm like 1.6 meters, so I don't know, maybe 2 meters tall.
Okay. Don't worry. I know a lot of people in the US do not understand the metric system, but I do. It's very simple. But that's pretty tall for a bird when you think about it. That means those birds can get up to probably close to 100 pounds.
Okay, it says it weighs more than 1.5. Not weighs. The emu is more than 1.5 meters, 5 feet tall, and may weigh more than 45 kilograms or 100 pounds.
Yeah, that's a big, dangerous bird.
Really, but yeah,
if they're aggressive, that is.
Yeah, one thing I find really cool about the Aboriginal culture is they'll do their traditional dances, and some of their dances will be based on a certain animal. And basically, the whole dance will be them sort of becoming that animal, or like pretending, like doing those animal mannerisms. And so it's just interesting to watch because you're seeing them mimicking that animal, and I guess it's like a way of if they themselves like act like that animal, it's a way of them gaining the knowledge and reminding themselves of how that animal is, so that when like they're out hunting, they can sort of visualize what sort of directions, or how that animal is going to move and stuff like that. So it's very cool how they put into practice like their dance moves and stuff. It's all about embedding knowledge of like just practical stuff, how everything works. Super
That's
cool.
very interesting to hear, because that reminds me of, I don't have very long. I actually have to take off for a little bit, and then I'll come back and have a chat with you again. But if you're not familiar with how Bruce Lee the martial artist, if he was trying to create his own type of martial arts, he would mimic like different types of animals and how their fighting style was, and that's how he would sort of do that. So that's pretty cool.
Okay, I didn't know that about Bruce Lee.
Well, that wasn't like his only fighting style, but he definitely mimicked different types of animals and stuff. So
Actually, I think there was one of my friends in school some years ago. They were saying, "Oh yeah, me and some of my friends we practice fighting, and we like implement how animals fight. Oh, you should join us one time." And I thought, oh no, I'll leave that to you guys. I don't want to get in with animal fights.
I don't blame you. I don't think I want to do that either. Like fight like a monkey or a kangaroo or something. Yep. Even though I have seen some like kangaroo fights, it's really interesting. They're savage.
Yeah, I haven't witnessed one in person.
What I mean, yeah, just people that were witnessing it on camera, like kangaroo versus kangaroo kind of situation.
Yeah, so just like online, watching it online.
Yeah, that's all. Wait, and do you have like, I'm pretty sure you do, but bears?
No, we
You
don't.
don't have
have
bears down there? Really? Or out there?
Well, I mean, if you go super duper south, you might see a polar bear, but not in Australia.
Oh, okay. We got a lot of bears out here.
So we don't really need to carry around a gun for bears because we don't have any. And
well, I mean, aren't the gun laws out there like extraordinarily strict?
Yeah.
Yeah, some places in the U.S., if you're not familiar with this, like my dad, I've never been to Alaska, but my dad went up there for a fishing trip a couple years ago, and he said that like everybody has a gun, and I guess like the law is that if you have a gun, it's required to be loaded because there's all sorts of wildlife. I mean, like so much to the point where the wildlife can get aggressive towards the public, and sometimes the people actually have to shoot them in order to help protect the people. So if you have a gun, it's required to be loaded. You can't just carry it around for show.
That's an interesting way to live, I guess.
Yeah, and then like Utah, Nevada, Colorado, Texas, the gun laws are like, yeah, you want to have a gun? Go ahead. But then you come to like New York City or San Francisco, it's like, oh, you have a gun? Oh my goodness. Oh.
Yeah, Australia got like de-armed because there was like some shooting, and that
Yeah,
was
the Port
sort of
Arthur
the
massacre.
government. Yeah, that's it.
In 1996, I believe it was. Yeah.
I don't remember the year. Before my time.
Well, yeah, it was the Port Arthur massacre, and that's when that whole situation happened. I don't even know if that was an actual real situation that happened. It could have just been a way to de-arm Australia.
Yeah, there's some interesting books and stuff on it, but I haven't really looked into it much, but there does seem like to be some dodgy stuff involved for political advancement.
Yeah, and I'm sure a lot of people have heard about all of these situations. I know this is on YouTube right now and being live streamed, so I'm going to be as gentle as possible. All these different situations that have happened over here that are extremely fraudulent, but some people still believe it because it was on TV.
Mm-hmm.
And that is a major problem for me. That's why I turned off my TV and don't listen to the news anymore or the radio.
Yeah, Australia has like a lot of people who could do the same thing to their own benefit, but Australians can be very, very, what's the word? Apathetic. Is that the word? I don't know, but we ought to think for ourselves a bit more as a country, I think. Okay, we're not allowed to talk about the stuff we were talking about with the arming of guns. Guess we'll keep it to flat Earth. Australia, one of the flattest places out there. I was thinking of making a silly sort of parody video where it's like sort of like an instructional cooking thing or like a cooking advertisement where it's talking about selling cookies, and it's like, what's different from unlike like all these other cookies you can buy in the supermarkets, which are like circle or triangle or square shaped cookies. These cookies are flat. Now that means we don't know what shape it is, but it's, I don't know. I thought I'd make a silly parody like that. So that's a random thing I
Do it. Don't hold back. But everyone else that is currently listening, I am Andrew. I'm going to have to mute because my grocery store is about to... are they called grocery stores down there or something else?
Groceries, yeah. Grocery stores, shopping stores.
Okay. Shopping stores. Okay, yeah. I'm always curious about how the different terms are used in different countries and things like that. So, but yeah, I gotta buy groceries before it closes for my lunch tomorrow.
Okay.
But I'll come back. I'll be back in like a half an hour or so. So, Stacy, it has been exhilarating speaking with you so far. I'm sorry, Salt Lake Stacy.
Doesn't matter, Salt Lake Stacy or Stacy.
Okay, well, okay, I know it's just Stacy. But I'll be back to have a little bit more of a conversation before I have to go to bed in a couple hours. But I will be back with some exhilarating topics to speak about.
And some groceries too.
Yes, I'll have to put the groceries away, but that's going to be real quick.
All right. Well, I'll talk to you then, probably.
All right, I'll be around. Someone else hop in, please. Don't be shy, people.
Yeah, people are very quiet here, me included sometimes. Yesterday, I was watching some of the modern day debate with Whitsit and Karen B versing the Globe side. I don't know, I found it okay. Obviously, they never get anywhere because the Globe people never really address the one thing which has to be addressed. But
Oh my goodness, I was just about to step out when you started saying that, and I had to chime in right before I'm walking out my front door. So on Strange World, is today Wednesday? Oh yeah. So last night, technically, Karen and Mark were going over that, and I watched it for the most part when it was live. And if I was Austin or Karen, I would have had a very hard time biting my tongue and not just cursing them out for the stupidity in which they were ensuing into the audience. It was bad. Not Karen and Austin. I'm talking about the Globies.
But yeah, I thought it was good how like they remained very calm and didn't get all hostile or anything. Really shows who has the upper hand in the debate. Yeah, but just not understanding the basics of perspective must be frustrating as like someone in the debate. So yeah, I give it up to Whitsit and Karen B. They did a good job. And even Ozian, he was okay. I mean, he sort of came across as okay. I think there's other interviews or debates he's done which he just comes off as I don't know, doesn't do as good of a job as I would like him to do. I mean, like, obviously he doesn't do a good job at all, but I felt like he was a bit better today than sometimes other guy. He was a bit spirally. But sometimes I listen to those debates and I think, is this a debate worth showing one of my friends? Because I'm always trying to find a good debate where it's sort of fair and both sides get heard and it's just not massive ad homs. And this one seemed like not so much ad homs.
Absolutely no information provided on either side.
Well, I thought that the flat Earth side, they just provided the basic perspective curvature test sort of. I mean, yeah, to be fair, they sort of glossed over it. They didn't really go too much into it.
Yeah, I think
I'm
because
seeing...
of the competition was so weak that they didn't actually bring anything up. You know what I mean?
I guess as like me watching it, I already have all that knowledge in my head, so I forget if they didn't bring it up. I already know that's what they're sort of implying. So yeah, I didn't think about that. But yeah, it was very vague. I guess you don't have to bring up that much information on the flat Earth side. All it is measure the radius and then go from there.
What radius?
Oh, I don't know. The radius for the claimed curvature.
I'm only messing.
Okay.
I'm hearing a lot of this. I'm hearing a lot of this flat Earth moving up talk at the moment. Sounds like the old Flat Earth Society. They mentioned about the Earth moving upwards.
Oh no, not that.
Yeah, and Brian Cox, the heliocentric, is sort of in agreement with that. And then we've got Dell and the flat Earth side. He was on Nathan's show yesterday, claiming it.
Well, I don't watch Nathan's show.
Yeah. So, well, you wouldn't have seen that then. But yeah, so there's a lot of talk about Earth moving up in the flat Earth sides. There seems to be some like division and splits and thoughts going on. I wonder what you guys think.
Oh, I think that the Earth moving up is a positive claim, and I'd like them to substantiate some evidence for that claim.
Mm. That was Nathan's crux of the point. He couldn't offer any evidence. Or I think the evidence he was sort of, I don't know, he was going on about, what was he talking about? The relative density equilibrium. Saying that isn't the case, it's the case that the Earth's moving up. So he was asked to present some evidence for that, and he couldn't. I'm just hearing a lot of talk about it at the moment, but I remember back in the day, the Flat Earth Society, who were supposed to be there to misguide, that was their view. I'm just wondering if some of these people are actually on that side of the fence.
Or anyone in the live chat here want to speak up about your beliefs in this regard? I can't speak about it because I don't believe it. It's pretty quiet in here at the moment.
I've seen Mayhem for a bit. Where's he disappeared to?
No idea. I haven't been on for a while either. But I guess he has I think is it Twitch or something? Rumble? I think he uses Rumble.
Yeah, Rumble. I think he was getting into TikTok as well, I think.
Oh no, not that.
Well, I think you can earn some dollar off there. I'm not into it myself, but apparently you can earn a bit of dollar, so I don't think he's necessarily doing it just for that, but I think there was.
I think like it's good for people to go on it and try and spread truth because like heaps of people just use the platform. So if things can like get ways to reach other people who wouldn't come across the topic otherwise, it's great. It's just not what I want to do. I'll leave it for the Miggies of the world to go onto TikTok.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm the same. I seem to be at a lull with it. It's like I feel like there's a quiet before the storm going on. I think with this topic at the moment.
So when's the storm coming?
I don't know. It's how it feels like, you know. I mean, I come into here and I talk. I go on Nathan's, I talk to a few people on other platforms, but I'm just talking about the same thing usually. You know, drop over distance, elevation angles. You know, the usual stuff we've got.
Yeah, my main one is drop over distance.
Well, yeah, and yeah, evidence of that. That's always been the one, hasn't it? Really, it's the you don't have to go any. I was having a discussion with a friend of mine yesterday. He's a flat earther now. He never used to be, and I never really prompted him into it, to tell you the truth. In fact, I don't think he knew I was a flat earther in the beginning because I sort of kept things to myself a little bit and close to my chest with most people around me. His brother was a flat earther and was very open about it. and we just talked about it one day, and then all of a sudden, this friend I'm talking about, it just hit him like a ton of bricks, and he's like, he's well away with it, but he's probably not that I'm advanced in any way at all, but he's probably, I'm sort of talking to him about drop over distance and elevation angles and celestial navigation. He's not that into that yet, far ahead as that. But I was saying to him yesterday, because he's just been to Ireland. He said he's just been to Ireland on a holiday, and he's different than me. Is I don't. Well, I have done this. I have talked to people out and about years ago and tried to force it down people. I don't think he's forcing it down people's throat, but he's openly talking about it and asking people what that. I do it now and again in different places if I think it's right to do it. But he's just been to Ireland anyway on a holiday, and he said he was in a few bars and pubs, and he was out and about doing trips, and he was just talking to people about it. And he said a lot of the people took it, they was really interested in it, which he found surprising because I've spoke to people over here in the UK about it in angry reactions. Even I've ended up in nearly a fight one time about it. So he was pleasantly surprised that when he was in Ireland, people were saying, "Oh, all right, let's talk about this." And
You wouldn't want
he
to
gave
cross
what
the wrong Irishman with it, right?
knowledge he's learned so far, and
Roboting there one day.
it was quite interesting
Yeah, you are roboting.
in the topic. So that was interesting and welcoming. Sorry, that. Oh, sorry. I thought you were sorry. Can you hear me all right?
You're okay
I'll
now,
jump out
but
anyway.
yeah, you were roboting.
Yeah, I was saying you wouldn't want to cross the wrong Irishman. Like, I can only imagine that one Irish guy. Oh, like Dell, right? I know he's Scottish, right? But it's like, and you watch his videos, and he's like going up to these uni students, this big guy, buff, brawny Scottish guy. He's like, "This water's flat." This scrawny little, uni students go, "Yeah, it is. It's flat." You're not going to argue with the guy. I mean, it's crazy.
Haven't seen that. What's the YouTube called?
It's funny because one deck was talking about him. He's the one that's postulating that be on an Earth that's rising upwards at 9.8 meters per squared.
Oh, okay.
But he's beyond the imaginary curve on YouTube, and done some great stuff. Like I've enjoyed watching a lot of what he does, and he did a lot of activism, a lot of on the street, asking people questions.
Yeah, I think it's really cool how some people are there activism people, talking to people about it. I think one day I probably will, but at the moment I'm sort of just learning before I start flat smacking, as they call it.
I've been. I'm not going to use the word. Can you hear me, by the way, now?
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah. I'm not targeting, but there's been a couple of occasions where when I'm, because I do a bit of travelling in the UK and going into supermarkets, and there's been a few times where these Jehovah's Witnesses stood around with the signs, handing out leaflets.
Oh, yeah.
Where we created signs and this. I always make a point of stopping with them in a nice way and having a civil chat with them just about, do they believe on a globe, and do they believe that they were created? And a lot of the time they believe they were created, but they also believe they live on a globe. So then I get into the Big Bang scenario and try and discuss that with them. And I've had a couple of good conversations with them. There was two guys last week. One of them was not really budging. He, he just said, this is
Oh,
our
you're roboting a little again.
beliefs, and this
Yeah,
is
I can't hear what you're
On
saying
that,
anymore.
start again, mate. One that you might need to rejoin because it's unaudible. Holy shit, it's really bad.
The guy, when I got onto gas pressure without containment and
Roboting.
talking about astronauts going to the moon and going into the vacuum of space, and why doesn't the gas pressure?
Okay, now he's disconnected.
I got a little bit of it.
Yeah, something about gas pressure in containers.
I think it interesting is talking to people who in creation but also believe that they're on a globe, and yeah, it was inaudible after that.
Yeah, I've looked at some of like the Jehovah Witness handouts, and I was just a bit bored one day, and I was looking through it, and like the first thing was like, yes, Jehovah's Witness, the Bible, like it fits with science, and then it has a picture of a globe, and somehow it's like using the Bible to support the globe. I think it's like that thing where it says, and the earth hangs upon nothing, and uses that as like, yes, the Bible is scientifically telling us that the earth is a globe.
That's a bad description because it's not hanging, it's freaking supersonic speeds for nothing. Hanging was
Hanging
you
by
could even
gravity.
right, yeah, if it was just hanging on nothing, like what? Okay, you could even say that. Well, that doesn't mean it's moving, right?
It doesn't mean it's hanging. If it's hanging on nothing, it might mean it's sitting.
Yeah, it's stating what it's not. Yeah, it's not hanging. In other words, it's not hanging on anything, hanging on nothing. That's there's a bit of probably a bit of cultural, usage of words lost to translation.
Yeah, could be.
a lot of ancient cultures, languages, it's difficult to interpret it and put it into a way that spoke differently. They thought differently, but yeah, kind of in some ways they thought differently, and they had they had terms and for things that which we find it very difficult to put into our language. You know, to describe it. We're trying to in our language. It would have just been simply, you know, the Germans put, and a lot of other European languages, they put things us up, you know, to the English language. You know, the shops I went, you know, I went to the shops, sort of thing. You know, like, it's different.
Yeah.
And absolutely, that could just simply mean it's not hanging on anything.
Yeah, it gets really interpretive.
It does make you wonder why say that. Like,
Yeah, like instead of saying it's not hanging, why don't you say what it is doing?
right, it's as if someone said, you know, or you know, speculated back then that Earth might be hanging on nothing, and he was clearing it up. No, it's not. You know. Or it could, you know, like you know, shouldn't even really. I was thinking maybe that in another sense too could have been that saying I forget where I was going with that. There for that's my thought. Yeah, that's right. So it could be like a kind of like a metaphor or an analogy. Well, like usually it does sort of specify when they are using analogy and metaphor. It's kind of clear when they are and aren't using metaphor in those ancient texts. He might be saying it's not relying on anything. Maybe in that sense, you know, hanging on, relying on something is.
Yeah, I guess it could. It's an idea.
No, but then it's say that it's what it's like on foundations. That is kind of like a dependency. But it looks like we lost one deck altogether.
Yeah. You'll never get to hear what he was saying about, yeah, or when he found he was getting more interesting, then he started roboting. Yeah, there was a time when I first got into the flat earth ideas, I was still in like a Christian sort of doctrine. And I would go to like a church or something, and I just have this big piece of paper with like a heap of questions, because I was just curious to get other people to answer like these questions just so they can start thinking. And like not so much so I could look at their responses, but just because I found it the questions I started to think about, like, oh, is the earth stationary? How does that compare with like what the Bible says and all that sort of stuff back then? I thought, well, I'll I'll put it in a like a questionnaire sheet and get other people to realize, wow, these are actual questions which like you should think about when like if you're relying on the Bible. And so I did that for a few days, and I think most of the people got annoyed. They were like, oh, what? Why are you making me answer these questions? What? I never thought about it, but I had fun with it.
Yeah, it really bugs me when they try and say thing that obviously not speaking metaphorically is spoken metaphorically, is written, that they weren't meaning it in a literal sense. That really annoys me, because the writers themselves of the text took it literally, and they had most definitely 100% an ideology of of cosmology. Their cosmology was of a plane enclosed and not moving, was their cosmological view. There is no doubt about that. Friends will tell you that. There's people that are not any way Christian at all, and they study this stuff in universities, and that's what they're taught these people believed. That's university level, like historians that university. That's what most of the ancient cultures believed, that Earth was a motionless, enclosed plane, motionless, enclosed plane. And then these modern Christians come along with their so-called, these scientific views of reality, and impose views onto ancient scriptures. Well, God must have been meaning it metaphorically, and the writers just misunderstood. They misunderstood what to write down, what they were inspired to write down. But, it was a man's physical hand writing those words, and expressing their cosmological view. And then we come along and say they meant it metaphorically. They didn't mean it that way. I mean, come on, that's just stupid. Absolutely did mean it the way they wrote it.
Yeah, it's like when they say yes, the Bible, it's super scientific, but then when it comes to like the creation stories, then they're like, oh no, that was just like metaphorical. That wasn't actually, like, obviously that was a fable to, like, like they just pick and choose. Please have some consistency if you're gonna, talk about it.
Yeah, and I do believe, I just got back from the store, so I'm back. But I'm not a Bible expert by any means at all. But
Nor
the
am
way
I.
that I've heard a lot of people describe the cosmology of the Bible and the different alleged historical stories is they were written in allegories.
But yeah, like it's usually it's quite evident when it is or not. You know what I mean? Like, let me put forth this parable, and then you get the parable. You know what I mean? Like, whereas at other times it's just, it hasn't specified that. It's just like it's written down like it's a fact. It's immovable. It's not moving. Like going anywhere. It's just look into the context of it. And it's hard to try and justify it being an allegory or a metaphor or a parable or whatever.
It also goes along the lines of saying we shouldn't worship anything in the heavens above, in the earth beneath, and then distinguishes in the waters beneath the earth. How is the water beneath the earth on a ball? It's just inside of it. And then why would it be specified in a command? You can't metaphor a command. It's got to be direct.
Wait, the Bible says that specifically?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You should look up the Ten Commandments and then read them. And then I think it's the second or third one that gets into not making idols of things practically in existence.
Absolutely do not make images. Oh man, jeez, have they done a bad thing there? They've made the image of the whole thing that they think they're telling us is the whole thing.
All right, so I'm definitely not an atheist. I know that creation is real. I know the earth is not a sphere. But I have a very, very big problem when it comes to the Bible and other religions that have all these ancient scriptures and texts that are written, and we don't know who wrote them, or when they were written, or if any of them are actually historically accurate. They could just be something like a poem written by somebody we don't even know, or a group of people. So I'm still looking for answers in all of that stuff, and no one that is hardcore into the Bible has ever been able to answer me who wrote it and when it was written. But they will follow those scriptures until the day they
It's
die.
all different specific. It's all different times. Like it's written chronologically, like it wasn't all written at once and by one person. It was written by. It has many authors. Bible is biblio, meaning many books. Like than one bibliography. So like it's books, not books. Just one
Okay,
book.
but there was a final edition written at some point, which people are now reading today, right?
That's just a compilation of many other books. It's just and a group of guys. I don't know. Jimmy might know more about this. Council or something got together a few hundred years ago, and this is all that the public is going to be allowed to read now. This is the canon. The others are shit. All those other books are shit. Throw them out. This is all they're allowed to have. And
The reason they had to make one like we have today is because people would take the different books that was written and then order them in different ways. So whenever they say, well, we pulled this from a specific manuscript, they're also talking about how, well, this one didn't have this written down, or this one didn't have this in this location, it was somewhere else. It's because they took, like, for example, the woman caught in adultery, that was in a different place because it was, am I roboting?
No, you're right. And there's contention as to whether that was even written at all and not added in later.
Right. And it's because the manuscript that they pulled it from, which was before King Jimmy decided to have his scribes write one down in, the 7th English edition, it was put in a different order because the book that they pulled it from had I want to read the Bible in such a manner that it fits the days of the year. So by the time it comes down to Christmas, I'm talking about the birth of Jesus. Or when it comes time for Easter, I'm talking about his death and resurrection. That kind of way, but I don't remember the name of the word for those kind of books. But there was always a different structure, and it was the way the person wanted to read it. So whenever you had the Old Testament for the temple, they had them sectioned off. You had I don't remember the words, but you had Genesis scroll, you had the scroll of the numbers, you had the last you had the Deuteronomy scroll, and you had the scroll of the laws, which was Leviticus, and it's a little bit deeper than how people think of it now. We think of it now
Well, then
because
I got
it's
a question
that
for
way.
everybody that's probably knowing more about the Bible than myself, even though I was raised in a religious household, a little bit softly. Is there anything in the Bible that can be proven to be historically accurate at all? I mean, anything at all, including the people that are written about in the Bible, or the Bhagavad Gita, the Torah, or anything.
Locations, locations, towns, cities, family names passed down. Relics, artifacts. I've seen some stuff, but I don't know. Some archaeological finds which could indicate that the events described actually occurred. The people existing.
Well, the people existing part is like cities. If they're mentioning a city that is still currently there, then that's one thing. But to mention a person, like, I can't prove to you that my great great grandfather even existed. It's hard for me to even do that, even though I know someone existed before me because I'm here now. But I can't prove it to you, and you can't prove it to me.
Yeah, I know, but there's also like intercultural relations that like that. So the Greeks, invaded parts of the Mediterranean and over, and their history will support history, and it became sort of one history. They support each other. Yeah, that definitely happened because that guy was our fucking emperor, and he did invade the land, and he took over. Like, I mean, so. And archaeologists go try and find these lost cities, and they find sometimes they find these places sometimes, and they find relics and artifacts and which
Okay, the reason I'm
find
bringing this up is because
pottery with words of the king's names on them and things like that. Like
right. Okay, I have a little bit of a unique history compared to other people because I'm conspiratorial, a flat earther. I'm a combat veteran, and I've been out to different places and experienced different things throughout the world in history. When I was in Iraq in the early 2000s, we were told that we were out there because some terrorists were crashing planes into these buildings, and we're out there looking for weapons of mass destruction, and Saddam Hussein was the bad guy. And that's what's going to go down in the history books. Now, was that actually true? I highly, highly doubt it. And I would be willing to bet a lot of money to the point where that history was written in order to influence certain types of actions onto the American people and other countries as well. So I don't trust other things that were in history. Like there's a lot of stuff about World War II and the Civil War and the Revolutionary War and these different types of things that we don't really know because most of us that are listening to this right now were never even alive during, like, probably even Vietnam. And that was just a bunch of a fraud as well. So when you start to look into the history of something that is supposed to be extremely spiritual, telling us that, like the Bible, for example, I've got a huge problem with that.
How is it you came to the understanding that was, some shit going on in World War II that they don't talk about in the history book? How did you find that out?
Well, there's certain levels of evidence that you can look at that don't make sense, and I'm not going to try and get into something that's too risque at the moment because this is being live streamed at the moment. So,
Second question.
I'm sorry. Say again.
Second question.
Yeah.
We came to the understanding that we went to Iraq and Afghanistan for the wrong reason because we was told the wrong reason, but we still have the right reason in our mind because we know what's going on. Do you think it's impossible that somebody in the future is going to know what we know? Do you think our information is just going to disappear? Or do you think it's possible somebody or a group of people is going to perpetuate that information forward?
Well, it's being okay. That's a multifaceted question. Let me ask. Okay, I'll answer that, and then I have a follow-up question for you. Okay.
How do you think the information is going to go forward? Do you think, the conspiratard is going to die out and the information is going to be lost to the future?
No. Well, I'll never use the word conspiratard, but
I don't know, but we got
the
viewers
people that
who
are questioning things that are not necessarily making logical sense. You can call them conspiratards if you want to, but people that are just able to think for themselves. No, I don't think that's ever going to die off, but it's definitely being suppressed in a large way, and it always has been, for as far as I know. So But it goes back into the old saying that the winners write the history books.
What do the winners do whenever they have too much information and they can't hide it? What do they do?
Well, I think they suppress it as much as they possibly can, but eventually there's like the Hegelian dialectic kind of situation, the problem action solution plus the revelation of the method. They have to say certain things that are real. I'm not sure if that's like a spiritual thing that they're required to do or if they're just doing it to fuck with people.
Okay.
But
Well, how about this?
ultimately, I think that knowledge is never going to be completely suppressed. But in the end, there's going to be certain things that are written in the history books, like that the Earth is a sphere. But that's only kind of new. People knew about the opposite for a very long time, but now they're coming along and they're trying to suppress that as much as they possibly can because of the advent of the newspaper, the radio, television, the internet, and the mass population of people that are able to communicate with each other nowadays. And they're doing that very, very successfully.
Okay. How did they make a bunch of people believe the globe, since there was so much information that the Earth was flat and all those
Is a good
experiments that prove that the Earth
question,
doesn't
and
move?
I think Iru has answered this question very, very well. Iru Landucci. You guys are not familiar with Iru Landucci. He's very well versed. He's been on Globebusters. He has his own channel on YouTube and Rockfin and Odyssey and everywhere else. Anyways, he's always talking about the Jesuits.
Yeah.
Basically, meaning like the churches, essentially. The Catholic churches and different religious sects. Also, like Freemasons and things like that. These different organizations who they're in the background trying to control everything and potentially are, but they're not necessarily all working together at the exact same time. But they're definitely not giving us the correct answer and or the truth. And this is something I've said many times, that a lie is 10 times more powerful than the truth. And here's the reason why I'm saying that. And some people give me a hard time when I do say it, but a lie can go in many different directions. You can manipulate it, alter it. And then if someone says, if they call you out for it, you can just alter that lie in order to sound like the truth. But the truth only has one direction you can go with it. The truth is the truth. But a lie is way more powerful, and they fucking know it. That's why they're doing it so much. Because they can take that lie and just use it however the hell they want to do it. So it's something to consider.
So you look at the cosmology of the way our existence is, and you see that they've created a lie, and they've manipulated the lie over time so that they can create something that convinces people that the truth is not true, right? So when we have all these experiments talking about, well, we tested it, the Earth's not moving. Well, despite the movement, despite the lack of movement in the test, what actually happened was the apparatus warped due to space-time, and that's why it told us that the Earth's not moving. And so we have all of the things that come from that. You think it's possible that they just took the truth and twisted it, but you take the same method and you would apply it to religion, right? Well, how is it we have the Bible and all of its manuscript evidence, and despite the manuscript evidence, it's still a lie? Or the manuscript tells people to act a specific way, and the people in charge of that manuscript evidence, they're telling you that it's not the way that it said. Or as I like to point out, the Jesuits aren't Christians. They're not a Society of Jesus, even though they claim to be, you know. And they have practices that are stark against it. And whenever people were pointing out their wrongdoing and saying, "No, you shouldn't be doing that," and they go and make their protests, become the Protestants. Now it's a Hegelian dialectic because there was people rising up, standing up against them, saying, "No, you're doing the wrong thing. You're not going with what the manuscripts are saying." And now you have a massive multi-century Hegelian dialectic going on, and that's why you can't believe it.
Well, you just asked me like 3 or 4 questions. Which one would you like me to cover first?
My last one, because the first few were preface.
Right. Okay. Can you restate the question real quick, just so that I'm sure what I'm trying to answer?
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm so the Protestant Reformation, whenever they told the Catholics, "You're handling this wrong," okay, that's the start of the multi-century Hegelian dialectic.
Okay. Well, you were roboting for just a moment at the beginning, but I think I'm grasping what you were saying. In regards to the Catholics, I don't know a whole lot about them, but I do have a little bit of a Christian upbringing and things like that. So the thing that I understand about the Catholics is there's some sort of a discrepancy as far as what like a Baptist or a Presbyterian versus a Catholic believes in due to the history that was written. So I don't really know. I wasn't alive back then, and I'm skeptical about all of it because I wasn't alive back then, and nothing of it can be proven to me today. I'm not sure if that's answering your question or not.
Not really. But you're
Okay,
giving me an idea of your mind. That's okay.
okay. Yeah, I mean, I would have to think about it a little bit better. I'm
Okay.
not against people that are in that state of mind because I prefer to speak with people that are religious versus people that are atheists. I'll say that like 10 times over because I was agnostic until I came across flat Earth because I couldn't prove or disprove anything. I'm
Yeah.
still kind of middle of the road when it comes to a lot of stuff. But so far, everything that I've seen in religion, like for example, I have a religious book sitting right here in front of me. I can open up and read it to you, like certain passages out of it, and you would have no idea if that was the Bible or not. I guarantee it. But it might be the Bible. So, but it's the fact that there's good messages that are written in these religious texts that are very old because, I'm only 40, so I don't really know. And the oldest person that I currently know is my grandfather, and he's 96 right now, I believe. So the oldest person I can talk to that I know of is him, and he can tell me certain things that he knows of. But aside from that, everything is just it's hearsay.
So all of history is hearsay.
I did not say that. I'm saying
With the
that I
way
cannot.
you're stating, it seems as though your overall mindset of history is that you don't know. You're bleeding your agnostic view into your historical view.
No, I'm taking my own personal experience with
Right.
what I was just telling you, and I'm trying to resolve that with other things I've been told because I know a whole bunch of bullshit that was told to me over the years, and I have no doubt whatsoever that other people were told the same bullshit, and that bled over into history books, religious books, and things like that. So, yes, I think a lot of it is hearsay.
Right. You may not have used the word I used or the words I used, but it's the same. You know, I can't verify it. I can't verify certain things myself, so I remain in a neutral position because I can't show it one way or another, right?
Well, right, but at what point do you step out of my point of view and just accept it for face value then? And why?
So face value in my book means that you can tell one way or another. You know what I mean? Like the sign's yellow, you know. I gotta take it at face value. The sign is yellow. I can't say that it's red or blue or you know what I mean. So
Right, but when someone just opens up a random page of a religious scripture, the Bible, Bhagavad Gita, I mean, it doesn't matter what it is, and just open up a random page to it, and then you start reading it with a good passage to it. And it's like, oh, be good to other people. Okay, that makes sense. But then all of a sudden, you read on to like the next one, and it starts talking about something terrible. That doesn't make sense at all. Why would that be written in here? Because I'm not sure if you're aware of it, but there's a lot of really terrible stuff that's written in the Bible and other religious scriptures as well.
Yeah.
And I think the Bible can probably be summarized in about a half of a page. That's all you need to know. So all the other stuff in there, I have no idea who wrote it, why they wrote it like that, or if the people that are alleged to have written it even wrote it. So when people take it on face value, and I have to say that literally because, like, if you go to John or Timothy or Deuteronomy or all those different things in the Bible, you have no idea. That's just what it says at the top of the page.
Right.
I mean, I come from a very skeptical and logical type of a way of thinking when it comes to like engineering and troubleshooting and things like that. So if someone's going to tell me something that doesn't make sense, I'm going to question it. It's just part of my nature. I mean, so.
Well, would you use a troubleshooting in history class? Would you use troubleshooting in history class?
Well, yeah, I think that's important. I took history in college. I mean, I got straight A's in my senior year of high school when it came to, history especially. I've been to Washington, D.C. on high school trips because I loved history like so much. I thought it was fascinating, but then I started seeing that there was a lot of discrepancies when it came to everything in Washington, D.C. and what I was being told in my textbooks and what my teacher was telling me. So, yeah, that's when I started being a little bit skeptical. And then I got into the military and I was more skeptical. And then I started watching the news, even more skeptical. And, as I was growing up, it just, the skepticism continued to grow. And that started off when I was basically being brought to church at a very young age. And people were telling me, this is what Jesus looks like. I'm like, how do you know that? And guess what? Nobody knows if Jesus even existed at all, or what he even looked like if he did exist. But there's all these pictures all around the world and a statue in Brazil called the Great Redeemer showing this is what he looked like. But no one actually knows. But people take it and they run with it. You see what I'm saying now?
Well, yeah, I have that same standard. Nobody knows what Jesus actually looked like because we don't have any artwork of Jesus from the past, but we do have the Catholic Church, we're getting back into that, having blended all of the different religions into one religion because the Roman Church existed before Christianity became legal. And whenever they decided to make Christianity legal, they just shoved it into the Roman Church. It's still the Roman Catholic Church, Catholic being universal. And when you have things like Christmas, where the Catholics had taken a tree and tried to reach out to the tree worshippers, right? Or
I've heard different stories about Christmas. I don't celebrate Christmas anymore personally. I know that like sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. But
They did.
I'm sorry. I'll shut up. Go ahead.
And then you got Easter, where people are talking about the rabbit, whereas it sits on the same, you know, period of time as the Passover, which the Passover is the Bible's beginning of the year, and Easter was also the beginning of the year because it's the beginning of spring. And so you have these two ideas that sit next to each other, and then you have to decide, well, are they just talking about the same thing, or is there something significant about this period of time in regards to like a clock or a calendar? Are they just celebrating the same, natural event at the same time? And then now, since we have post Catholic ideas, are we just celebrating them together because it's easier that way? And then now you got the
Did you say post Catholic?
yeah. So we have, your complacent Christians celebrating two events at the same time, and then you've got your Christians that have decided, yeah, we're not going to do that whole paint the eggs, Easter egg hunt kind of Easter. We're going to focus it more on like what happened at that time, which is, your Old Testament beginning of the year Passover. We walked out of Egypt, and the death and resurrection of Jesus, right? And then you've got your complacent Christians who think, well, the statue, that's probably what Jesus looked like. It doesn't really matter to me. It's the representation. And then you got your Christians who are very specific, and they remember whenever he said, don't make idols of anything in heaven, earth, and waters beneath. They recognize that that's not actually Jesus. That's an artist's depiction, which matches the other depictions which came before them. And, you get where I'm going.
Right, and I do believe when I looked this up on my own that the very first artist depiction came 300 years after the alleged existence of this spiritual man named Jesus.
Yeah.
That's a long time.
Yeah. That's why I don't worry about it. That's why there's specific Christians who cut the bullshit, and they're like, yeah, we don't actually know what he looks like. We're not going to know what he looks like. Right? We have these ideas, and when somebody defaces this this idea, it's okay because they're not actually.
Well, then how do you know he existed if you don't know what he looked like? I mean, there's got to be some sort of an idea, right?
Yeah, and it's what I was getting back to earlier, but your way of thinking is different than mine. In my mind, we have an abundance of information that he existed, and instead of getting rid of it all, because they couldn't, you had Diocletian, which was a Roman emperor who decided he was going to destroy all the manuscripts, all the leaders, and all the places of worship for these Christians. But he ended up retiring because the more he killed them, the more it spread, right? That's according to the history book, which you don't agree with because you can't verify it.
Well, no, it's because I've, in my own personal life, have seen how history is easily manipulated.
Right.
So, and that's just in a short period of time. So, over the course of over 2,000 years, what would be any different?
You reiterated what I said in a different way.
Okay. But do you understand where I'm getting at, though? Where I'm coming from in regards to this?
I know where you're coming from. I know where you're coming from. Then we had, the time where it became legal, and then data that they did have was multiplied, and then it was compartmentalized. the information was not allowed to be read by the public. There were monks who were talking about, you know, you gotta pay the church in order to be free of your sins, or you gotta pay the church so that you can have your family members go to heaven, which was not a Christian
And
belief.
to add on to that, just real quick, something else that I cannot prove, but something I've heard. You've probably heard the same thing, that a lot of like slaves in different countries throughout history, slaves were not allowed to learn how to read or write. So it was only like the nobles and the clergy that knew how to do that. So they were the ones that were passing on the knowledge.
How can you prove that?
You said you cannot agree with that?
I said, how can you prove that?
Well, it's what I've heard. I can't prove it.
Okay.
I did say that. It's something I can't prove, but it's something I've heard in history. And that was something, for example, the black slaves in America, they, like the Negroes, they were not taught how to read and write, because as soon as you are taught how to read and write, it empowers people. And I know that for a fact. Oh, I'm sorry. When you learn how to read and write and become more eloquent and intelligent, me being a teacher, I can tell you that the students that I have that are very well versed in the subject matters do very well, and the ones that don't study or did very poor throughout the courses, they're not trying to do that. So it's this is a part of history as well. And I'm just teaching electrical courses, by the way. I'm not teaching like history or anything, even though there is history involved in electrical studies. So when it comes to having people be intelligent with just basic arithmetic, reading, and writing, one of the best ways to keep someone a slave and in like a labor field is to not let them know how to become an engineer, for example, because engineers are going to be in charge.
Right. Which was happening at that time.
Well, I think it's factually happening today.
Right.
I mean, we have people that, no offense to people that deliver my mail, but they don't get paid very much, and they're not very smart people, because it's a government job that they can get. It gives them a pension, but I mean, they're dumb as shit for the most part.
Yeah, that happens when you don't know. So there were people in the church who were saying, you're doing this wrong. And they started teaching the people outside the church. And those people were dying and being burned with their books. This is where we get our Inquisition. And then eventually you had the book get out of the church to such a degree that they couldn't burn enough people with their books, because we had the printing press happen, right? And instead of changing the way we hide the information, we changed the way the information is looked at, which is the birth of the globe. You had the whole birth of geocentrism, a ball in space with the sun being out.
Yeah,
And
I do believe that was like in the
away from us.
1500s or something like that, with like Copernicus or something. There was it Copernicus? There was a well-known Jesuit.
Copernicus, Galileo, and all of those, and then Newton in the
Yeah.
1600s. All of this happened in the same time the Protestant Reformation happened. Protestant Reformation was them getting away from the system, fighting the system, saying, no, you're not teaching it right, you're not doing it right. This is why we're breaking it off. This is why we started creating more denominations, because people were doing things wrong. Repeat over 200 different times over. Every time somebody was doing something wrong, or somebody noticed something was wrong, or somebody noticed things could be done different, but the organization that they were with wasn't doing it the right way or didn't do it the way they wanted it to be done, they created their new denomination. And that's why we have so many different Christianities now, even though the baseline is still the same book. Your church, your Catholic Church, was suppressing the people. It was recognized. There was a revolt. There was a protest. The birth of the globe was created to change the way people looked at the information,
Okay,
using it
so you
as
are
a different
saying
lens.
that history has been manipulated based on different power struggles within Catholicism, the different churches, and it had to basically splinter off in different ways because of the manipulation that was happening. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. People wanted to be in control, and they were losing their control, so they had to use a new form of control. We see that happen today.
Well, you're talking about in politics, right? Not in religion specifically, I'm assuming.
Everything. You know, you can have a relationship with somebody, and they're losing control of you, so they start changing their tactic. You know,
Right.
instead
Well,
of
I'm not
taking
religious
you jump on
specifically. I don't.
love, they're using, emotions to keep you intact and track. You know, you're you're not loving me as much, so then you're being coerced back into acting the way that you were in the past, or they suspect that you're doing something wrong, and so they start using emotion to get you back into, back into line. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I completely. I've been in a relationship that was like that with my ex, believe it or not, and she was doing that to me. But that was more of a personal, isolated type of a situation versus a mass situation, like in politics and society or in religion. There's quite a bit of a difference, but it does relate in a sense.
Yeah, because lies are still lies at the end of the day. The reason people lie is the same at the end of the day: pride, greed, and lust.
Right, and that's something else that the Bible and other religions. So let me give you a quick little story here. When I got out of the military, out of Iraq, and I was there to basically, do things that I regret doing now. So I
Yeah.
regret doing things, um, and I'm not proud to say it, but I did have to do things. I'm not proud of today. So
Yeah.
I got out and I was going to school at the time, and I got a job uh, as a electrical technician. And one of the guys that was training me, he was Muslim, and
Huh?
I was extremely prejudicial against anyone in the Islam faith, and that is something I'm not proud to say. But now I'm proud to say that I've grown beyond it, and I don't feel that way anymore at all.
Sure.
Because he was one of the men who taught me that my way of thinking was very flawed. And what he told me was, it doesn't matter what faith you're associated with or affiliated with, that everybody can basically agree there are some basic principles to being good. And that is, do not, and there's more than this, but the basic ones are: do not lie, cheat, steal, or kill. So those are the basic ones. Even an atheist could agree with that. Do not lie, cheat, steal, or kill, because it's immoral, and it's sort of like karma. You get what you give. So, and that was something I was like, all right, well, that makes a lot of sense because of my religious upbringing when I was younger. And trust me, I moved away from that stuff really quick when I started seeing the inconsistencies between like Mormonism and baptism and all that kind of stuff. So my religious and spiritual journey is very different from other people because I try to speak logically and consistently about things, but I'm also willing to learn new things and accept when I'm wrong. But at the same time, I'm also trying to have this logical type of conversation with people and see if they can accept if they're wrong. because not everybody can accept that because they're hard-headed. And that's one of the hard parts about having a conversation like this, is that I'm pretty sure that you are pardon my language, a staunch Christian. You're roboting. You're roboting. Say again.
How about now?
Much better.
I don't agree with a lot of what Christianity looks like today.
Okay, so would you say that you're more in the ballpark of, and I hope you're aware, Austin
Jesus
Whitsitt?
existed, and morality is objective, and it's defined by what I've been given through the Bible.
Okay, well, Austin Whitsitt, are you familiar with his channel and what he talks about?
Yes.
Okay, so
Not like I went and watched all of his videos, but I know who Whitsitt is.
oh, okay, but Austin, yeah, he's very intelligent. He's like 10 years younger than myself, but I still listen to what he says because he just preaches I don't like to use that word preach, but he espews knowledge very, very well. And he doesn't wear a crucifix or a cross, and the most Bible understanding people that I know will not go to church, and they will not wear a crucifix. And they also don't consider themselves religious or necessarily even Christian, but they just use the Bible as a teaching tool, which I have no problem with until people start taking it literal.
Why can I not take it literal along
I
with
think
it?
some of it you can take literal, but not the entire thing.
Why not?
Because there's a bunch of nonsense in it that is just...
Why would you call it nonsense?
What is it, Romans 19 or something like that says that the government was put here by God and we should obey the government?
Okay.
Or something like that?
So you disagree with your current government, right? And that is now a fallacious idea.
How so?
And so you cut it out.
Well, I mean, how so?
I don't need to. You already know the how so. You don't agree with what it's standing for anymore. You would prefer it to be in a different way, or you'd prefer to have no governing body over you and let you be a free individual, right?
I don't think that our creation, because I don't believe, I don't like to use the word God or the creator or even to assign a gender or sex to the creation. I just know that we are created by an intelligent design, and we are here with a purpose that I'm still trying to figure out.
Okay.
And
when
as
you
soon as
say
I figure that out, I will let you know. But do you know what deism is?
I don't know. I don't know. What is deism?
Okay, so deism, I'll just explain it to you. I know some people will give me a hard time about this too, but I think it's the most middle of the road kind of situation you can be in.
Is it where the earth is constantly in recycle?
Well, no. It's that, well, I don't know. There might be a couple different ways to explain it, so I can't speak for every single person. But I'll say this. In the best way that I can explain it. We are here. We are created. We are special because something beyond our intelligence created us for a reason. Beyond that, it's all speculation.
Does that creator communicate with us? Does it have the ability
I didn't say
to create?
creator, I said just the creation.
Creation.
Yes.
So the earth itself made us?
Well, no.
So then what is the creation?
Well, the creation is something we can't really comprehend. It's like trying to understand what the ninth dimension is. Like, it's just, or even like the fourth dimension. Yeah, you can kind of try and explain it, but we still don't You can't touch it, you can't smell it or anything like that, but you know it's there. And that's about as far as I'm not speculating based on how it happened, why it happened, but it did happen, and obviously it was intelligent, whatever it was. It could have been like in Christianity, which is monotheistic, one God, one creator, or it could be like in Hinduism, where there's millions of them. There's a god of like paper, a god of wind, a god of, pretty much anything that you can tangibly discuss, there's a god for it. And then there's like the Greek gods, the Roman gods. I mean, there's different cultures throughout history who all have a different idea as to how all this stuff came about. But one thing that everybody in any sort of theistic mentality can agree on is that we're not atheists, and we're here with an intelligent design of some sort, and there's a reason behind it. And I think I know the reason behind it, but I still haven't completely figured it out. And I'll tell you what my reason is, and that is to live, love, and learn, in whichever order you want to put them in. Live, love, and learn. I mean, it's pretty basic to me.
So the creation is a fourth dimensional thing. The creation is not.
Well, no. I'm not saying fourth dimensional. I'm just saying it's outside of our comprehension.
Okay. Let me rephrase. The 2 dimension can be seen in 3 dimension from some third dimensional form, right? The third dimension can see into the second dimension. The fourth dimension can see into the third dimension, but the third dimension can't look at itself, right? Second dimension can't see itself. So
yeah, in a sense, I think I could probably add to that a little bit, but go ahead, please.
The fourth dimension sees the third dimension, but the third dimension can't see the fourth dimension.
Are you talking about like the Tesseract kind of thing that Carl Sagan was talking about?
I have no idea. I've heard it from somebody, and then I thought about it in my own way. But you follow my logic,
right? Yes, I do. Yes.
Okay. So since we're in the third dimension, we can't see outside the third dimension. The fourth dimension is looking at us, right? So it's the fourth dimension that's created the third dimension. Us. So the fourth dimension is the creation outside of us.
Okay. Is that a question or a statement? Or
is it closely following your point?
Okay, so when it comes to like dimensional space, single dimensional, according to physics, which is complete just hogwash nonsense, the only thing that can really describe what a one-dimensional thing is something called string theory, which is still like, pardon me for saying it, a bunch of nonsense bullshit.
Right.
So,
I agree.
Two-dimensional is very, very simple. Some people say, oh, you can never have a two-dimensional. Yeah, you can. It's called a shadow. Okay? A shadow has no height whatsoever, but it has length and width. That's a shadow. Okay? And also a projection on a computer screen is two-dimensional. Even though that can be argued a little tiny bit because like there's the alleged depth of these particles that are being displayed through the diodes and things. But anyways, you get what I'm saying, right? A shadow is a really good example of a two-dimensional object. Because it's a shadow. A three-dimensional thing has to have an XYZ coordinate to it. A fourth dimensional, I've actually read an extremely extensive book called The Fourth Dimension Simply Explained. And trust me, even though they say it's simply explained, it's not easy.
It's not simple.
No, it's not easy at all. And there was a competition that was done in the early 1900s between many very, very intelligent people, and they were offering like a $500 prize for anyone that could actually easily and most simplistically explain what the fourth dimension could possibly be, and they come up with all these different ways to manipulate like an XYZ coordinate or just an XY coordinate, or try to come up with different things like that. And it was a lieutenant commander in the Army who actually won the prize, and I still didn't agree with him. As a matter of fact, I started agreeing with the people that were anti-fourth dimension the most.
Yeah.
But so there are these different aspects to mathematics and physics and just basic logic. But when you start getting to, like, if there was another book called The Fifth Dimension, easily explained, it would be even more complicated. And this is where our understanding with our brains and our neurons and stuff they just start to go out of whack, and you get into all these elongated conversations that don't really seem to go anywhere. And I think a lot of that can also be related to how people relate what creation is. I don't think you can call it, I'll just use the word God for now. I don't think God gave us the ability in our brain to comprehend what God is. But we know that God is there. And we are here. I mean, it's pretty hard to argue with that logic, in my opinion, because I'm not making any definitive statement other than we're here. I'm a deist because I'm staying middle of the road. And I know that the Big Bang, even if that was real, still required something to create us. So even atheists, they say, oh no, we're just here, just a random chance. Stop being an idiot. That even the Big Bang required something. I mean, do you see a little bit more where I'm getting at now?
I'm still trying to grasp what your idea of creation is, because I brought up a way for me to express what I understood of what you're saying, and then you told me that you don't agree with your already conceived form of fourth dimension.
Well, no, I'm just okay.
I don't know what you mean by creation, and I'm trying to get a different way of you saying your form of creation. What is
right? Okay, so, and I do appreciate this conversation and you being skeptical and questioning me and holding my feet to the fire in a sense, because some people have done it, some people haven't. And when I say the fourth dimension, I'm not specifically talking about something beyond the third dimension. It's just an analogy or a metaphor, for example, to describe something beyond what we can currently understand. And that the creation is real. Whatever the creation is, the creator, God, I mean, Jesus, Muhammad, Buddha, Thor, I mean, Zeus, I mean, it doesn't really matter. Or maybe all of them are combined into one thing.
they're all contradicting. So whenever you're trying to combine them, you're creating a subjective.
Right. That was a rough analogy. I'm not trying to. Okay, but I'm just saying. And the ironic thing that also I have a hard time with is that I absolutely know this for a fact that men have been running the world for a long time, because we work in the workplace and women are home raising the families and the children. So men have a different type of dominance throughout history. And I think that men absolutely have been writing these different religious scriptures and have always related God as a man. But in reality, we have no idea. And trust me, I am highly against this whole social narrative that's going on right now with this whole transgender kind of situation.
Okay, we avoid that.
Oh, you're against that?
No, we avoid that. We're on live stream and we don't want to get the server shut down.
Oh, okay, I gotcha. Yeah, okay. Yeah. So, but I think you understand what I was just kind of getting at, and I think okay, so you get that. So I don't think that God can even have a specific title. if you want to call it God, the creation. It's something, like I said, I just can't give it a name or an exact definition because I don't think we have words in the English language or any other language to describe what it really is. But
Right.
I can tell you that we're here, and I have the ability to love, learn,
Okay.
and and live.
Does this creation communicate with us?
I think in some very deep esoteric ways, yes. And I think that may have happened to me in the past. I think that something like karma is definitely out there. I've also done the rice water experiment twice. I'm not sure if you've ever done that before. If
Yeah.
you even know what it is.
I know what you're talking about. Done
Yeah,
it.
I've done it twice, and it works. I found that out from Dr. Miyamoto when I was. I'm a pretty big nerd when it comes to reading this kind of stuff. So I've got all these different books and stuff. And one of the books I was reading was talking. It was like a chemistry book, and they were talking about how the most mysterious, according to chemists, the most mysterious thing in chemistry is water. I was like, wow, really? So I started reading on. And yeah, it's the only thing that can be frozen, turned into a gas, and liquefied, and never lose any of its properties. Like, oh, interesting. And then it started referencing Dr. Miyamoto. And I heard about this like way before, like 2012 or something, way before I was into Flat Earth. So I started getting into that, reading like his kind of stuff. I think he was still alive back then too. But so I never even tried doing the rice water experiment until much later on when I came back to California. And I actually saw someone that did it online. I was like, no way. I mean, that was like years before. So I was like, oh, I got to try this out now. And so I tried doing it, and it worked. And I've got a video of it. And then I heard, Jaron from Jaronism.
Yeah.
I found out about him, and I started hearing him talk about it. I was like, oh my goodness, this is like a synchronicity kind of a thing that's going on. So yeah, there is definitely some sort of a way that the creation through karma or synchronicities or I've also had ESP situations. Yeah, I'll take it to my grave. Yes, there's a way that the creation speaks to us, but it's not like through necessary, like, here's the winning lottery ticket numbers. It's not like that. It's like a deep esoteric subconscious, like pineal gland kind of situation.
Okay.
Almost like
How do you
how
know it's the creation?
some people will take DMT or DMT is you know what DMT is?
I've heard about it.
Okay, so it's dimethyltryptamine. It's actually a chemical that the human body produces in very, very small quantities on our own. But when you take like a larger dose of it through something called like ayahuasca, you can go down to like South America and you can get it and do it through like the assistance of a shaman. And it's weird because I know a couple people that did it, and they say that they all experience the same thing. It's like an out of body experience that only lasts for a short period of time. But they say that's when you know that creation is real. It's like we don't know what God is, but you know that God is there. Which is I've also done magic mushrooms several times, and it's the same kind of concept. If you do enough of those, it kind of opens up like your pineal gland and a separate part of your brain that's inactive until you do that. So I'm not promoting doing illicit drugs or anything, but that's not really, it's just a mushroom that anyone can eat. It's like peyote or something like that. It just it's spiritual, shamanistic, and people have been doing it for I'm not even sure, probably for as long as people ever figured out what those things were. And go ahead.
How do you know you're not communicating with a deceptive thing? How do you know it's creation specifically?
Well, it's otherworldly.
Right.
And if you're
However,
talking about
in
like
my view,
demons and like the devil and Satan and all that, well, I
yeah.
don't believe in demons or the devil or Satan.
Okay.
So
This is where I get it back into what I was trying to get at earlier, which is I don't think the the modern day Christian has it all together. Right? Like what I'm gonna ask you specifically,
yeah.
what does the Bible say a demon is? Or what picture is put together by the Bible as to what a demon is?
Oh my goodness, I would butcher it really bad if I even tried to attempt it. So, I mean, do you want me to try and attempt it?
I'd probably butcher it too,
Okay,
but
so I don't want to sound like a
I
fool.
like this. I
But
like this chat. So
yeah, okay. So it's one of those things that I think has to do with um like a horned demon or something like that. The typical depiction of what Satan looks like would be like sort of like Baphomet.
right,
But then again, I don't believe in that kind of stuff. I think it's used as a manipulation tactic to get people scared and
exactly.
right. So
So
I don't think that the creation is going to create us, give us free will, and allow us to live, love, and learn, and then be like, well, if you don't follow these real specific rules that someone wrote a long time ago, you can't even prove, then you're going to go to this fiery like place where you have eternal thirst and hunger for all of
yeah,
eternity. That seems completely illogical.
because it is
Right,
right.
because
Remember,
the
whenever I was talking about how they've created an idea of what Jesus looked like, and you pointed it out. And this is the same thing. It's not a horned demon. It's not a guy in a red suit running around with a pitchfork trying to make you do the wrong thing. It's a spiritual, uh, in my understanding, from what I went and read and heard from other people as like, hey, go check this out. The the biblical story for how this portion of our existence is. We had the mixing. A lot of Christians don't believe it, don't agree with it. That's fine. This is the way I see it, right? That's what we're at. That's the level we're on.
what do you mean the mixing?
We had in Genesis chapter 6, you had the angels come down and uh, make wives of women, right? And then Jude talks about how there were angels that left their dominion and now they're stuck in darkness. Okay. When you go and read other books like Enoch, it talks about how there was a group of angels that conspired to mix with humans and created the giants that are talked about.
Are you talking about the Nephilim?
Yeah. And then the way I see it, the giant were created. The Nephilim are the fallen ones, which are the angels that fell. The giants are the result of the fallen ones mixing with humans, are the ones taking wives and taking women and making them wives, right? And creating the reason why God needed to reset the earth with the flood, right? The the demon is the death of those offspring that remain in this space. They require a body because they have a human nature, but they continuously exist because they have an angelic nature. The person who has, a natural instinct to, lie to protect himself, that's the person being a person. But when the person is constantly lying and they can't not lie, that's a demon existing within that person in my book.
Okay, so
you know what I'm saying?
I will
though?
agree with you on a certain point of what you just said. I don't believe in the supernatural demons like ghosts. I'm 50-50 on. I really don't know because I can't prove or disprove if ghosts are
I've
real.
experienced them.
Okay,
I've
well, I mean, some
experienced
people say that, and I never have. So, I mean, it would just have to be my word versus yours or someone else's. That is,
them.
you understand what I'm saying though? With that, it's just like, okay, I've never
Right,
experienced
and
it,
then
and
you got to get into whether or not I was hallucinating and whether or not I'm actually telling you the truth, and we get into all this other stuff. I get it.
well, no, I wasn't making any accusations against you. I'm just
I know
saying
you're
that.
not making accusations, but whenever you get down that road and you talk to people who've had these encounters, you have to bring up these points because, well, did you consider this? You know what I'm saying? I'm not
Yeah,
saying you're
but it's like
making.
the same thing when people say that they believe in Bigfoot. Like my coworker is like hardcore. He always calls himself a choir boy. Like he's hardcore into like Christianity and all that, and he has Bigfoot books on his desk. So it's like, but I'm like, I've never seen any proof of Bigfoot. I can't say that. And by the way, I'm not really a supporter of Bigfoot, but I know some people are. So I'm not gonna like go out of my way to try and disprove Bigfoot because it'd be kind of interesting to find out if Bigfoot was real. And I think it would be kind of cool to find out if Jesus was actually real. But for the time being, I've still never seen any evidence of that, or ghosts, for example. So I just try to stay middle of the road until I know one way or the other. Just like how when I was going through the flat earth situation, I mean, I was hardcore against flat earth. And I spent every single waking minute that I could just researching it for like 4.5, 5 months, maybe more, until I came to the conclusion that there was nothing I could do to prove that there was a globe. And I had I had to swallow my pride at that point, and it was really tough for me in a way that I can't even describe to most people. It was different for me than other people because some people are like, oh yeah, I found out in like a week, or it took me 2 years. For me, like, oh my god, you should have seen the amount of research I did. And finally I had to come to that conclusion. So I'm always willing and open to change my mind, but I think I'm pretty logical and reasonable. And so far, everything that when it comes to religion just seems like a whole bunch of stories that have been told, and they have a lot of good messages in them. But as I was saying earlier, that those stories are easily manipulated, just like Iraq, the story of Iraq. Or in 100 years, they're going to still keep saying that NASA landed on the moon 6 times.
Mm-hmm.
So that's going to go down in the history books.
Right. So, at the beginning of your encounter with flat Earth, were you ever arguing? You were strongly against it. Did you argue with flat earthers at that point, or were you just looking at information?
I was not even speaking with anyone except for 2 flat earthers. And one of them, so both of these were prior students of mine, but now they're good friends, and I actually kind of like coworkers. That I was their electrical instructor, and long story short, one of them is hardcore into the Bible and all that, and we have debates often. Well, not really debates, but just like conversations. And the other one, that one is Jesus, and then my other buddy, Anthony. He is kind of in the same ballpark as me. He's skeptical about everything until it can be proven otherwise, but still a flat earther. So I would call them up on a regular basis, almost like every single day, discussing something I saw in regards to the globe Earth. because I was just listening to Globe Earth stuff at the beginning, and I didn't find any flat Earth videos or like Jeranism or Globebusters, or I didn't find any of that stuff until I was watching enough Globe Earth stuff. And then I started listening to them, and I was like, whoa, those guys are way more logical, and they're not assholes. So, yeah, I was having like little tiny debates only with the people I personally know. But for the first couple years, if I was watching anything in regards to any of those subjects, I wouldn't give a thumbs up, a thumbs down. I wouldn't comment. I wouldn't give any donations. I was just there to observe, and that was it. But now,
at no point you was ever like, I haven't seen evidence of flat Earth yet.
Well, yeah, at first I didn't, but then I had to swallow my pride, and I was like, oh my god, it wasn't the fact that I hadn't seen evidence of flat Earth, it's the fact that there was no evidence of the globe Earth.
Well, that's your end result. At the beginning, did you ever have the mindset, I've never seen flat Earth evidence? And like,
oh yeah, absolutely, because
evidence, and then still like, yeah, I don't get it, until you had like that collection of evidence that was just like, damn.
well, I mean, I had the same talking points that everybody else had. It's like, oh, I've seen it outside of an airplane window, and like, here, let me show you the pictures. And then I actually go back and look at the pictures, and I'm like, oh, damn, that's actually not. There's no curve there, even out of the airplane window. I mean, the airplane window might show like a tiny little bit from like 25 or 30,000 feet, but then I was like, oh my god, look how stupid I sound.
Yeah, those
and then
windows.
I started doing all my own tests with lasers and P900s and all that kind of stuff, and I was recreating everything that I saw other people do, and I was like, wow, flat Earth is not stupid. Here's the funny thing too that happened. I don't recall who it was. It might have been Karen B, but there was some lady saying that we need to stop teaching globe Earth in schools. And when I heard her say that, I was like, wow, these people are serious about this. Like, stop teaching it in schools? But that's where I was taught the globe Earth. So that's when I started taking it real serious, to the point where, like, these people are not fucking around. And, like, yeah, pardon my language, but, yeah, that's when I started taking it a lot more serious. And, I'm a strong advocate to it now. I just met another student a couple days ago who was talking about flat Earth after class. And I was like, oh, shit, another one. And I didn't even bring it up. He brought it up by himself.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we're out there.
Yeah.
And the thing that I like a lot about flat Earth, I don't think I've met a single flat earther that's an atheist.
No.
And I've also, I've got a really good buddy who was supposed to call me back tonight, but he's really bad with returning calls. He's Punjabi, which is Northern Indian, and he actually bought me a Bhagavad Gita, which is the Hindu version of the Bible, and I've read it. I've skipped through it here and there, blah blah blah, but I'm not really interested in reading these kind of stories. It's not easy to read either. I mean, the Bible's easier to read than this, but once I started talking to him about it, I mean, he found out really quick. He's like, yeah, now I understand. The Earth is not a sphere. NASA is lying. And he's able to recite stuff out of the Bhagavad Gita, and he can translate it for me in different ways too. And he's like, oh yeah, it says it in the Bhagavad Gita multiple times. I'm not sure how many times it says it in the Bible, but it's like, I've talked to other Christians online, and no one can give me a definitive answer, but Rob Skiba, I'm not sure if you ever saw this, but Rob Skiba?
Yes.
Okay, so a few years ago, it was 5 years ago, I think, Rob Skiba was at the Flat Earth International Conference, and he was doing a biblical flat Earth debate against Robert Sejenis. And
Yep.
Rob Skiba is like Southern Baptist, I believe, something like that. And Robertson Jenis, PhD, is Catholic. And Rob Skiba just wiped the floor with him in regards to biblical flat Earth, and he mentioned there was like over 100 different things in the Bible that related to flat Earth. So
Yeah, he
that,
didn't even touch all of them.
yeah, I don't think he had time. Like in a 2.5 hour debate, yeah, I don't think he had time. But then again, that can also be up to interpretation as well. And Donato just said, okay, at Andrew. Some people have been posting stuff to me. Well, not like directly to me, but Donato, yeah. It's kind of hard for me to see that. I'll have to download it, I think. All these different verses in the Bible. And that's cool. Yeah. I'm not saying that everything in the Bible is wrong. But what I'm saying is that a lot of it can be misinterpreted or could have been altered. Like if you go to, man, I always fuck this one up. Is it Proverbs or Psalms? The ones that have like just those quick little,
Proverbs.
like Proverbs, yeah, those quick little sayings of like, yeah, just be a good person or blah blah blah, yeah, that kind of stuff. Quick little messages like Mark Twain. Those I can completely appreciate that, but when it starts getting into the historical documents and talking about some really like when you get into like Ezekiel, I mean, oof, yeah, I don't think that that was written by God or even with the intention of God or the creation.
Bro, like one of the major things that stands out in Ezekiel is that the people are in the city, right? And then you have people on the walls guarding the city, right? They're the watchers or the watchmen. And then he tells them, if you're on the wall and you're watching and you see danger, tell the city, blow your horn, right? And if you don't blow the horn, the blood of the people's on your hands, right? And then he also says that if you blow the horn and the people don't listen, then the blood of the people is not on your hands, it's on their own hands. And if they listen, then you and the one who listened is safe, right? Because you're going to get ready for the fight that's coming, the danger that's coming. But man, there's a lot of deep things you could say with that alone, especially like when you come across the truth and you don't talk about that truth, like you're stifling the perpetuation of that truth. You're leaving that person still open for deception. And then, you knew and you didn't say anything, right? Like,
Okay, let me go back and preface something a little bit here. So at one point back in 2012, 2013, something like that, I moved out to Virginia because I had a really high-paying electrical job, and at the same time, my girlfriend that I met when I was in the military, we got back in contact together, and that was also an ESP thing, a really weird thing that happened. I'll explain that maybe a little bit later on. But anyways,
I
I
won't
moved
be
out.
here.
Say again?
I said I won't be here. You're monologuing me into work, bro.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll just I moved out there, and she is a Southern Baptist. This was out in like the middle of Virginia, which is like part of the Bible Belt, and we went to church, and I was a part of that. And I was reading the Bible, and I was asking all of the participants, along with the the priests or the what are they called?
The preachers.
Yeah, the
Pastors,
preachers. Yeah, I was
the
asking
bishops.
if there was something in the Bible I didn't understand. I would ask them, and they never, ever gave me a solid answer. It was just like due to interpretation because the Bible's written in allegories.
Yeah, because none of the modern day Christians actually want to read and get into what it is that they believe. They just sit there, sit on their hands, listen to somebody else tell them something, and they don't dig into it for themselves. And it's got the modern church so pussy whipped.
Okay, well, I came back from Virginia, and our relationship did not end well for a couple different reasons. I think it was probably more my fault than hers, but definitely part of hers. But I still tried going to church, trying to be a better person. And even all the way over here back in California, it was a very different interpretation. And I mean, even though it was a Baptist or a Presbyterian church, it was just one of those things I just fell away from because I didn't want to go into this, like, it was a riddle. And I'm not trying to have my life be turned into a riddle when, and by the way, I was still a Globie at the time when all this was going on. So at that point, I was just swayed away to the point where I can't get back into it anymore. It seems like a bunch of nonsense to me, and I'm not holding it against you if you believe in Jesus and all that. But so far, I have never seen any factual evidence that Jesus was a real person, that any of those things that are alleged to have happened with him happened, like walking on water and curing people of the blind and turning like breads of loaf into fish and or water into wine. Those are all just like magic tricks, in my opinion, that a lot of people can reproduce today just because they know how to use manipulation and misdirection and things like that. And if you think I'm kidding, I can show you proof of magicians that are actually doing it. They're on YouTube doing it.
Well, I could also say that these YouTubers are creating videos, same way NASA creates videos about them going to space.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, yeah. I'm not going to argue with that one. But I'm just showing you that I'm presenting the fact that there's easy ways to trick people.
Yeah. And, you know, taking the Bible for what it says at face value, Jesus being God, right? Would God be able to make water turn into wine? Would God
Well,
be
God
able to
can do
make
anything.
food
I mean, God,
multiply?
the creation, created everything, created consciousness, love, emotion, free will. So technically, you could just say, yeah, God could suddenly turn the flat Earth into a globe. Doesn't
So
mean it's
then
real.
all the things that Jesus had done would just be God doing things, right?
Well, I mean, I'll
And
just flat out say
because
it. I don't think
what
Jesus
it
ever
sounds
existed,
like,
personally.
because what it sounds like is you're saying, well, I don't think Jesus existed because, or not because, I don't think Jesus existed, and all the things that Jesus allegedly did just sounds like trickery and magic tricks. I don't think it actually happened, right? So,
In a sense, yeah.
if God had showed up and did those things, it would have easily been within God's capabilities to do these things. Or it would be in God's ability to bestow such things onto a man. The difference being whether or not you believe that a man could do that, or whether you believe God existed in order to do that. So I think you've seen enough evidence. I think you've seen all the evidence that you're going to see. I think the difference is that you disbelieve the evidence that you've seen and you call it, I haven't seen evidence for. Just like a lot of the Globers that come in here and argue about flat Earth, they'll say the same thing. Well, I've never seen flat Earth evidence. Well, I've
I'm a
seen you
little
and
more
5 other
open-minded than them, though. You got to give me a little more credit than that.
because I'm about to leave and I'm not going to be here to say what I need to say.
Gotcha. Okay.
You have Globers who will come in here and argue, like Ruhif. He's been an anti-flat earther for like 5 years now. arguing the same exact thing for the last 5 years. And then he'll still say, I've never seen flat earth evidence. And it's like,
Yep.
he's beating his head against a brick wall saying the brick wall doesn't exist. That's how I see people whenever they're saying, I haven't seen evidence for Jesus, because we have all the evidence. We have an abundance of evidence. And what we have is a misdirection given to us by the people who've created this globe, right? And what the globe has done is created a form of doubt in the people's mind that Jesus ever existed. So then they're either atheistic or agnostic or, well, that sums it up. And whenever you get people who are flat earthers who come in and recognize that the existence was created and that, God on some level does exist, they still don't take that God exists objectively. They still want to hold it on a subjective level, and they don't want to dig into it, and they don't want to verify anything. And then they circular reason themselves into this, I don't know, I'll never be able to know. And then they throw all the evidence that they do have into the same pile, which is, I can't verify it. And like, it's very hard for me to sit on my hands and, and whenever I have, like, there'll be times like right now where I wish I could just sit down and go through it. But then you've probably heard everything that I'm going to say. And then so I gotta commit the logical fallacy of, well, if I'm gonna tell you all of this stuff and you're still gonna throw it into the I don't know pile, but I don't know what it is that you have or have not looked into. I don't know what it is you do and do not know. I don't like I want to continue the conversation, but I can't continue the conversation now, and I can't continue the conversation in this channel because this channel is meant for flat earth. It's not meant for religious discussions. The biblical section or the philosophy section down below this channel, I think it's below the flat earth beginners. That place is the place for this kind of discussion on a deeper level. But like,
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've
you
never
know what I
actually
mean?
joined those other ones. I'm still pretty new to this Discord channel. I found it kind of on accident.
Yeah. And even in, like, I feel bad for people who've gone to churches like I have, and the people don't have answers for the questions that they should have the answers to, or they haven't had the question brought up to them before, and then they don't have the drive to look into the question and actually get an answer. And then you get the blanket statement, oh, due to interpretation, or, um, my understanding is this. Like, I use my understanding is this, and then I'll say, I'll look into this if I don't know it, you know? Like,
Yeah,
it
I think
really
that's one of the
drives
best things
it
we can
drives
do
me
is
bananas when people just don't look into the questions that they're given, and they don't actually try to understand or try to prove the things that they should be able to prove or know. Like, I got links for days to try and help you, you know, how badly did people mistranslate the Bible? And it's like, we have so much information that there's no way you could conclude that Jesus didn't exist, because we have more evidence that Jesus does exist than we have evidence for other people in history. Like, I can link you a guy who goes through in what's it? Sits in a college auditorium, goes through all the information, and he's like, if we was to stack the manuscript evidence for the New Testament alone on top of each other, it would be 5 Empire State Buildings high, whereas the average manuscript evidence for somebody who was in the past is only like 1 podium high. Like, and then to try and calculate how much manuscript evidence we have of the people in the churches who are copying those versus to make their their preaching statements. We can't quantify that. And then you jump into the logical form of, well, all it's doing is circular reasoning. You have these people who just go and believe a thing, and so they're just teaching their belief. And then people take the Bible itself as like it's a witness statement written by a bunch of witnesses who claimed that they seen things and understood things in the time of other witnesses. And then like people are like, well, that's not a valid form of argument. When what evidence is there that this court proceeding happened, but we're not going to use what the typist wrote? And the typist is the one who actually recorded the whole court case. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah, I got
it's
you.
like, I really, Andrew, right?
Yep, that's me.
Okay. I'm going to try and ping you in biblical.
Well, I mean,
I can share it later.
I'll read it, but and trust me, it's not the fact that I'm just saying these things without any little bit of information, because I still watch religious stuff trying to find out the answers from all different angles. I do definitely try and stay away from all the atheist nonsense bullshit, because those people are I think they're like NPCs. So I try and stay away from them. I don't think there's any hope for them at all.
Did I ping you?
I think so. I mean, let me go back. Let me see. I just got a little beep on me, but I wasn't sure if that was someone that was. Let's see. Crap, where is it? I don't use Discord very often. Sorry. So let me see.
Are you Andrew 6097?
Oh crap! I'm not sure. Let me see. Yep, that's me. 1697.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. All right, I pinged you. I'm gonna start pinging you links.
Okay.
And then
and what is the goal
guy,
of these links? What are you sending me?
One of the things that I remember you saying was along the lines of it's all interpretation. It's up to different interpretation. Like, how do we know the Bible's still accurate from then till now? Right? Is that one of the things?
Yes, I was saying that because I have a hard time even understanding how history books from the early 1900s used to say flat Earth, and all of a sudden they changed it, and now that is misinterpreted. So the Bible, I don't know. I mean, I was born in 1983, so I can't really tell you much beyond that.
Yeah.
Actually, I mean, not even that. I mean, I was only 0 years old at that point. Oh, you know what's something fucked up? I was born, I'll even tell you my exact birthday. January 6th, 1983. So, sort of like if someone's born on 9/11. Yeah, my January 6th birthday has been completely ruined. Because of the thing that happened in Washington, D.C.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
it's my understanding that Jesus was born on 9/11.
I've heard Oscar Whitsitt say that same thing, but I don't know. I can't verify it.
I'll send you that link too, because this guy, he takes stellarium and he manipulates stellarium to show the constellations.
What do you think about Kent Hovind?
I don't agree with him.
Okay.
Because he he spits the globe logic, but then he also like twists what the Bible says to make the globe logic work. Whereas
And dinosaurs.
you get actual people like Michael Heiser, he admits that the Bible is a flat Earth book. But he also prefaces his whole lecture with, "I'm going to be a hyper literalist."
Wait, is that the preacher? He's a white guy he's bald and preaches flat Earth in front of his
No,
people?
that guy actually went and turned around and said that he was wrong in making that interpretation.
Oof, that's rough.
So he made a good, like, noticing people speaking about flat Earth, and then like made a good like opening video, but then he went and changed his mind publicly.
Interesting. Oh shoot, I got some people that were trying to message me. I'm sorry, everybody that was Kembo Beats. Run Boston Bear. I've spoken with him, so I'm not sure if he's here right now. He's a pretty cool dude. He's also a very avid Christian. Well, he says he turned himself over to Christ and all that kind of stuff, and flat earther. I'm going to meet him at Flattoberfest. That's going to be awesome. And new perspective. Okay,
I'm here.
I'll accept your DM, and all that stuff. I'm going to accept all those. And if you're trolling me, don't worry, I will block you real fucking fast. I don't think that's happening though. We're having a nice, cordial, polite conversation that seems to be pretty intelligent. We got into the flat Earth thing, but then veered off and back and on. So
Yeah, I'll send you a
You'll
friend
get some
request
good
too.
information from New Perspective as well.
Okay.
I missed out on most of the conversation because I was busy making dinner, but I'm back now.
I was
Well, you
too,
missed out.
Stacey.
We
did
just
the
gave out
same
the winning
thing.
lottery ticket numbers.
What about the lottery?
We just gave out the winning lottery ticket numbers. Oh.
Have you heard of anything from Johnny Cerrucci?
Never even heard of him.
All right, I'm going to send you that.
Okay. But for people that were not able to catch the conversation that we were just having, it was. We tried to stick to flat Earth as much as we could, but it was like 75% talking about theology, spirituality, and the Bible, and just stuff like that. Which I was not aware that we should have been like kind of in a different channel for that. So maybe next time. And if I ever start to go off on anything that's like borderline too much, like conspiratorial or something like that, please interrupt me and put me back in my place.
Well, good. I think Jimmy would have had it under control.
Well, he did. I think a couple times he was like, "Yeah, oh, hold on, not get kicked off," or something like that.
Yeah.
Because I do have a hard time with having a filter.
You got into the Jesuits thing, right? Are you aware that the Jesuits created the globe?
Yeah, I think we were talking about that back with like Copernicus and all those people.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna get another one going.
But then again, I don't really know. I mean, it's what we're told. I know at some point it went from being obvious to everybody just because you can walk outside and see that the sky is moving and the ground is not. And then all of a sudden something happened. something to do with technology, theology, the churches, probably the Jesuits a lot.
Yeah.
So
They're the knowledge section of the church.
yeah, I don't know enough about it to argue on behalf of it, but I've listened to a lot of different people do streams on it and very in-depth videos. So, I mean, I can listen to it and learn, but then again, I've never done my own personal research in regards to that subject. So, I can parrot stuff online all day long, but I don't like to recite anything specifically unless I have personal knowledge and experience from it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's a good way to be about it.
And sometimes people do that, and it's kind of second nature. Like, oh, I just learned about something recently. You want to hear about it? But then again, I'm just saying, hey, I just learned about it. Doesn't mean I can prove it. And I was
Yeah.
real bad about that when it came to flat Earth at the beginning. Like, I lost a couple friends like really fast. And my mom started thinking I was crazy. My dad was more open to it, but yeah, I was just like, I didn't give a fuck. I would tell anybody.
Yeah, I found when I first started getting into like looking into alternative narratives of like compared to what the government tells you, I would just like read something and then sprout it out, and then I realized pretty quickly I started to feel really embarrassed because I'd realized, oh, what I said, I had nothing, like no knowledge on what I said. I was just like sprouting out whatever I heard, and
Yeah.
slowly worked my way from there to realize, okay, don't like sit on some things for a while and digest it before you start spreading things. You know, it's all part of the journey.
Yeah, and that's where I've been on several streams where we were getting into this pretty in depth, trying to figure out what is the best way to introduce it to people. And you definitely don't want to start off with, hey, you know you've been lied to your entire life? Like, that's not the best way to, open a conversation, because people are just going to be non-receptive to it. So you got to start off small.
Yeah, well, I mean, the good thing is the Earth's never lied to us about it. The Earth just does what it does. It's just the people who live on the Earth which make the lies.
Yeah, and some people, no matter what they're shown, they're going to go through cognitive dissonance. And if they are just absolutely certain that the Big Bang was created by just absolutely nothing whatsoever, which still is illogical, and that there is no creator or creation whatsoever, and that life is meaningless, then I don't want to talk to those people. As a matter of fact, I don't even know what's keeping them alive, if that's what their mentality is.
All right, I gotta get.
All right, bro. But yeah, and it's one of those things in our life where we can experience flat Earth, globe Earth, or concave Earth, or hollow Earth, and these different types of new mentalities that we were not necessarily brought up with on television or textbooks or in church or any of that kind of stuff. And you have to sometimes swallow your pride and unlearn something, and that's the hardest part that I had to deal with, was to unlearn it.
Well, lucky for me, I never learnt the globe. I was just told it.
Okay.
And I mean, like, I don't speak for everyone, but I tend to notice women seem less I mean, it depends on the person, of course, but women seem to have less of a care about the shape of the Earth or like the globe model and stuff than men. Like, the men get really infused in it, like, even with like cars and stuff, they can, I guess, it's just like the man's brain is usually typically more mechanical wired and trying to understand how everything works. But obviously, I'm not talking on behalf of every single woman. But yeah, a lot
I
of
would
the
not disagree
people.
with you, though, because
Yeah.
just by looking at the amount of women that are in this that are active and even just typing in chat or anything like that, you're speaking statistically. So I mean, it's generic, but it's also statistic. So you're not off. I mean, I think you're very correct. I don't know why that is, but I have a theory behind it. And my girlfriend, a while back, I mean, she was going through some medical courses, and she was taking like a psychology course, and she was saying that when women get pregnant, their senses improve, like sense of smell, sense of taste, like able to multitask better, because like, oh, you hear a child crying, but at the same time you also know that you're doing dishes and you're trying to cook and do laundry all at the same time. And it's like this kind of weird, like homemaker kind of mentality, like part of being a mother. So women learn how to do that, like multitask, better than men. But men are able, because we are like just prone to doing like a job and bringing home, the old saying, "Bring home the bacon" kind of thing.
Yeah.
So men are able to concentrate on one thing better than women, but women can multitask better when they start to get into the motherhood aspect of their life. Now, I can't prove it, but that's what she was saying, and she kind of proved it to me, because I was going to work and bringing home the bacon essentially, and she was able to do everything else. And it was like my mom too. I have a younger brother and an older sister, and we'd be sitting in the back of the car, and we'd all be trying to talk to my mom at the same time, and she was able to listen to every single thing we said and answer us, even though we're just talking nonstop. I was like, oh, that's kind of interesting. But my dad's like, shut the fuck up!
One at a time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't get the whole gist of your conversation with the other guy, but yeah, it sounded like you're sort of more in the place where it's like, okay, biblically, I don't know, like it's been written by people who wrote it. No one really knows, no one seems to answer it. And I'd say, like, I started in my flat earth journey, I was very biblical based, but I was also young and just like was just clinging to a doctrine just because I didn't know where else to go. But then as I explored flat earth, I actually started to learn logic, and now I'm at the point where even though I came into flat earth as a very strong, like, yeah, like very sort of black and white, must be the Bible, must be true, that's why I'm a flat earther, came from that sort of way of thinking. But as I learned logic, I started to sort of detach myself from that. And that's not to say that, maybe the Bible still is true. I'm just at the point where I can't be honest with myself and say I know it to be. At the moment, it's just like, okay, it's a tool. There's probably a lot of merit to it. Maybe it is true, but I don't know at the moment, and I'm just, sort of not making too many decisions as to, what's true and what's not true regarding the Bible, and just like enjoying the earth as it is for the moment.
Yeah, I think that's a good stance to have. And if it is
Just
true,
hold
then you
that
might
thought
find
for
out.
a sec, guys. I'm just going to check on someone new just before they run away. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, all good.
Crinkle, welcome to the server.
Oh, hello.
How are you, mate?
I'm fine.
Are you on the flat side?
Yeah, I'm on the
On the
flat side.
globe side? Oh, okay.
No, I've
Welcome.
been on this server before a year ago. Just I made a new account, and yeah, so I just came back.
Okay, what was your name before?
I actually don't remember.
You don't remember?
No, because it was like before COVID, so I'm not really sure what my username was before.
Before COVID, so not a year ago.
Yeah.
That would have been 3 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways, how are you?
Good. Can you just tell us your best proof of flat Earth?
How would I start? Well, mainly if you base it on your observations, like such as looking towards the ocean where you see the perspective of a boat. Usually people will just say up to me and say that the boat just goes over the curve. But then in actuality, if you're in a high place such as a hot air balloon, you can clearly see that your perspective is only limited to a certain viewpoint where it's obscured. But when you pull out a advanced camera or microscope, you can clearly see that it goes further. Because you see, when you do art, like I'm an artist, it's all about the perspective when drawing or whenever you're doing anything to conceptualize a drawing. So when it comes to things such as zoom and cameras, they can clearly point out that the thing has went further away from the vanishing point distance. So that was one big eye opener I didn't realize when I joined the server. That told me that.
Cool. And how long have you been a flat earther? How did it happen?
Well, I was just stumbling across Discord servers just to look at what other things were doing, and then I came across the flat Earth because I'm really into like conspiracy theories when I was young. Like I like mysteries, I like exploring things. So when I came into the flat Earth, I was looking into it because I knew deep down when I was young, I was skeptical about a few things about space and NASA and stuff. Because like my dad and stuff used to tell me about like how they can lie about things. So I wasn't really sure about it. But then when I came to flat Earth, that's when I actually realized in actuality that some things are lies and some things can be true as well.
Okay.
And
Cool.
plus, even from many cultures as well, there are like many histories that really do tell about this flat terrain and stuff. So it actually does really bring that to mind as well.
So judging by the accent, I'm going to say that you're from the UK, but you've got an Asian background, correct?
No, I am from the UK, but I'm black.
Oh, okay. All right. Jamaican background or?
No, just from East Africa.
Okay. All right. Welcome to the server, mate.
Oh,
I
thank
was
you.
just going to say as well. Yeah, welcome, mate.
Yes, no,
It's
I was a
usually.
bit nervous.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're all right.
Yeah.
You jump in one deck. My headphones are going flat, mate.
Oh.
No, I was just going to say it's nice to have you on board, but I was I'm only speaking for myself and people I spoke to. You said you came to the flat Earth and then you realised other things. It's usually the other way around. I've found, like, you get into your conspiracies and then you realise about A, B, and C, and that can't be right. And then flat Earth comes along afterwards, mainly.
Yeah.
Not usually first. When I started off, I've always looked into everything from being very young. My parents always I used to just question everything. Always, why then? Why this? Why that? Who did? You know, I just questioned everything. That's all. Did.
One deck, you were roboting again.
You're breaking up.
Yeah, we had this issue with one deck a while ago.
Oh, okay.
Just bad internet connection or something.
It's okay.
All good. What I've done, Crinkle, is I've given you VC verified, so you can jump back in the one deck. You're roboting, mate.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. So I've given you VC verified, so you can see the live stream voice text. It's pretty quiet at the moment, so you know how it goes if you've been in here before. So
pyramids.
You're free to open your microphone whenever you want. My name's Timbo Slice, so if anyone asks you who verified you, it was me. So they'll see it in the
like
records anyway. Don't let me down, mate. I didn't really interview that much, but
oh god,
it's still going.
Did I just mute one deck temporarily?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
One deck, you robot and bad, mate. I think he's stopped now. So
Yeah.
do you want to speak to him, Stacey? Because my headphones are going flat, so I've got to go. So you and Andrew maybe can have a chat with him.
Okay. Hi, Crinkle. I'm Stacy.
Yes.
And yeah, one deck, the guy who was roboting, he's just left the live stream now, and maybe he'll come back later with less
Okay.
roboting voice. I don't know.
Yeah.
So, with the so you came in to, like, was flat Earth theory sort of the first thing which got you started in your truth journey, or was it other
No, it was like
conspiracies or?
other things. So like usually the baseline things like going to school, what they used to teach you was nothing but rubbish, like evolution and stuff. Like that I never believed to begin with. Like I knew that was just nonsense. So I knew like obviously there was something behind the scenes, like there's some mechanism that's trying to make us believe in some sort of things which are not true. So I'll say it starts off from a really young age for me, but then the flat Earth came eventually.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember sitting through some like science classes where they were talking about evolution, and I always
Yeah.
thought, this is an interesting thing they're teaching me. Why are they
Yeah.
teaching me this?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I also my family, like, I was raised Christian, and they never really said anything about like the Big Bang and Christianity and how they don't really connect or anything. But I don't know. I kind
Mhm.
of thought, there's probably some disconnect there. And so
Yeah.
back when I was in
Um,
school, I had like a sort of a biblical reasoning to rejecting the Big Bang, and
yeah, I
that
can
was sort
understand.
of why. Sorry, what was that?
Yeah, I said I can understand from that perspective because likewise for me, I came from a Muslim background, so some of the things they used to teach was contradictory to what I believe because as well similar to Christianity as Islam, the origins of humans used to came from two people, Adam and Eve. So it would not make sense if we all came from monkeys. So obviously I had to reject the things they were teaching me as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, these days I'm less sure about like the exact how origins came, and I don't tend to like
Yeah.
say okay it was because of this or that, but yeah, still
Yeah.
it's like the Big Bang just and like evolution is just doesn't make sense.
It's too wacky. It doesn't really make sense.
Yeah, and then you ask someone, okay, with the Big Bang,
Yeah.
how did something with no life, or evolution, I mean, something which didn't have any life, how does that turn into something with life? And they can wrap their heads around it. Well, I guess they choose to wrap their heads around it, but I just don't think no life can morph into life without, you know, a normal way of reproduction or something.
Yeah, because that's strange as well. Because they say that cells originally used to reproduce asexually, so they used to just reproduce the same cells again. So where did we come from? This place where there's two different sort of genders and they have to reproduce from each other. So like, where's the correlation between that? Because we started off with one cellular sort of reproduction to two different cellular reproductions, which doesn't really make sense. Why can't we just reproduce asexually?
Yeah, yeah. Anyway, with the flat Earth,
Yeah.
how what sort of position would you say like you're sort of newer to it or like well versed in the idea of the Earth being flat?
Um, I am like I'm not like beginner level. Like I obviously like I've done this a few times before. So I've been doing a bit of research, watching a few people. What's that guy's name? Do you know ODD TV or what's
Yeah,
the other guy's?
briefly. Yeah,
Yeah,
briefly.
and there was some other guy I forgot. But there was some guys recommending me to do a bit of research on my own. So yeah, so I'm a bit on the intermediary above average.
Okay, yeah. Do you do much experiments for yourself, like going out to the ocean and having a look?
I'm in London, so it's really landlocked, so
Ah,
you can't really like
yeah.
see the ocean. So yeah.
Or do you ever like just, I don't know, go out to like a landscape and watch the sunset, or try and do
So
any long
I have been in an aircraft, and I could say this. I've been learning about aviation, and I could say that aircraft fly in flight levels. They don't fly according to the curvature of the Earth. They really just fly in flat lines. So that's one proof I can say that's solid for me.
Okay, the other
Yeah.
day I was talking to a lady, an elderly lady, and she was talking about how she flew over Canada, and she
Yeah.
was saying, "Oh wow, like we were so high in the sky, you could actually see like the Earth." And by Earth, she was referring to the Earth and
Yeah.
its curvature. And
Yeah.
I was just sort of laughing to myself. I didn't say too much because she was like just fully convinced it was the Earth curve. But I was just laughing
Yeah.
at inwardly, because I've like going up on a commercial airline, you're not going to see curvature even according to their
Yeah.
model. And like I've talked to like pilots about it, or one pilot about it, and he's like, yeah, you wouldn't see it at that altitude. So yeah,
Yeah,
it's
not
just
even from the supposed height of the ISS either, which
yeah,
is
or
supposed to be 250 miles.
Or
yeah, I haven't found out the exact, like, do they even give an exact term for like the altitude you'll have to be to see curvature?
maybe we should Google it because I don't really know myself.
Well, I
But
have a little bit of something to add to that question,
Yeah.
because when I first got into it many years ago, I looked it up, and I kid you not, just going on to Google and typing that in, I wish I had a screenshot to show you. They actually said 10,000 feet. That was the actual answer I got from Google.
10,000.
Yeah,
It's not even 2 miles.
I've seen it at 15,000 as well, but they've actually changed it to 1/3 of the Earth's diameter or radius, 1/3 of the Earth's radius. So now they're looking at 1,200 miles.
Yeah, that's called moving the goalpost. So they're just
Yeah,
constantly changing it to confuse people.
yeah.
Yeah. I can legit go and assess an aircraft and try to see it from 10,000 feet. I won't find it there.
Yeah, but
Like, I don't know
they
why they're
always keep
changing.
saying now that you can see it from the ISS and stuff like that, which
Bruh.
is just complete bullshit nonsense. Sorry if Ruhif is listening, but your calculation you were showing me, I was having a small debate with him on a separate stream, and he
Yeah.
was showing me a calculation on that, how you can see the ISS with your naked eye. And I'm like, no, you can't.
No, you can't.
You can show me any calculation you want. You can't see something like that.
well, I recently, well, not recently anymore, but I went to do one of those ISS tracking things where like you see, okay, this is when the ISS should be behind or go past the sun. I actually
Yeah.
did get and like the actual time and everything worked out well, but the image itself was too small for me to be able to really define the ISS. But I guess their story checked out when I put that to the
If
test.
something went past, yeah.
Yeah, something went past. I didn't
Yeah.
have like any definition as to like if it has like the ISS shape. Maybe if
Yeah.
I chose a different day with like a where it was supposedly meant to be closer, I might have
Yeah.
had a better defined shape, which would I would be able to conclude, yes, it really could be the ISS. But with the evidence I had, it's pretty vague.
So you guys know Bob Nodell from Globebusters? He recently,
Yeah.
unfortunately,
R.I.P.
passed away. Well, he was, a trained electrical engineer, also a pilot. And one of the theories that I heard him talk about is he thought
Mhm.
that the ISS was actually like a retrofitted like C-130 or something like
Yeah,
that,
I
Oh,
heard
those
that.
aircraft. Yeah.
which is possible. But I think there might be a little bit more to it. I think it's something up there that we don't even know what it is, but we've been trying to explain it, and NASA has been using that for a long time in order to try and manipulate and fool people. And they don't even know what it is. Or they know exactly what it is, and they're still fooling us. But there's not fucking people in it. It's not moving 17,500 miles an hour. It's not 250 miles away. I mean, there's so many things wrong with the ISS. Like, how do they build it? So allegedly, they say it's the most expensive construction project in humankind, in human history. $100 billion to build it, plus an additional $50 billion just for the launches. And there's no video footage of it. There's nothing. I mean, and how did they build it? Oh, they just got up there, and all of a sudden they slowed down to the speed that it. How did it speed up? How did it slow down? How it's just, the whole thing is just completely nonsensical.
I'm just going to check back in with Crinkle. So you so are you slightly a flat earther, or are you all the way there, or have you got something that questions you where you go, oh, maybe this could exist on a globe, or is there anything like that?
I'm not doubtful. I know it's true, and that's the fact I can say that there's no exact picture of the Earth. Like, you can go on Google, you can't find a single like consistent, mutually agreed image of the Earth. That's one thing I can say. So another reason when it comes to it is they change. There's like a slight change in hand when it comes to the wording. So when I say planet, remove the net bit, and it just becomes plain. So it's clearly they're trying to change something in plain sight. So I clearly knew there was something behind the scenes, and when it comes to researching stuff.
A planetes is it just means wandering star. It's an old Latin word, or old Greek word. Sorry, it's a Greek word, that one. It just means wandering star.
Yeah. But the original word's just plain, so it made more sense that way.
Yeah, the original word is planetes.
Oh,
so yeah, I know you can get plain from that, but the word planetes was a word before the word plain. So,
and that was Latin, right?
No, it's Greek, but there is a Latin
Greek,
word like that. Yeah. But,
I don't really have much questions, but no, I just came to pop into the server to see how people are doing here. And
so there's three things that must exist for it to be a globe. These are three things. There must be curvature for it to be a ball. Must be. There must be axial rotation for them to have this claim that what it is must be axial rotation and orbit. And there must be gas pressure without a container because it's an open system. Now, all of these three things are falsifiable. Now, they don't have answers for these three things. Major claims of the ball: curvature on Earth, rotation, axial rotation, and orbit. Can't detect any moving. Gas pressure without a container. There's never been a scientific experiment or anything that demonstrates gas pressure without containment. Well, they need that because they've left the Earth and gone to the moon. So where is the containment? How do we have gas pressure here if they can leave, come and go as they please? Gas pressure requires containment. Cannot be an open system. We haven't detected curvature. We shine lasers across frozen lakes. Haven't detected any curvature at all. They don't do any of these experiments to discover drop over distance. It's never been done. They've never done a laser experiment to discover drop over distance. You know why they don't do it? Because it won't show up.
Exactly.
They talk about these stupid things like refraction and all of these things. So they say that the Earth is curved, but it refracts just enough to make it look flat. How fucking
I'm not an
ludicrous is
expert with
that?
this, but Eric Dubay did a really great video about lighthouses. How you guys know lighthouses are basically used for ships to understand that they're getting too close to the rocks or the shore. And if that was just refraction coming up around a curve, that would probably be widely known among navigators. and sailors, but
Yeah.
it's not discussed.
Yeah, they'd say,
Also,
"Oh, you can't trust that light because we don't know if it's closer or further away."
also to add on to that point about the lighthouse, when it comes to navigation through ships, sometimes sailors, well, in the past mainly, would use celestial navigations where they navigate through stars. If
Of
that
course.
were the case for the globe Earth, since the Earth will be changing positions constantly over thousands of years, the positions of stars will also change. So it will be difficult to navigate if you were on the globe Earth than a flat Earth.
Yeah, the almanac wouldn't exist.
Yeah.
You also can't get an elevation angle off a curved surface either. So to get your ground position, you need an elevation angle. You can't get that off the curved surface because as it starts curving, the angle's
Yeah.
going to change. So your ground position is not going to be in the position where it's supposed to be. Therefore, you can't navigate celestially
Mhm.
at all on a globe.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
You get
something to
lost.
remember as well about celestial navigation is that the majority of all civilization, like 90% of people, live in the, if you want to call it a globe or flat Earth,
North.
whatever. Yeah, in the northern part, right? There's more towards the center. It's like 90%. And that's where all that celestial navigation basically takes place. And all of those stars rotate around that central point, an axial point, which is the North Star.
Yeah.
And that's how they're doing it. But one of these days, I'm going to have to actually do celestial navigation myself and learn it a little bit better. And I'm going to have to, bite the bullet and spend a couple grand on getting a theodolite and
Yeah.
learning how to actually do all that so I can, actually have that conversation with people that have one, like Ruhif. But there are plenty of surveyors that are professional surveyors and they're flat earthers and they've tried to test the globe and they can't. They keep failing.
Could you also navigate in the ocean through the sun, like using the sun as a position to navigate across the sea?
Correct. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Mm.
I was in the Navy and I was on a ship for one deployment, so I didn't really
Yeah.
know a lot about that. But I will say that we were able to navigate very, very well doing that kind of stuff because out in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, we had no internet and nothing. So they were doing it somehow. Going from Virginia over to Spain in
Yeah.
2002 when we were trying to invade Iraq. And we were able to get there, no problem. And ships have been doing it for a long, long time without any GPS. So they have been able to do it. I just need to learn more details about how that works.
I got a question for you. What maps were you using? Were you using local maps, like fishing chart maps?
Well, I wasn't even using a map. I
Oh,
was
okay.
just
You
part
were
of the
just on the boat.
Yeah, I was just part of the ship's crew. Yeah, if you look up it's a decommissioned ship now. It was an aircraft carrier-ish. It was mostly helicopters. We had like 35, 36 helicopters on board and 6 Harriers. So I mean, it was a huge ship. We had 5,000 people on board. But
Yeah.
I had no idea about how it worked. But I do know that at certain points we had to. They told us, yeah, there's no internet or communication signals whatsoever because we were too far away from certain things.
Yeah. Because I'm pretty sure from the research I've done, all shipping uses beacons. And so they follow a beacon and it says, okay, you're off course by 15 miles, correct, to this location. And then they'll pick up the next beacon and see if they're back on track. And that's
Yeah,
how they
that could be the case. And even though they told us there's no internet, it doesn't mean that there was no internet. It was that we didn't have internet for like the rest of the crew to like go in and email people or
Yeah. Well, they have
But
those buoys across the ocean just float, sitting there, and that sends off a bleep.
well, yeah, and don't forget Marconi was able to send a radio signal across the Atlantic Ocean during World War II when everyone
Yeah,
told them
cool.
it wouldn't work.
Yeah.
Over 2,000 miles.
He sent it across the Earth to Australia too.
He did.
Well,
That
I
was
thought
the
he
world
sent it
record,
to
wasn't
like
it?
London or something.
He was in the UK.
Yeah, I think it was London to Australia.
Yeah, that's right.
We are beacons essentially waypoints.
Sorry?
Are beacons waypoints in the ocean?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. The airplanes use them as well. So when the airplanes are flying over the Pacific or the Indian Ocean, things like that, they tend to they follow the shipping lanes because that's where all the beacons are. So
Because I know on land aircraft use DME or I'm not sure VIR stations, something like that.
Yeah, and speaking of aircraft with like air traffic controllers,
Yeah.
Mark Sargent, during one of his Flat Earth Clues videos he was doing, he had an air traffic controller on there saying that they were able to see aircraft that were up at like 25,000 feet in elevation, and they were able to see them like 300 miles away, which would have been blocked by like 20 feet of earth curve. So, and that's what air traffic controllers, they're saying, yeah, we know that. We can see them. The radars, and don't forget what radar actually means. It's
line of
radio.
sight.
It's radio detection and ranging. It's just an acronym. So that's what radar stands for. All it is just a signal that bounces off one thing and comes back to another one, telling you the time and distance. Essentially, it's not actually completely accurate, but it's pretty damn close.
And that's why we make paint to hide during radar.
Say that again?
I said that is why we use specific paints on aircraft to hide from radar.
Oh yeah, like
yeah,
stealth bombers and stuff like that.
Yep.
Jim, I thought you went to work.
I was
I left my steel toes at home, so I had to get back in the car.
Ah, okay.
I was actually hoping you were a Glober Crinkle.
Nah, I'm not a Glober.
Hello, Jedi.
Is he not a fucking Glober? Bollocks, I'm out then. See you later, guys. Morning, gents. You good?
Morning.
Good evening.
Morning.
Hello.
Good afternoon. Welcome.
Well, it's 4:25 in the morning for me. I got to get going pretty soon, but
Mate, it sounds like you've been on here for the last 24 hours.
48.
You take naps, don't you?
well, sort of. I mean, I have a very lucky work schedule right now. So today I get to sleep in until almost noon, and I'm just teaching online for 10 or 12 hours straight. So, and then tomorrow I have to go back in, and it's every other day.
I looked at. I'm getting confused. Sometimes when I look at your screen, Jedi, I'm getting mixed up with you and Martov.
Why?
Because it's the same bloody picture.
Is it the same bloody picture? Oh, mate. What am I going to fucking do?
All right, mate.
Fucking bloody jiggy baggers, nigga. I don't know what that was, mate. Sorry. That was you. That was you on the building site. That's what it was.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been pretty quiet in here, mate.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
But Salt Lake Stacy has blessed us with her presence.
Yep. Hi there, Jedi.
What's up? How you doing, Stacey? You good?
Yep. Just a bit of a boring day, so came online. It's been pretty busy, so I haven't been on recently, but back on.
That's a good
talk
thing.
A bit. Yeah.
Right, guys. I only popped in to say hello and see how you were doing. I've now got to travel halfway up the country. I'll I'll jump back in maybe in about 6-7 hours time and see how you're all doing. It's phase 1 of my move today, so I better
good
get
luck,
going,
man.
otherwise I'm not going to get done, man.
All the
But
best,
I will
mate.
love you and leave you. Cheers, buddy. I will love you and leave you, and hopefully you'll have some ballers to play around with at some point, mate. I know you're hungry.
See you, mate.
All right, guys.
See you.
Take care. See you later.
Good luck on your move, man.
Cheers, buddy. I appreciate that. Take care.
Yeah, moving is always a pain in the ass. I've had to do it so many times. And I'm trying to update my profile right now in Discord just so I can actually upload my actual, picture of my face. And I just noticed it's asking me for my preferred pronouns.
Oh, that one.
Oh yeah, seriously. Go into your profile. It'll say that. What is your preferred pronoun?
Patchy. Bruh.
Should I just put like pirate or something?
Flat earther.
Yeah. What's your gender? Flat.
Joe Biden.
Flat's not a shape; it's a description.
There you go.
Yes.
Have you guys heard that? Okay, so I know Kent Hovind is. I was talking to Jim about that a little bit earlier. And wait, is it Jim or Jimmy? I'm sorry.
Jimmy Jam, Jimmy Jam, Jim Baroni.
Okay. I don't want to mispronoun you. I need to. I need to be polite. So, anyways, so Kent Hovind, he's a staunch Christian and all that kind of stuff. You guys haven't seen him before. He does some pretty good stuff in regards to
I've seen some of his
debunking
debate on,
evolution. But
evolution. Yeah.
He's also a math and science teacher, and he said there's no such thing as a circle or a square.
That's ridiculous.
I know, he said that. It's like, there's not much you can say to that. He actually says that in a couple videos.
What does he mean by that?
Well, he's saying that he's trying to say that a circle and a square is two-dimensional, but because if you draw on a piece of paper, it actually has a little bit of height to it because of that. So therefore, it turns it into something different. But in reality, what the fuck is he? I'm not even sure. But that's the kind of stuff that some of these people say. I also saw a video.
In theory, that's actually correct, but
well, if you draw,
it doesn't have to be drawn, does it? A circle
you can do it on a computer screen
and not be drawn.
Yeah. I also saw a video recently. This is it's not really flat Earth-ish, but it goes along with how ridiculous people can believe certain things. And there is a calculus teacher who's teaching like advanced, like high school calculus, and he goes through the rigmarole of like a quadratic equation, and it's just basically it's algebra, and shows you how 1 equals 2, which is completely illogical. But
they just make shit up.
You can look it up online, and he does 2 videos on it. And the second one, he's like, "Oh, you people didn't really understand or agree with me, so I'm going to do it again and just reaffirm it." Then there's another calculus teacher that says you can divide 0 by 0, and then they give all these different answers as to why. It's like I'm starting to give up on society.
That just goes to show that math's just a made-up construct, and if you want it in reality, you can't do shit like that. You can't divide 0 apples by 0 apples, and two-dimensionality doesn't exist. So if they want to talk about that shit, they're going way off the planet, because planet they're going way off topic, because like show me 2D in reality. Where is it?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of math questions that are very basic. You can ask to children. Like, if you have 2 apples, you cannot take away 5 apples from them.
No,
right?
You can't. You can't have a negative number that was made up by the banks.
Yeah, well, that goes into debt, right? But it's
Yeah,
illogical in the concept that you can never have a negative amount unless it is like in your bank account or something. You can never have a
You can't have a
negative physical
negative
thing.
amount of physical things.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But you can write it on
And
a piece of
what's left?
paper.
And what's left if they're not physical? They're just made up. Unless you're getting into the metaphysical, but that's getting a bit deep for just the maths kind of question.
Well,
Using
Glober
that,
math does that though.
using that in theory, what really is money? Because it only results in debt.
I was going to get to that.
Yeah,
So it's just a made up construct, isn't it?
yeah.
Because you can't have it
I
in
mean,
reality.
it's not backed
And the
by gold and
Rothschilds
silver.
figured
It's
that
just
out a
made up.
long time ago when what's his name? One of the Rothschilds. He said, "I let me control a country's monetary system, and I care not who writes the laws."
Yeah. Was that Maya?
Yeah, it was something like Meyer Rothschild. Yeah, he's like 3 generations ago or something like that, or 4 generations ago.
Yeah, I think so. So there was 3 of them at the same time that owned the banking systems in 3 different places. They funded the wars. So that would have been 3 generations ago, maybe.
Well, yeah,
Well,
the
take
original
into
Rothschild that
consideration.
started all that was 5 generations ago.
What's that, Jimmy?
So take into consideration that they're just the bank for the Church of Rome.
Yeah,
So
true.
whenever it was World War II kicked off, right before that, which is World War II or World War One, right before that, the church was like, "Hey, Italy, you owe us money." So then the president of Italy taxed the shit out of the people, paid off Rome, and then we had that next war.
Yeah, have you guys ever heard this? Someone, I forget who said it, that Rome never fell; it just turned into the Vatican.
Yep.
Yeah, and the rest of the world. Look at the US. They're the military arm of it. The London is the financial arm, and and the Vatican is the spiritual arm.
Yep. It compartmentalized. It's that statue in Daniel that became iron legs to iron and clay feet.
Can you go into that a bit more?
I'm about to walk into work, but
Oh no, that's all right then.
basically, you had uh, the king that Daniel interpreted the dream for. The king was the golden head, which was Babylon, and then you had the silver chest, which was Persia, and then you had the bronze waist, which was Greece, and then you had the iron legs, which was Rome, and then you have iron and clay feet at the base of the statue, and that would be Rome dividing and mixing with clay, which is, in my opinion, the whole pictorial Freemason thing.
Interesting.
And then right the end of that, um, civilization that was predicted is, the rock falling from the sky and creating a mountain, which is Jesus coming and destroying the modern way of living and creating the new earth with no evil.
He's going to have to get rid of the churches then, isn't he?
There is. And I'm going to work.
Oh, pleasure,
See you,
Jimmy.
Jimmy.
Yeah, so something else I heard about the Vatican. I don't know if this is true either. I've never been to Italy. I've been to Croatia and several other places in Europe, but allegedly there's a little spot in the Vatican where it's being guarded by guys with swords, and it goes like down underground, where a lot of people think that's where a lot of these ancient artifacts are being kept as like secrets, and no one's allowed to go down there unless you're part of unless you're one of the cardinals or something like that. But that gets really conspiratorial, so I probably shouldn't even have brought it up.
It does, because it's also speculated that all the books from Alexandria went there as well.
Wow. You guys know that the Vatican is the smallest country on Earth?
Yeah, smallest and richest.
Yeah, it's actually
Wait, it's a
considered.
country.
Yeah, well, it's called Vatican City, but it's actually considered a
It's
country.
a country. So
Yeah.
is Washington DC, and so is the city of London.
Well, Washington D.C. is sort of. It's like its own little entity. It's not a country though. It's separate though.
Yeah, well, same as City of London as well. There's a little place in the middle of London called the City of London, which is has its own kind of, which is the financial district. Not
So do
run
you guys know how
under the same
Washington
laws.
D.C. got its name?
I'm not sure.
Well, I think I'm not sure, but I know it's in the District of Columbia, which is from the family of obviously Columbus, but he's from another family from black nobility from Italy. So
Yeah, I believe it was George Washington that actually gave it its name, and it was named after Christopher Columbus. And Christopher Columbus never set foot in America. Think about that one.
there you go. The Collins family actually comes from that bloodline too. So Colon.
All right, so my pronoun is going to be flat earther. All right, good enough. Surprised I never made a avatar for this. Okay, there we go. I didn't put my real picture up there right now because I couldn't find my actual photo, but that's a good one for now.
Well, if there's no photos of you, you must not exist.
I obviously not. Yeah, I'm just AI, just so you're aware of that. I'm just like a really advanced AI model. And by the way, if you guys have never actually messed around with Chat GPT, it is fucking hilarious to argue with it because you can actually get it to admit it's wrong. And I've done that multiple times. And I actually broke it.
You broke it.
Oh, yeah. I gotta pull it up and read it to you. Oh, this is hilarious.
Bro.
Where is
I
it at?
tried
Here.
Chat GPT, but then I just got really annoyed at how stubborn it was being because I was trying to get it to concede, but it wouldn't concede.
Wait,
Well,
doesn't Discord have its own AI thing? I don't know, it's Clyde or something like that.
Well, it gets better because it's on like version 4 right now. So as you update it, as it gets questions that it is wrong about, then it updates itself. So it's really strange. I mean, I can go into this for quite a long time, but I'll read this out loud because I was arguing with it about how the moon and the sun, because they're the same size in the sky, therefore they must be the same size, like in the universe, and therefore also the same distance away. And I went through a long, long conversation with it. This is like the third or fourth time I've done it. And so the last thing it said to me was, if you have specific concerns or examples that you would like to discuss regarding deviations from the scientific process, I'm here to engage in a constructive conversation. My response was, the more we chat, the less I trust this AI model due to you not understanding that you are indeed heavily biased based on corrupt science that has a monetary and power-based agenda. It responded by saying, I apologize if, and then it just basically cut out and it said network error. And my network was fine. It shut down. I broke the AI. It's like, oh, I'm calling you out? Now, you can mess with it and argue with it for a while, and eventually
when
it does concede.
Yeah, when it doesn't have a response, it just breaks.
Yeah, basically. But you can also mess with it and ask it all sorts of weird stuff. Like, well, I'm not going to be like vulgar, but you can ask it semi-vulgar stuff.
Oh God.
But it does have limitations. Like if it gets like too sexual or like explicit or something or illegal, yeah, it'll say, I cannot answer that question or whatever. But you can ask it to write you a love story about two transgender globies that jumped into a volcano. It'll write you like really fast. It'll write you an entire story about it.
Yeah, what's scary is that this might be like the coming sort of way people write articles on computers and stuff, websites.
Well,
it's like, oh no,
yeah, they're
people are just
absolutely
going to
doing
use
it.
that.
Well, I'm learning. I'm taking some college courses right now,
Yeah.
and I'm learning how to code with like Python and stuff. And
Cool.
I can do every single one of my assignments on ChatGPT.
That's scary, man.
But I'm not
That
doing
means,
that. I actually want to learn how to code. So
Yeah.
I mean, it'll replace all the coders as well. If it gets that advanced.
well, yeah, there's a lot of people that I've heard that are actually revolting against it because they're fearing that it's gonna replace a lot of people's jobs. A lot of there are actual websites right now that are using this specifically to just write news articles that are completely fake and made up.
What do you think the direction AI will go in the future, like in general?
I've got a decent idea behind it, but I can't say for certain. I've done a lot of research into this. There are two people you need to look up. The first one, his name is Ray Kurzweil. He's been hired by Google and different companies.
Yeah.
Because he's a futurist and also a genius. He has several patents on different kinds of things. He's getting a lot older now, so he's not really in the scene quite as much.
What's his name again?
Ray Kurzweil.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, I mean, there's documentaries all about him. He's like not hard to find on the internet. And then Ben Goertzel, which his name is a little hard to spell. It's GEORTEZLE or something like that. Ben Goertzel.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, the dude looks like he's always got like a tie-dye hat on and like long hair and glasses. And he looks like some guy you'd like meet at like a rave that's like high on acid or something. But he's got like 2 PhDs in like computer science and mathematics. And he's been working on AI for quite a long time. And he got hired by the University of Hong Kong for quite a bit of money to create artificial intelligence. And he says 2049 is when he thinks the AI is going to go like live, because there's 3 different types of AI. There's artificial intelligence, which has been around for a long time. That's just sort of like how like electrical stuff has been able to work. It's just, circuits working based on certain types of interactions and electrical signals. That's real basic stuff, right? It's been around for a long time. And cars use that right now. Then there's artificial general intelligence. That's what ChatGPT is. It can self-learn, but it still needs like human interaction for it to work properly. Then there's that's AGI. Then there's artificial superintelligence, where it's self-learning and no longer needs us. And he thinks, Ben Goertzel and Ray Kurzweil both agree that it's going to be sometime in the next 25 to 30 years. But it's not necessarily if they're correct or not. Other countries are also working on it as well. Because Russia, I think it was Putin, said that the first country that ever figures this out is going to be the world's superpower. Like way beyond anyone else. So everyone's trying to work on it at the same time. But it's far beyond what anything we can do right now. And as soon as you take a couple of coding courses and some like advanced math courses, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
It's just logical sequence. But if it does happen, I'm moving out to the sticks. I'm not going to be around much more. I'm just going to fucking give up. I'm going to turn my cell phone in and just move out to the country somewhere. Turn Amish. And it doesn't even really matter to me if it's possible. It's the fact that people want it to be possible. And they are working really hard to make it happen.
I think over reliance on technology is like one of the worst things a person can do. Like over relying on one thing rather than using your own intelligence can be even worse.
Yeah, I agree. And ever since like the advent of cell phones became really popular, I mean, especially over here, in Silicon Valley, where we actually, develop them and build them and all that.
Yeah.
I mean, most of them are built in China, and then they're just fucking sent over here. But I mean, Apple headquarters is literally down the road from where I live. It's huge. So, and then Google, Facebook, I mean, Intel, I mean, you name it, everything's here. So, one of the things I've noticed a lot is how addicted to cell phones people actually are. And I don't know who coined it, but it's now an actual psychiatric and psychological term that's being used. It's called nomophobia.
Nomophobia.
Yeah. So nomo means no more.
Oh.
No mobile phobia. That's what it stands for. So people that are absent from their cell phone for a certain amount of time, they start getting anxiety. And a phobia is an irrational fear of something. So people that don't have their phone for an extended period of time, yeah, it's actually becoming a psychological disorder.
I get what you
it's
mean.
mostly for like younger people.
I mean, like Gen Zs are really annoying. I mean, like I'm born. I don't consider myself Gen Z, but like I see the youth in my generation. They're on TikTok, on like all these random social medias, and they're so weird.
Yeah, and
they're
something
over
about
relying on their phones too
TikTok.
much.
Yeah, what do they do? Like 2 or 3 minute videos. That's how they started off. And as soon as TikTok came out, YouTube started doing that little YouTube Shorts thing, and they just copied along because they saw the attention span of people is just diminishing very quickly.
Insane.
Yeah, like when I got into Flat Earth, like if there was a 6-hour video, I'd watch it 3 times. I mean, I have a pretty good attention span, so I like that kind of stuff. Short little videos, I mean, they're interesting. I like longer stuff that's more explanatory.
Like I like watching like long documentaries and long content about history or anything that's something that's useful than watching something that's 30 seconds. Because I heard that the shortest human attention span is 30 seconds. So I see no need or why people need to watch 30-second videos if you're not going to remember it.
Yeah, we're turning into goldfish.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not. I'm getting smarter. But like I've mentioned this a couple times. I'm not trying to bring it up constantly, but I've been an electrician for a very long time, and I currently teach at a college. And the majority of the people, I even asked them, raise a hands today, or I'm sorry, yesterday. I said, hey, raise your hands. How many of you are under 25? Like 3/4 of the class rose their hand. I was like, oh crap. And then what I can do is pay attention. Like if I'm doing a lecture or a mathematical equation or a wiring diagram, and then all of a sudden I turn around, most of them aren't even paying attention. They're just on their phone. Like, oh my God, what's wrong with you?
That's the same in my class as well.
Oh yeah. I'm just saying that I can see this in class, and I even bring it up to them like, you realize you're paying a lot of money to be here. And they're like, oh yeah. So they put their phone down. Like, and then that lasts for like 10 minutes.
Yeah, I guess I'm pretty lucky. Like, obviously, I'm in this young generation and I'm around all these people. But my mum was very, like, not strict, but she was firm and like, Stacy, you're not going to get a phone until you're 16. And so when I
Yeah.
was like 13, it's like, oh, but everyone else has a phone. But in like those 3 years of not having it while everyone else had it, it
Yeah.
just meant I didn't pick up those addictions. I mean, like, I still use technology more than I ought to, but
Mhm.
it was definitely wise on my mum's end to not just, give me a phone just because everyone else had a phone at that time.
Yeah, and there's a certain age where I think people should have one for different reasons because I think 16 would probably be a good age to start that with. I mean, I didn't have one. I had to buy it on my own. A little flip phone when I was 20, and it barely worked. I didn't have a smartphone until I was like 34. I'm not kidding. I just had a flip phone for so long.
It's crazy. Like, people older than me, they grew up in a time completely different to this whole technical age or digital age. It's just crazy. Can't wrap
Well,
my head around it.
Stacy, you don't have to answer, but I do have to ask. Would you mind if I ask what your age is?
Yeah, I'm 20.
Oh, okay. You sound much more intelligent than most 20-year-olds that I meet. So
Yeah, well,
awesome.
I hang around old people.
Okay.
So maybe there's this guy, and I'm always hanging out with him, and he says this is his favorite joke. Do you know why I like hanging out with Stacy? Because it makes our average age go down to 50 years old. Because he's like an 80-year-old. He loves cracking that joke.
Oh,
Well, something else to consider as well. Even though Bill Gates is, in my opinion, a complete fraud, he still is a fairly intelligent guy. And he was asked one time in an interview, um, as he gets older, what is he going to do in order to keep his mind sharp? While he's running Microsoft and all that. He said, I'm going to hire the smartest people I can and hang around with them. And I'm not sure if he's been doing that, but that's at least what he said. So yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
I guess.
I would hang out with you, Stacy.
Oh, when you're in Australia, give me a call.
Okay, well, if I ever get across the pond area. But yeah, if I'm ever down there, we'll have to have some kangaroo.
Yeah, kangaroo and bush tucker.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, I forgot about that until just now. I gotta remember to use that. And kangaroo tastes like what again? Sort of like gamey, like deer or venison or something.
Yeah, Timbo was saying venison, but to me, it sort of tastes like beef. I'm really, I mean, I'm not the best when it comes to discerning tastes. It just tasted like beef to me.
is it tough or like softish?
Well, I guess it depends on how you cook it.
Oh,
But I slow cooked mine, so it was very soft and sort of moist as well. But yeah, it depends on how you cook it.
Like in a crock pot kind of slow cook?
Yeah, that kind.
Right, okay.
yeah. How do you even kill a kangaroo? It's gonna kill you at the same time, so like,
Or, I mean, you could use a boomerang if you want to be really Australian.
that's classical Australian.
Yeah, I don't know how they, like, I mean, the main way I know how kangaroos die is when they just jump in front of your car and you hit them. No, I guess like people have guns, shoot them or something.
Yeah, in certain parts of the U.S., there's a lot of like deer that are crossing the road and stuff, and a lot of people get into accidents to the point where their
Yeah.
car pretty much gets totaled, and then the police or something like that and emergency services have to come by and check if people are okay. And then what you'll commonly see is the police or the firefighters or the emergency services. You'll see them driving down the road with like a dead deer on the roof of their actual service car, because you know what they're doing. They're taking it home and they're like slaughtering, or they're gonna skin it as soon as possible, because if it's killed soon enough, people eat that stuff.
Yeah, no good wasting it. Yeah, I've seen some of those videos from like the car cameras of just deers or elks just like flying across cars' windscreens. I find it hilarious to watch.
Because kangaroos, they get pretty tall, don't they?
Yeah, definitely. Don't ask me for a height. I'm so bad at guessing heights, but
Well, yeah, we were talking about
yeah.
that earlier. You're into the metric thing, so.
Kangaroo height. I'll
Well,
find it
I've
out.
seen pictures of them,
2
and some of them
meters.
look like they're on steroids to the point, like, wow. And they're fighting each other, and they're tall.
Yeah, I know a person who lives across the road. They have a pet kangaroo. That's not super common for people to have pet kangaroos, but we're a bit
I was
more in the
just
country.
about to ask that, if you can domesticate a kangaroo. That would be cool.
Yeah, I'd have a pet kangaroo. No, I probably wouldn't. I'm not the best at keeping track of all the animals, but theoretically, I would have a pet kangaroo.
Some people have like dogs for like protection or whatever. Man, if you came to someone's house and there's a fucking kangaroo there,
Well,
holy
that's
shit!
mad. Actually, I want to have that now.
I mean, some people say like even just with dogs, the dogs sometimes seem to pick up on like, say if there's some unwanted person in your house who like the dog might pick up on it and just like go crazy. Then like imagine I don't know if the kangaroos are as in tune with that sort of sense as dogs are, but if the kangaroo could, find that sort
Yeah,
of sense, pick up on that.
it's gonna end a bit different.
Yeah, dogs. That's why they call them like man's best friend and stuff, because they do work very, very well when it comes to that like ESP kind of thing, sensing fear. They're real strong senses of smell, and they're good hearing. So yeah, if they're trained properly, yeah, dogs are great. But I'll still take a kangaroo if I can train it the same way. What would I name my kangaroo?
Have you heard of Skippy the bush kangaroo?
I have never. No.
Ah, that's like one of Australia's most iconic TV shows, of this wallaby, which was called the kangaroo.
Skippy? I
And
gotta look it up. Hold on.
yeah, Skippy. It was
Skippy
technically a wallaby.
kangaroo.
It was probably like 1970s or something, before my time.
Oh, okay. Before my time too. Yeah, 1968. Skippy the bush kangaroo. 3 seasons. All right.
Yeah, an iconic Australian TV show.
Oh, it's like a baby kangaroo. Okay.
And then the kid would use one of the eucalyptus leaves and make some sort of like whistle sound with the leaf, and then he would call it, and then the kangaroo would come. So maybe I need to start whistling with some eucalyptus leaves, and maybe Skippy will come to me. I'll give it a try.
Kangaroo lifespan. How long do they live for?
I don't know.
Let's see here. Damn, they can go up to 43 miles an hour? Holy shit.
Yeah, that's speedy.
And they live about 8 to 12 years in the wild and up to 20 years in captivity. Like a dog. Okay. Wow. I just think they're super cool because I've never seen one in person. And the fact that the mama kangaroos have that pouch and the babies just crawl in and out of, like, with ease. They're, like, totally unique creatures. So, pretty cool.
I heard the pouch can have capacity for up to three joeys at one time, and it's very unlikely for them to have three joeys in the pouch at one time. But if ever they needed to, they have that capacity.
And Joey's just a baby kangaroo?
Yeah, baby kangaroo, Joey.
Huh. Wow. Kangaroos for sale. Oh. Yep, you can buy them.
In your area?
It's jandaexotics.com and exotic animals for sale.com or .net. Yeah, there's a lot of websites that sell kangaroos. Fuck, I'll have to get one of these. I mean, I'll probably get in trouble though because I don't think that my local ordinance would allow that.
Oh, I don't think your local ordinance would want to put up a fight with that kangaroo.
Oh, this is in Texas. We got them over here. Oh, shit. Oh, they're not cheap either. Many thousands of dollars.
Okay, I'll smuggle one to you.
Hey, that might be a good little business proposition that you need to look into.
Kangaroo smuggling.
Well, I do know that that kind of thing does exist because, when I was in the service, like the customs department, they would like check all of our, even in the military, when we came back, they would check all of our bags to make sure we didn't have like exotic animals that we were bringing back from like Thailand or from Africa or something like that. Because apparently there's like a market for it, and you have to have like a specific license, like a rare animals license for it. So. Yeah, the cheapest one I can find is $3,000, and they go up to almost 10,000.
Yikes!
But yeah, I can go down to my local pet store and I can buy like a ferret for like $50. But then again, they're also real small. Oh, they have names already. Red, Regus, Rosie, Royal, Riley, Obi, Rocco, and Ripley. Those are the ones.
Rocco. I'd take Rocco.
Wow. Okay. I gotta stop looking at kangaroos. I'm getting addicted to this. But yeah, in regards to flat Earth, I don't have a lot left to say before I have to get going. But if you guys want to ever do your own experiments and you're not really sure how to do it,
yeah,
I can probably help guide you through some of the experiments that I've done.
Can you name a few types of experiments you've done?
Long distance observations with lasers, mirror flashes, cameras, that kind of thing.
Okay.
Those are the main ones.
I've been holding onto a laser, and it has like a collimator thing, but I don't think the collimators or the beam expander doesn't seem to be working that right. So I don't know.
Yeah, lasers are a little tricky though because you have to level them properly, and you also have to be aiming them in like the right direction. And you also have to be working like in a team, like two people, like 10 miles apart, and then the other two people like observing that with cameras and stuff. So it does
Yeah,
help
and
to
you
have
also
multiple
need to
people.
make sure the police don't get angry at you and say, "What are you doing? What are you doing with that laser?"
Oh yeah, especially over here where I'm trying to do it, like on the West Coast by like Santa Cruz, California. As soon as the laser starts to interfere with, because we have something over here called the Coast Guard, which is
Yeah.
like the Navy, and if the Coast Guard is like patrolling that area, yeah, oh yeah, they'll call up the police and stand by.
And if lasers are operating near the airports, they're going to get the police officers down on your door right now.
Yeah, that too. Never aim a laser at an aircraft because they have this new type of technology on them where they can triangulate where the laser came from.
Yeah.
And they've arrested people for doing that before. And I have a really high powered laser. I spent like $600 on it, so it has like a 10-mile range. But the other problem with lasers is that they do have something, beam divergence. So the further away it gets, the beam just frays out. But that's not super important because you can at least see where the origin of the laser comes from if you're looking in the right direction. So that's why you have to be kind of working in teams.
Yeah, I tried to I did order a laser in December last year, and then I'm guessing the Australian customs were like, "Nope, Stacy, you're not getting this laser," because it never came. But Australia has some crazy laws about like importing lasers and all that, so I just got unlucky.
Well, you can build your own too if you know how to do it. I mean, there's YouTube videos that show you how. You can just take different pieces of equipment apart and build them.
Well, I guess I could try.
Well, here, let me go ahead and link a YouTube channel. There's this guy, and he's, I don't know, kind of young. He's probably in his mid-20s or something, maybe a little bit older by now. It's Styro Pyro, and the guy doesn't have any formal college experience or work experience on this. He just started messing around with it, reading laser forums and stuff, and he has built some extremely powerful lasers to the point where, like, he can catch things on fire from a long ways away. Here, let me just find video or that channel. And I do think he actually kind of got in trouble at one point, or he got hired by somebody because he stopped doing videos for a while. Where is it? This is the problem with my YouTube. I'm subscribed to like 120 different channels. And half of them don't even do videos anymore. There it is. I'm going to go ahead and drop that into the Discord chat. Well, I gotta go to the right one.
Yeah, the live stream voice text.
All right, there you go. That's his YouTube channel. I mean, it's real fun stuff because he does actually kind of show you how they work and like how he builds them. So
Okay, I'll definitely have a look into it. Test my DIY skills.
yeah, he never talks about flat Earth or anything like that. He just talks about lasers. That's it. So, but it's pretty cool stuff. You would think he's like an MIT like graduate or something like that, or PhD, but no. He's just a tinkerer.
All right. I'm gonna have to go now, but it was actually nice talking to you guys for a while.
Yeah, nice talking to you too, Crinkle.
Yeah.
All right. Cheers,
All
bro.
right. Yeah.
But yeah, this guy, Styro Pyro, one of the lasers he built was like a laser bazooka, and he built it out of like old projector parts, like the camera lenses and stuff like that, and then like different types of amplifiers that he got offline. Didn't even cost him very much. And he says, "Yeah, I learned how to do all this on the internet just by reading forums." So it's not illegal.
Yeah, I gotta say, I'm not really too keen on like using lasers and stuff, just because it's like it disrupts the nature and the wildlife or whatnot. But then I'm sort of balancing out. But it's for a curvature test, and that's really a cool thing to do. So, sort of, you know, my head's always all over the place. Like, oh, is it good? Is it bad? Is it good? Is it bad? I think, yeah, it's fine. A laser test just for a little bit, for the greater good, testing the land.
Oh yeah, I totally understand. Some of these lasers, like the one that I have, they come with like special glasses you have to wear. Because even if I take it right here in my living room and I were to shine it on the wall like 15 feet away and just look at the reflection, um, it'll make your retinas like painful just at the reflection. So these are also good for like self-defense, like home defense. You shine that in someone's face for just a split second and they won't be able to see for, I mean, it might blind them instantly. I mean, that's how powerful some of these things are.
Yeah, so you definitely want to know what you're doing.
Yeah, and this guy, Styropyro, he's actually wearing like welding glasses while he's shining these things. So it's pretty cool to check out. There's not very many people that do it.
Yeah, I'll definitely have a look at it sometime. Andrew, if I had, say, I did a laser setup and I had a camera and it was infrared, would the infrared camera, would it pick up the laser?
That's a really great question that I don't think I have an answer to right now because I've never actually worked with infrared cameras. So
Okay.
yeah, you might have to ask someone else about that. I have a P900 that I know how to use pretty well. You know what a
Yeah,
P900 is? Okay, so
I had a P900 and I converted it to infrared, but then I accidentally broke one of the ribbon connectors, so now I can't use
okay.
it. Oh well. But I'm confident I converted it so well. I did the best job. It's just that tiny plastic piece just decided to make my life miserable. That's
Well,
okay.
I
I'll get
have been
another.
talking to other people, other flat earthers and stuff that are like professional photographers. So maybe I can talk to them and see if I can get you a better answer.
Yeah, I guess it would just depend on the wavelength of the laser, if it's in the infrared or not.
Yeah, the strongest colored lasers, as far as I've been told, as far as like the wavelength, are the blue ones.
Okay.
I don't know all the details behind that, but yeah, the blue
I
ones are
guess like
strongest. The next one down
like
from that is green, and then there's like yellow and purple, but yeah, the blue ones are the strongest ones.
it might be, I'm not sure, but it might be because like when you have that piece of, if you have light which goes through a prism and then it makes that rainbow, then on the bottom is blue, like the least refracted, and then like the most refracted from the prism is red. If I've remembered the sequencing correct, that might be it. The reason.
Yeah, I don't know everything about the prisms, but I know Isaac Newton was doing some tests with that a long time ago when he was shining a light through a prism, and that's how he was proving that certain lights, like white light, produces all colors. I don't know. Some people still disagree with that.
Yeah, I don't know if like it's to say white light produces all colors, or if white light is refracted, then it results in many colors. But then there's also the thing where people have like a wheel of colors and they spin the wheel really fast and then it turns white.
Yeah, color is something very interesting, and being like I've done a lot of canvas painting. I've taken like art classes in college and stuff, and so I know a lot about that. But when it comes to like the more advanced stuff with light and color, yeah, I'm not one to speak on that one too much.
Yeah. One interesting conversation I had with a lady a while ago. I was talking about, isn't it curious that like all of these physicians and stuff, who, like Isaac Newton or Einstein, all of those sorts of people, they tended to have quite the interest in alchemy. Well, actually, I'm not sure if Einstein did, but like a few of these physics people were interested in alchemy. And then the lady actually, I, I, I feel like I got a bit corrected and a bit more context to like my initial sort of, oh, evil, no, evil is an overstatement, but the connotations like alchemy, ooh. And she was like, well, alchemy was sort of just like the chemistry of that day. I thought, okay, yeah, that's actually an interesting point. Yeah, and Jedi's telling you to go to bed. Get some sleep, Andrew.
Got a bed, man. Got a bed.
Oh, no response. He must have fallen asleep.
No, I'm here. It's just that on these kind of days where I'm like, yeah, I can go to bed and get 4 hours of sleep, or I can just stay awake. But actually, one of the guys that I was just talking about, one of the professional photographers, he just started live streaming, and I'm talking to him right now. So maybe I'll ask him about that. And you guys may have heard of him before. He's been on many different Flat Earth channels. His name's Travis. And anyways, right now, I don't know Travis Finley. He's over here in the U.S. He's been on, I don't know, many different streams in the past, and he has his own personal stream. It's called Ubercast, where he just gets into his.
Oh, yeah. I know that one. I was
Yeah,
recently did
he's
some comments on his
professional
videos.
photographer.
Okay, I didn't know he was a professional photographer. I just
Well,
liked his cool videos of like the ocean and stuff.
I don't know if he's a professional, but he's definitely way more knowledgeable than me. So,
Okay, yeah.
but yeah, I do have to get going. It's
Yeah, get some sleep.
sleep is overrated.
I guess it can be at times.
Well, no, I've been awake for like 20 hours, so I definitely need to get some. But all right, everybody, I will catch you all next time.
Yeah, see you, Andrew. Nice talking.
All right. So it's the silent treatment this morning, I see.
Yep, everyone's being quiet.
No fair, no fair. Was that Stacy?
Yeah, Stacy here.
I thought I recognized that voice.
Well, good
So
job,
how are
you did it right.
So how is the curve searching going? Have you found one yet?
No, haven't actually been up too much curves. Oh man, it's late now. I'm getting my words mixed up. Haven't had much of a chance to do that lately. But no, I haven't found it.
Okay, well, don't give up. It's got to be there someplace. The science books tell us so.
Yeah, it will definitely be there. I'll just have to use my imagination, but I'll find it.
Well, I'm on my morning cruise, travelings to go to work here in beautiful Los Angeles, California. I say that with a tongue in cheek.
Is it just the beautiful view of traffic?
Well, I just pulled out of my driveway. I haven't seen the traffic yet. But basically, what it is there's nothing around here green unless it's painted green. You know, there's asphalt streets, concrete sidewalks, stucco buildings, concrete buildings, brick buildings, you know, all kinds of buildings, but not much real nature stuff, you know.
Ooh.
And the older I get, the more I appreciate having green foliage around me.
Yeah, my family, we were raised around sort of like metropolitan city areas, and then last year we moved a bit more to the country. So I've been in the country this past year, and I've just noticed such a difference in, I guess, like even my motivation, just feeling more happy to go outside and go on walks and stuff. It's really like a good way of being, but you know, sounds like you don't have that opportunity at the moment.
Well, if you've ever seen the Rose Parade on television, I grew up in Pasadena, California, spent most of my life there. And that's, it's, I don't know, 10, 12, I don't know exactly how many miles outside of downtown Los Angeles. And you may have seen some pictures of downtown Los Angeles before. And it's all, you know, there's no nature stuff around. I mean, I can drive a half an hour and I can get to the beach. I can drive a half an hour and get up to the mountaintops. Or I can drive a half an hour and get to the desert. But I don't live in any of those areas. And the beach is beautiful. I love the beach, but there's no real greenery around there. There's just water and sand. Up in the mountains, you can get up there, but you know they charge you just to pull over and park and get out and walk around your car.
Crazy.
But yeah, I was just telling the panel yesterday about how I'm in the process of trying to acquire a piece of property in Nicaragua, and it's a third world country, and there's the place where I'm looking at buying some property. They've got all the farmers there are local, and everything's organic. They don't have a bunch of Monsanto bug killing spray on them, and Monsanto's developed seeds. We're just getting out of the freeway here, and they come around. And they have a truck, and he drives around like we used to have. A company called Helms Bakery. They have these donut trucks, and they drive around these Chevy panel trucks like an ice cream man, like they have them out here. But you know, they drive around the neighborhood, and you can buy fresh donuts every day. And you know, we've got ice cream men in trucks that play a little song, dee 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 dee, or whatever it is, and they hawk their ice cream. But there's fresh, naturally grown vegetables there, and everything is completely surrounded by greenery. And it's amazing. So I'm looking forward to getting away from the rat race. I've been in this digital world, making a profession out of it for almost 30 years now. And I'm ready to take a step back and enjoy this world that God made us and not just be involved in all these man-made creations that surround us and say, oh, you have to have this to be cool. And for your own self-worth, you need to have the latest iPhone. All that crap. I want to take a step or two back from that.
Yeah, that sounds like you're heading in a good direction.
Well, I just turned 65 last month, and I never really made any plans, to get old and retire. On honesty, I didn't ever think I'd make it this far. But the bottom line is that if I were to try to go ahead and buy a piece of property outright, because I don't want to have to do anything on credit, I just want to pay for it outright. Here in the United States, for what I could afford to buy, it's going to be not a great area, not a total slum, but not one of the better areas, and I wouldn't be able to afford a nice new house with all the fancy stuff I want. I'd be lucky if I find a 50-year-old house that's probably going to need help with the plumbing or the roof or whatever after I first get it. But we've got a chance now to get this piece of property and to buy it for cheaper than what I could get a bad house here in America. I can have a beautiful house made to my specifications where we're going to. So that's my plan. I'm going to try to go ahead and get old and be comfortable rather than get old and be forced to eat dog food without any heat in the winter. And one of the other things, go ahead, Stacey.
I was just gonna say, like, the place you seem to like want to buy with like all the nature around. It's funny. It's like that's how life's meant to be, but we're so far away from that natural way of living. It makes it hard for us to actually get to that place. It's crazy.
Well, I've been thinking about trying to go ahead and buy a property and be able to grow my own vegetables on there. So in case there was ever any kind of flu that goes around and shuts the world down again, at least I'd be able to grow my own food. But that's a lot of work. I want to retire. And if I'm living in a smaller village where everything is grown there, I can help support the economy while at the same time be able to feed myself a lot cheaper and a lot healthier. So I think it's a win-win situation for everybody involved. One of the nicest parts, my wife always talks about how she wants a maid and she's not a maid and blah, blah, blah. And I can understand that. And with the economy down there, we could hire a maid for, the average pay for a maid is $5 for a day. And our in-laws, they were originally from Nicaragua, and they had a house built down there. They lived up here for most of their lives, or most of their kids' lives. They had children, came up here from Nicaragua, got jobs, had children, and saved up enough money. They've got one house that they're buying right now, and they turned over to their son. So all he has to do is take over the payments, and it's his. They bought a piece of property down in Nicaragua, and talked with the designer and had the house all built. It's a beautiful house, 3 stories. If you've ever heard of Beverly Hills here in California, this would be the equivalent of Beverly Hills in Nicaragua. So, they've got a beautiful home. I'm not going to have to go out and do any work in the garden. I don't have to kill chickens for dinner. They've got meat, they've got chickens, they got vegetables, they got all that stuff available down there. And for an example, so an average breakfast or a lunch will cost you the equivalent of about $1 American money. Dinner will cost you like $1.50, maybe $2.50 at the most to get a really extravagant, big, huge steak. And I remember when I was about 15 and a half, so just about 50 years ago, I used to work at McDonald's. And to buy a Big Mac, a Big Mac, a large fries, and a large soda, with tax cost $1.23. And I think that thing probably cost you 10 times as much. You're probably looking close to $10 for a Big Mac, a large fry, and a large soda.
Yeah.
And I've just seen stuff. Prices just go through the roof. I'm not making that much more than I was 50 years ago. When you look at the cost of living and the increases on everything. So I don't know. I never thought I'd say it, but I'm looking forward to when I can retire. For at least 20 years, I've been holding down two jobs. I have a day job, and then I've also got my own web design business. So, I've been doing that. But the very longest customer that I had for over 20 years, they sold the business to another company, and that company already had a web developer, so I lost that job. So I don't have any more web responsibilities now. It used to be I'd come home at night. There's one, it was a piano store. And during the flu season a couple of years ago, the website that I built for them was their only source of revenue. And then there was also a healthy, nutritious food store. They've been around over 50 years. And during the flu season, the site that I put up there was their only presence to the public because everything else was kind of shut down. So
Yeah.
a lot of things are changing. I'm going to be able to rest and retire. And I told my wife that, if I'm going to retire, so can she. So we're going to hire a maid. I don't know if we're going to have any kind of garden area that's going to need to be taken care of, but a gardener, we could have come in once a week, once every couple of weeks for $5. And with the money that I can make off Social Security, if Social Security stays in place, and if they can give me the amount of money that on the website says that I have coming to me when I retire, we should be living very comfortably for the rest of our lives. Maybe even have a chance to do some traveling. I was talking to my wife about that. I said, well, if it costs us 1/3 the amount of money to survive a month as I'll be bringing in, we'll be packing aside a lot of money. So we'll be able to fly back to America when you want to, if you want to travel and go to some other places. My family background comes originally from Ireland. And that's another, from what I've seen, the pictures are beautiful and green. But, that's another place I think I'd like to visit. Hell, I like kangaroos and boomerangs. I wouldn't mind coming to Australia sometime.
Yeah. Oh, do you want to hear my Irish accent?
I'd love to hear your Irish accent, Stacey.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you. That's all I can do.
Put a little shrimp
so
on
good.
barbie.
Okay, I'm gonna retract my Irish accent. I know I did a terrible job.
Wow, that's okay. I don't have an Irish accent either. I used to try to do a British accent, but I haven't done that since I was. Oh, I might. No, that's my. I might put another shrimp on the barbie. Okay, that's my fake Aussie accent. I can't even remember how to do an English accent. And right now, I just hit right the center of downtown LA, where it's bumper to bumper traffic. I'm actually moving along fairly fast now at about 19 miles an hour. I'm doing good today.
Well, I'm blessed not to have the problem of traffic because I don't drive. So I just have lovely walks where I don't have to be bumper to bumper. And the occasional car will honk at me and I'll think, who's honking at me? Because I know too many people. They're always like, someone always sees me. And then I think, wait, who is that? And then I just get confused.
So, do you have a day job or night job or any kind of place where you
I
have to go
would
to
like
punch a time
to.
clock?
That I mean, like I've sort of been wasting away a bit, so to speak. I haven't really found out what to do with myself. But hopefully something will come up and I can, find my way in this world.
My wife always says that she doesn't know what she wants to be when she grows up. And she's going to be 65 in October. So, what I want her to be is a housewife taking advantage of living in a luxurious home with servants to go ahead and wait on her hand and foot. So, that's my goal.
Well, it sounds like
And
the goal is gonna come to fruition?
So right now, in the middle of downtown Los Angeles, on the freeway, I'm driving right past the federal prison. So it's I don't know what you have to do to get into a federal prison, but I guess that's where all the real bad criminals go. As I drive through on my tour of Los Angeles, is what I like to call it, LOST, because most of the souls here seem to be lost. Sorry if I keep changing the subject matter with the traffic as I drive by.
No, it's okay. It's a bit late for me, so I'm kind of not following along so well.
What time is it where you're at?
I mean, it's not too late. It's almost 9 p.m.
I think that's about what time I fell asleep in my recliner last night. And then I woke up about midnight, carried myself off to bed. And at 4:30 this morning, my alarm went off so I could get up and take a shower and get ready for work.
Yeah, I've been doing some early mornings, been volunteering at the hot air ballooning places, and yeah, I'm waking up at 4:30 a.m. usually, but obviously it depends on the weather. If it's raining, I won't have anywhere to go.
So have you been up in a hot air balloon?
I have, I think, twice or three times while I've been volunteering, and I don't know. I think it's an interesting experience, but it's not something I have like a desire to do again and again and again. I think I just prefer walking up a mountain and doing it the natural way.
Well, I've been up in a hot air balloon once. Before I was married, I had a girlfriend that she wanted to go. I don't know if it was for her birthday or something. So we took a trip down to San Diego, which is, in California, down the coast a couple hundred miles, where they do the hot air ballooning. And I went up there, and I found it interesting. Number one, the way we'd meet up with the pilot, and he'd take what was called a pie ball, which is a giant black helium balloon. And I'm sure you're probably familiar with that, how they let them go up. So I thought that was kind of cool. And he explained to me they see the direction, so they know where they need to take off so they can end up in the desired landing place. But once we got up in the air, it was just so peaceful. You didn't feel any wind, and we were moving along and the wind was moving, but we were moving with the wind. So it didn't seem like, we're moving at all. You couldn't feel the motion.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting experience. And then some glober might say to you, "Oh well, when you're in a hot air balloon, you can't tell you're moving. Therefore, that's the same as you not being able to tell you're moving on a globe." And then you say, "No, Mr. Glober, you can tell you're moving because you have eyes and you can see that you are moving." Or at least that's a conversation I have way too often.
And I think if you were going 1,000 miles an hour in a balloon, you would know it. Okay. The fun part here now, trying to change 5 lanes within a short amount of time here.
Oh, ew.
And one more lane to go, but there's too many cars to get there yet. So I'm going to be a nice guy and slow down, let the person on the right pass me by, and try to squeeze in before the person behind him. And wait a minute, one more lane. Okay, now I'm safely where I want to be. My wife has relatives in New Mexico, which is one place we're looking at moving to. And they have a hot air balloon fest there once a year. And she's always saying that she's looking forward to it. She wants to go to the balloon fest. And when I mentioned to her, yeah, it's, really fun to take a ride in the balloon. I've never, I'd done it once. I had never done it before that, but I enjoyed it. She goes, "Oh, no, I don't want to go for a ride in one. I just want to see them all up in the air."
So has she ever been in one, or does she not want
She's
to go?
never been in one. No, she's never been in one. She's seen them on the videos, on YouTube or whatever. But she hasn't been there in real life to see one balloon, let alone, 50 or 60 balloons go off. I was afraid, to tell you the truth. I've got a fear of heights. It all started when I was a kid, and I went into this building I wasn't supposed to be in, and to get out, I had to jump off the roof. And when I was a kid, I thought, oh yeah, this is not going to be any big deal. And when I landed, it knocked the wind out of me. It was very unpleasant. And I noticed after that, I just had an uneasy feeling. Like if I'd just be like on a building looking over the edge, even though I knew I was safe, I just get a queasy feeling. I can even be watching a television show, a movie or something, and they show somebody like standing out on a ledge, and it just gives me the heebie-jeebies. But
Yeah, it's crazy how your mind like makes those connotations and stuff. Like there's there's a few trees like this in Australia where they have like pegs, and the pegs are in the tree, and you like climb up it to the top of the tree and back. And I went up one of them, and I didn't go too far up. I think I got up to 30 meters, which I would convert to feet, but I don't know how to do imperial metric conversions. And I like the whole time I was climbing up it, I was thinking, all I'm doing is like, climbing a ladder. It's really easy. The physics of it is like completely fine and nothing's going to go wrong. But it was just my head being so irrational and saying, yes, I know it's fine, but if I fall all the way down. It's like, shush, Stacy, stop overthinking it. I can just climb it up. And it's just, oh man, that mind of mine is crazy. How strong, like, the mental is compared to like your better judgment and better knowing.
so what I would never want to do, I'd never want to try bungee jumping.
Oh
It's not the
no.
fall that gets you; it's the landing. And if one of those things ever broke, I've heard, I haven't seen, I don't know anybody that's happened to or seen it happen in person, but I believe that I've heard of a bungee cord breaking or something to the effect where somebody died doing the bungee jumping. And I don't want
Yeah,
to
I've
be
heard
so
of that.
close. I don't want to be so close to death that I'm almost there and I don't know until the last second whether it's going to happen or not.
Fair enough. Yeah, I also don't like the idea of like bungee jumping, or even just like jumping out of like an airplane, because I don't know, like I just imagine that my ears would just be popping and like have the most unpleasant feeling of like pain. I've always had sensitive ears, so that's probably why I hesitate on those ideas. And I'm not an adrenaline junkie anyway. I'll leave that to my brother. He can do all the scary stuff. I'll just watch.
Well, I've got a friend that does jumping out of planes, perfectly good airplanes. When I was a kid, and that's probably before I jumped off the roof, but I wanted to be a paratrooper. I thought that'd be cool to, jump out of a plane and come down on a parachute. Nowadays, not so much. But as far as being an adrenaline junkie, I like cars. I like motorcycles. I used to ride motorcycles. I've got a car that's been modified, puts out a whole bunch of horsepower. Um, and I like, I'd really enjoy going around the racetrack. I've been down the straight oval tracks. I've been down road racing courses where you turn both left and right. I prefer the road racing courses because you get more than like, a 12-second ride. But that's as long as I got, four wheels on the ground or two wheels on the ground, I don't have a problem going fast and going around corners and stuff. I like that, but that's as far as my adrenaline rush will go. No jumping out of good airplanes for me. But I hadn't even thought about what you're talking about, your ears, because I remember the first time I went flying in a plane, and my ears started popping and it hurt. And I wasn't aware that that was going to happen. And I've been on jets a couple of times that were pressurized, and it's not as bad. But when you're in a small little like a Cessna or something like that, this was a commuter jet, I think is what it was. It took us from where I used to live in Chico, California, to Sacramento, which is like normally a 2-hour drive. But we got in the plane and up we went, and my ears hurt. But I sure as hell didn't feel like putting on a parachute and jumping out. Well, today's going to be a warm day here in Southern California. In some areas, it's going to hit the triple digits. Where I work is close to the beach, so it's going to be a bit cooler. It's probably only going to be in the 80s or something like that. But where I'm planning on moving, because it's so close to the equator, it stays constant temperature all year round. It drops down to in the 70s at night. It goes up into the 80s, middle 80s in the daytime. So I'm not going to have any of these 100-degree summers. Not going to have any 30-degree nights.
So, if you're around the equator, will you be able to see the North Star and the South Star? Or the South Star?
Well, I'll tell you. Yeah, the Southern Cross, I think, is what they refer to. I don't know.
Yeah.
You know, I've got a P1000, and one of the things that I'm really looking forward to is getting away from all the light pollution we have here in California and being able to see stars. The last time I was, the only time I was ever able to see a sky that was chock full of stars was back when I was a teenager, around 50 years ago. And it was, if you've ever heard of James Dean and the highway that he died on when he crashed his car, I was on that highway.
Dean, wasn't he like a old singer or movie star guy?
Yeah, he was an old movie star from like the 50s and 60s.
Yeah, okay.
All right. So anyway, we were driving up to Northern California or Central California, and just all the stars that you could see in the sky. I never knew we had so many stars. And now I've got my P1000, and I take a look up, and I can. Not sure if I can see the North Star most of the time. I can see some of the planets or the luminaries, wandering stars, and I can see the moon. But I'm really looking forward to having some time to be able to sit in my yard and set up my tripod and take some pictures or take some videos and some close-up looks of.
Even set up a hammock and just stargaze.
I could do that too. But I really want to zoom in on some stuff. A little over a year ago, I invested over $1,000 to get a camera and tripod so I could look up at the luminaries. And it's like I said, it's disappointing. That's kind of like wanting to see a hot air balloon show in Los Angeles. You can wait and wait and wait, but it ain't never going to happen. You got to go further down towards San Diego or out to New Mexico or someplace. And I want to have, one of the things I like the most talking about skies and being able to see the stars is when you see clouds in the sky, they're natural man-made. They're not man-made. They're natural God-made clouds. They're not the man-made stripes that I see making tic-tac patterns and everything here. So many things I'm looking forward to. Oh, go ahead.
The night sky and where I'm at, it's really nice, and even that is like there's light pollution where I'm at, but still we see some amazing sky, and you can see like the Milky Way and all of the clusters. Just telling you to make you jealous.
Well, I've seen pictures of the Milky Way before, but I can't say that I've ever looked at it myself and seen it with my own eyes.
Yeah, recently I was looking into like an old book with definitions of things, and I found it interesting that what was it? No, I'm forgetting. It was something about. Oh no, my mind it's not there. I can't remember what I was gonna say. It was some
So
sort of thing with like one of the star things had some connection to like the Milky Way, and that sort of came with the word galaxy sort of came from like a word galact or something like that, which also meant milk. And I thought, oh, that's interesting. There's like some sort of correlation with like looking at the sky, the Milky Way, and like alluding to it with milk, the substance, and then also using galaxy in that same sort of connotation. But that was just
don't we,
interesting. Autonomy. I forgot the word. Oh, it's so late.
so don't we live in the Milky Way? Aren't we part of the Milky Way galaxy, according to scientists?
Oh. Or is it that like the Milky Way is the closest galaxy we can see? I don't know. Or is it like we're part of that galaxy which starts with A, Archimosis, or maybe that one's the closest to us? I don't know. Something.
Well, I'm going to have to check that out when I get in front of a computer. But right now, the sun is fully risen, or it's coming close enough to where it's not just illuminating the areas, but I can see a bright orange ball in the sky now, a bright white ball with an orange halo around it.
Today someone was telling me that when I look at the sun, I'll end up seeing like I'll see that there's actually green in the sun. And then I was thinking, I think what they're saying is like if you stare at the sun, like then because like there's so much white light, then like your eye receptors or something, they kind of contrast it and show the other color, which would be green. I think that's what he was sort of alluding to, but he was saying that proves that the sun's actually green. I thought, okay, interesting. I don't think that's actually the case, but anyway, that was a random conversation I had today about the sun.
I remember when I was a small child, maybe around, maybe roughly around 5. I don't remember the exact age, but I remember looking up at the sun, and I was telling my parents, that I could see it. And when I was looking at it, it reminded me of, like, if you look inside of an empty toilet paper roll or paper towel roll, and you look inside like you're looking through a telescope, that's what it reminded me of. It's kind of like it, almost like it if you turn it, not turn it, but just change the angle a little bit. So it goes around in a circle, and when you're looking through the tunnel, you see a little bit of the edge on the sides, and that's what it kind of reminded me of. And then they said, "Oh, don't look at the sun. That's bad for you. You're going to go blind." So I never looked back again. But I remember that observation at about 5 years old.
So sort of equating it to being like a tunnel.
Yeah, so it looked like it was lit up inside a tunnel. And I could see like the borders around the edge.
All right, so like a more defined sort of border. Yeah, okay. I understand what you're saying. Yeah, I had a nice sunset picture the other day. I know you're driving, but I'll put it in the live voice text anyway, because it was a cool picture. Because some of my family friends from Germany had come visited us the other day, so we were just like running them around places and showing them places. So we went to the coast and watched the sunset. And I'll find a way to post it. Okay, I should be posting it in the live stream right about now.
and mark the time at 6:11. So when I get into work, I can just go back and find that.
Yeah, so we were just at a lighthouse in Fremantle, but I didn't bring any good cameras. This was just my phone camera. If I knew we were gonna go to the ocean shore, I would have bought a good camera, and then I would have done some, oh, is the horizon behind the boats, sort of zooming in and working out that stuff, but did not get the opportunity to do that.
Oh, excuse me.
And yes, we are, according to NASA, we are in the Milky Way galaxy.
Aha. All right. Can I get some chocolate chip cookies to go with that? Speaking of chocolate chip cookies, at Disneyland, they have a ride there called Space Mountain. And it's a roller coaster ride, all indoors, and all kinds of neat visual effects inside. It's all dark. You can't see when you're going to be turning. But one of the things they had there, excuse me, one of the things they had there, it looks like a chocolate chip cookie. So I don't know if it's supposed to be like an asteroid, a round asteroid with dark spots in it or what. But every time I see it, that's what it reminds me of.
You're sneezing a lot.
I'm coughing. I got a tickle in my throat.
Okay.
Excuse me. Anyway, my freeway voyage is over. I got a right turn, a left turn, and then pull into the driveway at work. So, Stacy, thank you very much for keeping me occupied while I'm in my voyage to work this morning.
Yeah, you are welcome, and thanks for gracing the live stream with your presence.
Well, you know, it's either that or Dead Air Dave, and the way he got his name is by leaving the air dead, is what I hear. So I'll pollute the airwaves or the frequencies with my voice here for a little bit. But now it's time to say adieu. And after I shut off the car and log out of the phone, excuse me, I'm going to be on my computer just listening in. So have a flat day, everybody.
No, I'm going to have a curved day.
Oh, no. Bam. I'm here.
Well, I came across a book, just like one you can find on the internet, which is like the old books which they've just scanned and reproduced on the internet. This was called Thesaurus Geographicus, so Thesaurus to Geography, and it was written in the 1690s. And I haven't read through much of it, but it's interesting at least to just like read the old language, and I guess like it's still in this globe sort of ideology, but it's interesting. So I might read the introduction of it to anyone who's listening in. The world is a space that is boundless every way, and replenished with great variety of bodies, which may be distributed into three forts. 1. The sun and stars that give light and heat to the rest. 2. The ethereal firmament wherein the sun and stars are set. 3. The earth, and other gross bodies like it. The sun and stars are conceived to be of a globular or round form, and if they are not great globes or balls of flame, They have, at least, a greater resemblance to that than to anything else that we can compare them with in the earth, which is fallacious. The ether surrounds them on all sides. Some of the ancients conceived it to be a firm and solid thing, like unto a crystal, and that the sun and stars were fixed in it as nails are in a wheel. They thought, likewise, that this huge crystalline mass was divided into so many orbs, which went round one within another, each with his own star. But the latter philosophers are of another mind. They say that the ether is a thin liquid substance, like to air, only it is much more fine and pure. They imagine also that the sun and stars float in it, as a plank does upon the water. The earth, the moon, and the other planets are also round, and of a globular shape, but the substance whereof they consist and are composed is gross and thick, so that the light which the moon and the other planets giveth us do not proceed from the planet, as the prime and original cause of it, but it is borrowed from the sun, and only reflected by the planet upon us. So it's a very similar pseudo-astronomy sort of ideology in the 1690s, at least in this publication, as we have today. That the planets are just reflecting the sun's light, that the sun and the stars are globes. And I mean, it just spouts on the same sort of stuff that Brian Cox tells us these days, or Neil deGrasse Tyson or NASA or whoever.
Hey, Stacy, what were you reading from? I just got here. Sorry.
I was reading from a book called Thesaurus Geographicus, which is an old book which was from like the 1695. I might be able to throw a PDF, or I think it's an EPUB.
Okay.
Posts.
My first question would be, what's another word for thesaurus? I'm just kidding.
Okay. Thesaurus Dictionary of Geography. Yeah, so it's an old book, or at least so far as it tells me it's old, but it still has the same understandings that our modern day astronomy have declared.
Did I hear you say they said there was globes in the sky?
Yeah, they said to the best of their ability, because like of everything they've seen on the Earth, it must be a globe. That's their best conclusion. So they were comparing, Earth, our ground, and like what we can physically relate to, and conflating that to the stars above, which is fallacious.
And this was 1600s. They didn't have that powerful a telescope back then, did they?
Well, I think in the 1600s they did get telescopes, and this was by the end of the 1600s. So I'm guessing they would have had some telescopes by then.
I'm sure
Obviously
they had.
not as powerful as the ones these days.
Right, they were just like the early ones that weren't as powerful and couldn't zoom in and all that stuff. Right. Interesting though.
Yeah, I could continue reading. It's just going to be the same old boring, fallacious arguments and
That's fine.
speculations.
Before you do, let me check the list, see if there's any new people on here. Looks like all globe deniers. Continue, Stacy. Nice to meet you. If I haven't met you before,
Yeah.
I'm dead air.
Yeah, hi Dave.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I've spoken to you before.
Yep, I've listened to you a lot, and you make a lot of sense. So, continue whatever you're reading there. But
Okay, I'll continue. This is an introduction to Geography, Chapter 1, of the world and its parts. Continuing, it has always and very deservedly been accounted impossible for us to number the stars, for besides that we discern besides what we discern with our eyes, they who use telescopes discover a great many more, and particularly that white path in the firmament, which is commonly known by the name of the Milky Way, is now found to be full of little stars as if they were pent up and pressed together in it. This innumerable multitude of stars may help us in some measure to imagine the vast extent of the universe. For though they appear small to us because of their immense distance, yet it is very probable, to say no more, that if we were as nigh or as near them as we are to the sun, they would appear as big as he seems to be. They are not only at a great distance from us, but from one another also, so that though every star by itself is a body of considerable bulk, yet if they were all added into one, it would not amount to any considerable part of that infinite space which is full of ether. For it is generally agreed that there are many millions of miles betwixt, I don't know what that word is, any two stars. What an incomprehensible space then it is, wherein an infinite or immense bodies may be placed at such a prodigious distance from each other. The earth, the planets, and the comets, which are, as we said, gross and thick bodies, do also float and move in this ether. They are encompassed with it all round, and keep always at a very great distance from each other in it. Everybody knows that the sun, the moon, and all the stars seem to move from east to west, and return to the same points of the heaven again in the space of 24 hours, and therefore they either do really move so, or we, and the earth we live upon, are turned round in that space. For it's most certain that if any two things change their distance and situation, one in respect of the other, that one of them has moved. The philosophers who have attempted to explain these appearances are of different opinions concerning it. Ptolemy maintains that the earth is placed in the center of the universe, and that it remained fixed there, whilst the moon, the sun, and the stars go round about it every day. The moon is distant from the earth. The moon is distant from the earth 56 semi-diameters of the earth, that is 200, well, 234,304 English miles, for the semi-diameter of the earth is 4,184 English miles. Okay, that's a big claim, but oh well, we'll continue. As we fall as we shall oh, they have like F's instead of S's, and it's making me read it funny. As we shall show in the next chapter, so that adding the diameter of the earth, 8,369 English miles, to the double of this distance of the moon from it, 476,977 English miles, the sum is the diameter of that circle which Ptolemy supported the moon to describe every day, and the circumference itself is very near 1,500,000 miles, which, if it be divided by 24, the quotient gives 62,500 miles for the face to that moon traverse in an hour. Oh, so boring to read. The other planets Mercury, Venus, the Sun, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, and the fixed stars are placed at a greater distance from the Earth, and consequently the circles which they describe by their diurnal course about the Earth, and I think diurnal means like twice a day, must be proportionally greater as they are farther from it. So as many be seen in this figure, and it shows, I think it's referring to the figure which Ptolemy made. No, I think I'm getting a bit too bored reading that, but there you have it. It's 1690s and still on the same sort of paradigm.
ashes to ashes, and dust to dust. Ashes to ashes, and dust to dust.
thank you, David J. Karan, for that morning wake-up call. A little bit of caffeine substitute for you there to get your morning blood flowing. That worked for me. I'm awake now. Well, if nobody else has anything to say, we might want to hear from ODD. Would anybody like to speak now?
Do not consent to the wars you use to kill the poor. We do not consent to your taxes and mandatory vaccines. We do not consent to the GMOs that you grow. We do not consent to adhering your geoengineering. We don't consent to the flaw in the water supply, blinding our third eye and keeping us compliant. We don't consent to the wars you wage every day, bombing innocent children hundreds of miles away. We don't consent to you hiding our true history, or your secret societies keeping it a mystery. Cause you've been lying to all of us for centuries. Now it's time we break through your green screen reality. There won't be a rock and turn for y'all to be hiding. You're unprepared for the upcoming uprising, and no denying that you've ruled for too long. And we're chipping away at your armor with each song. We use the truth to put an end to the abuse. Once you see what's to come, I wouldn't wanna be in your shoes. You think we're just lambs lining up for the slaughter, but we're here to make your new world have no order. We do not consent to the wars you use to kill the poor. We do not consent to your taxes and mandatory vaccines. We do not consent to the GMOs that you grow. We do not consent to adhering your geoengineering.
We don't consent to the chemicals you're spraying above us, and we don't consent to the criminals you're paying to run us. We don't consent to your false flag attacks and shooting hoaxes. We're standing up now and letting you know we're truly focused. We don't consent to your central bank or your corporations. We practice discipline, citizen, and subordination. We don't consent to the 1% having everything. We don't consent to be puppets, we're cutting every string. I know one thing for certain, they won't control me. You had to have heard the name by now, they call me OD. I don't consent to the media telling lies to me. I don't consent to them engineering society. It's time to take over this shit, so now we're locked and loaded, ready for anything that happens at any moment. We're wide awake, there's no way that we'll ever go back. Never sleep again, and we wanted to let you know that
we do not consent to the wars you use to kill the poor. We do not consent to your taxes and mandatory vaccines. We do not consent to the GMOs that you grow. We do not consent to adhering your geoengineering. We do not consent.
So a shout out to our conspiracy music guru. Here's a little song of one of my favorites that you do. So let's break a little bit of dead air. A little bit of Alex Michael.
Well, we all believed in that spinning ball.
Indoctrination blinded us all. From the very first day that we went to school, they put a globe in your face and that thing looked cool. The teacher explained how it all worked. Of course it sounded so berserk, but who was I to question it? Because I was just a tiny kid. It sounded crazy as could be, but teacher would never lie to me. She was real nice, she didn't know. She too was taught to believe in that globe. I don't blame her, it wasn't her fault. She was only repeating what she'd been taught. I went through life believing that lie. That spinning ball was now in my mind.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man, no.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man. Alright, man, listen up. So I'm hurling through space on a road to nowhere. So I live my life without a care, cause I was taught that there ain't no creator. That's what I was told from my educator. So I live my life so selfishly, there ain't gonna be no hell for me. I'll do what I want with no care for others, with no respect for my brothers. Until one day when I woke up and I drank some truth with my coffee cup. I learned that things ain't what they seem. This so-called reality is just a dream. There's deception everywhere that I look. The news, the TV, and in my school books. And pretty soon I'll realize that everything's just a pack of lies, man.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. No.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Let them take your mind, man. Yeah, man. It's deception on a biblical level. It's orchestrated by the devil. Many think that hate don't exist, but that's what he wants, that's one of his tricks. But I found out that dude's real, and I'll tell you, man, that's a bitter pill. So I questioned everything I was told. I had to question that spinning globe. I had to relearn it all again and get some truth inside this brain. And pretty soon I realized that the globe I was taught was a pack of lies. So I studied as hard as can be. I found the flat earth conspiracy. Man, it hit me like a ton of bricks. The globe I was taught was a devil's trick.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. Don't.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man. I started to connect the dots, and I'm telling you, man, there are lots. I soon realized that the earth was flat. It's not a belief, man, it's a fact. And once I found out that reality, well, it did a funny thing to me. For a while there, I was pretty shocked, but now I know that there is a God. And once you get to that point of understanding, and once you know there ain't no moon landing, and once you know that space is fake, you view your life with a different take. It ain't just random chance that we're here. We ain't living on no stupid sphere. It ain't some ridiculous spinning ball. The earth is flat and God created it all.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
these lies, I live a completely different life. I stopped reading the news and turned off the TV. That thing is evil as can be. I started being a nicer guy, and God forbid I tell a lie. I treat people with more respect, and I've got me a wife that I'd never neglect. Yeah, being good's working out for me. Now I ain't blinded and I can see. I know that there is a God above, and if I'm good, then he'll show me love. I try to live life selflessly to be the best that I can be. I treat people how I want to be treated since my indoctrination was defeated. So don't believe in the devil's lies because it's God he wants to hide. That's why they teach that spinning ball, to make you think you ain't special at all. Don't believe what you're being told. Don't believe that you're evolved. It's all an accident and you are too. No, you're someone special and God made you.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, no.
Take control of your soul.
You gotta take back control.
Find the truth.
Find the truth.
Find it all.
Find it all, man.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it.
Let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind. Yeah, play that guitar.
Thank you, Alex Michael, Conspiracy Music Guru. We're proud to say that he's one of the members on here and can frequently be found joining us. Now, another chance. Anybody have anything to say? All right, we'll let ODD do some talking for us.
Water, when unmanipulated, is to find its level. So whether you look at a cup of water, a bathtub, a swimming pool, a lake, or the ocean, it's flat. Of course, natural motion is not considered and doesn't equal a curve. We have 0 authentic pictures of the Earth and they're all composites, and NASA even admits that they Photoshop Earth images.
It is Photoshopped, but it's has to be.
On numerous occasions, NASA admits that we can't go beyond low Earth orbit, which is between 99 miles and 1,200 miles away. The interesting thing is that the moon is said to be 238,000 miles away, which is a difference of 236,800 miles. No matter if you're on the ground, on top of a building, a mountain, a hot air balloon, an airplane, or looking at high-altitude amateur balloon footage, the horizon never fails to rise right to your eyes. Whether you are looking at Toronto's skyline from Niagara-on-the-Lake, 31 miles away, Chicago's skyline from Union Pier, 43 miles away, or even Oahu from Kauai, which is up to 108 miles away from center to center, or 73 miles away from the closest points. You will not see any curvature where it's supposed to be. According to the Pythagorean theorem, which states that the curvature of the Earth is 8 inches per mile squared, Oahu should not be visible whatsoever, but you can see the whole thing. In 1887, Albert Michelson and Edward Morley conducted what's known as the Michelson-Morley experiment. This experiment was attempting to prove the speculated motion of the Earth around the Sun, and when it failed, Albert Einstein was forced to form the theory of relativity to overcome this problem. In fact, anytime mainstream science is faced with undesirable results, they create a workaround, which isn't real science at all. The Sun is claimed to be 93 million miles away, with a radius of over 400,000 miles, but can easily be proven to be much closer and smaller by tracing the crepuscular rays back to its origin in the sky. If the Sun were indeed 93 million miles away, it would simply be impossible to have angled sun rays, as they should all consistently come in straight. According to the globular theory, a lunar eclipse occurs when the Sun, Earth, and Moon are in a direct line. But it is on record that since about the 15th century, over 50 eclipses have occurred while both the Sun and Moon are visible above the horizon. F.H. Cook, The Terrestrial Plane. It's a common misconception that the shadow of the Earth causes moon phases. Even the pastors and priests of the science religion readily admit this fact. The interesting thing about moon phases is that they are always the exact same 8 phases repeated. But if we were circling around the Sun, these 8 phases would inevitably be reversed from the summer to winter seasons. I completely understand that the idea of a flattened stationary Earth seems ridiculous in many ways, but that's only because we are taught the false globe model from the very first time that we enter a school classroom. Not to mention the first time we are introduced to the concept of a flat Earth, it's depicted as a highly laughable world where ships, boats, and water would run off of the edge. So I do get it, but it's all part of the deception. I've spent 30 years of my life believing that we were on a spinning globe. It wasn't until I unbiasedly and scientifically investigated the flat Earth claims that I started to realize that there is more to this theory than I originally gave it credit for. Now, after almost 2 years of research, I'm certain that the Earth is flat. We are told that the Earth spins at 1,040 miles per hour, while the Earth travels around the Sun at 66,000 miles per hour. Meanwhile, the whole solar system is going inside the Milky Way galaxy at a speed of 490,000 miles per hour. And finally, the entire Milky Way galaxy is darting through infinite space at over 1 million miles per hour. Most people believe this. And yet every experiment ever conducted to prove even the simple spin of the Earth has failed. The same thing goes for curvature. It's never been proven, and the only time we see it is in movies, NASA CGI, or when we're looking through a distorted fisheye lens. With all that said, please continue to research critically and don't be afraid to ask reasonable questions and speak out.
Lieutenant Jacarl, please prepare for the release of the occupant of cell K7.
Yes, sir. I will take care of that right away.
Harry, I find that small, valuable items such as spick and flame gems or flasks of Antarian glow water are excellent items to sell.
Ah, Cyrano, why do you say that?
Well, because everyone thinks that they are. Ask any person and he'll agree that small, valuable items are excellent items to sell.
You are wrong there, Cyrano. You are using the ad populum fallacy by saying everyone knows that small items are excellent trade goods. That's a logical fallacy, so you are wrong, sir.
So, small, valuable items aren't excellent trade goods?
No, they cannot be good products to trade in, my good man. Your argument was invalid. Thus, your conclusion can't be true. Simple logic, sir.
Oh, all right then. I guess so.
Mr. Mudd, Mr. Jones, I happened to overhear your remarks. Yes, Mr. Spock. The argument you are employing, Mr. Mudd, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of the argument from fallacy, also known as the bad reasons fallacy.
I thought he was persuasive.
That may seem so, Mr. Jones, but his argument is invalid. It employs the formal fallacy of analyzing an argument and inferring that, since it contains a fallacy, its conclusion must be false. Mr. Mudd, you employed this fallacy when you rejected Mr. Jones's conclusion that small valuable items are excellent trade goods, because he fallaciously reasoned that everyone thought they were. However, fallacious arguments can arrive at true conclusions, so even though he did not prove his conclusion, you did not disprove it either, especially since you gave no argument other than stating that his argument was incorrect.
Yes, of course. Thank you, friend Spock.
Indeed. I shall definitely endeavor to reword my statements in the future, my good sir. That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as the argument from fallacy, or the bad reasons fallacy. It's only logical.
Most fucking Americans don't really like flat earthers. They like planets and spaceships and stuff like gravity too. Most fucking Americans believe they're NASA and they're JAXA and ESA and some dude named Musk. Most fucking Americans don't like to worry about the spinning because they say it does it so slow. Most fucking Americans have an education and think the globe's real because they took science and got a B. Most fucking Americans love their sticks and their shadows and their well holes and their gyros. Na no ni na ni no no. Most fucking Americans don't like to launch rockets without using fisheye lenses to make the flat earth round. Cause don't it make a fly like Earth? And that's all I got, man. How do you like it?
Hey, far out, man. Yeah, that's a good song, man. Well, I wrote my own one while I was listening to you sing yours. You want to hear it?
Oh, yeah, man. That sounds pretty awesome, man. Let's hear it.
Yeah, man. It's kind of like a protest tune. All right, man. Here we go. Globers! Globers! Hey, you like that, man?
Oh, yeah, man. That's pretty far out, man.